She will come to me, blanketed in the stars. I can't tell you how many times I heard those words over the last decade. My father, Raymond Chandler, suffered a massive stroke and developed motor aphasia. He couldn't say anything else afterward, just those 9 words, over and over. Well, I guess that isn't entirely true. He said something else at the end, but I'll get to that later. Mom and Dad worked for NASA when I was a kid. Both had completed multiple missions into space, and Mom had served on the International Space Station. She died there, as a matter of fact. Clara Chandler was the first person in the station's history to lose their life while stationed there. During a routine maintenance check on some of the external communication equipment, her tether came loose, and she drifted into the darkness of space, the result of poor safety checks according to the final report. I was too young to understand exactly what happened, but old enough to understand that she was never coming home. Dad did the best he could raising me as a single parent, but I don't think he ever took the time to take care of himself after she died. Even at a young age, I could tell he was aging too rapidly. His hair color faded, the skin on his face creased deeply, and he rarely slept. Still, he was a loving man.
Do you think that Mom was scared?
I asked one night as my father tucked me into bed.
When she floated away, was she scared?
My father smiled, that sad smile I came to know all too well. His hand stroked the top of my head and he placed a stuffed bear next to me on my pillow. "No," he said gently. Tears pooled in the corners of his eyes. "Your mother was a brave woman. Before you were born, we would sit outside and look at the stars long into the night. Nothing made her happier. Now she is with the stars. I think she was very happy that she was able to stay there." Dad suffered an ischemic stroke in 2012, just 4 days before his 58th birthday. What a gift, right? He remained in a coma for nearly a month. I don't want to dredge up all of my memories of his recovery process, but I'll say this. It was rough. Most of his physicians believed he would stay in a catatonic state for the rest of his life. Regaining his ability to move independently seemed unlikely, even if he did wake. Speech, that would be gone too, according to the same doctors. Day after day, I would sit at his bedside and read to him. Thriller and detective novels mostly. He was always so busy with work or taking care of me that he didn't have much time for leisure reading. Tons of professional journals and reference books, but rarely a good piece of fiction. That didn't stop him from picking up a hardback and adding it to his never-ending retirement reading pile. The silence of the first few visits was near maddening, so I began to pull a book from the towering stack every few days and read it to him. Some of the nurses said they thought he would hear it, an anchor, some of them called it. I don't know if I believed it worked, but it helped fill the crippling silence of his sterile hospital room. After finishing up our 5th or 6th detective noir, I closed the book and slid it onto the table beside him. Looking at him, I saw his chest rising and falling shallowly. His color was ashen and his weight was dropping. A feeding tube ran into his nose and his body was a maze of wires and adhesive pads. With tears in my eyes, I took his frail hand in mine and squeezed it.
"Gotta head home, Dad,"
I whispered.
"I love you."
As I began to place his hand back on the white blanket, I felt his muscle tighten around my hand. He squeezed my fingers weakly. Both of his eyes opened lazily and gazed into mine. A croaking noise erupted from his throat, dry coughs causing his body to shudder. He was trying to talk, but his mouth was too dry. In a panic, I fumbled to the bedside table for a bottle of thickened water. Some stroke victims have difficulty swallowing, so the nurses left the bottle in the event he woke up. Holding it to his mouth, he took small sips and smacked the roof of his mouth with his tongue. A wet cough exploded and I used a Kleenex to wipe spittle away from the corners of his mouth. "She will come to me, blanketed in the stars," he said so quietly I barely heard him. I punched the call button beside his bed to alert the nurse. My pulse hammered and my vision began to swim. Dad began looking around the hospital room with panic-filled eyes as I tried to calm him.
"What?"
I said, my heart thundering in my chest.
"I couldn't understand you, Dad."
He gripped my hand even more tightly and pulled me toward him. His sudden burst of strength startled me. I leaned in closely, placing my ear to his mouth. Hot breath and wheezing filled my ear. "She will come to me, blanketed in the stars," he said again. As he spoke the words, the bright fluorescent lights above my head sizzled and burned away. After Dad was released from the hospital, I took over as his full-time caretaker. My work as a home healthcare nurse made for an easy, if not uncomfortable, transition. His recovery for the most part had been incredible. All of his range of motion returned. He could walk on his own. His vision was as good as it had been before the stroke. Basic tasks like tying his shoes and getting dressed presented no issues. The only lasting effects were reduced hemoptysis, or weakness, on his right side and his inability to communicate anything other than those 9 words. His aphasia never improved. She will come to me, blanketed in the stars. His doctor said it was uncommon, but not unheard of. How a stroke damages the brain is different for each person. The ability to form and speak full thoughts may return. It could be weeks or years, the doctor told us. Or it may never improve. It never did. My father could only rattle off that single phrase. He would say it with different voice inflections to express his mood. I didn't always understand what he wanted, but I knew if he was happy or sad. Anger was the easiest emotion to figure out. It could be incredibly frustrating, but I did my best to remain patient and understanding. For a brief time, we thought he may be able to write to communicate his thoughts, but it proved fruitless. Anytime you gave him a dry erase board or a pad of paper, he wrote those same 9 words over again. She will come to me, blanketed in the stars. Slowly, things returned to normal in his life, as normal as you can expect for someone who loses their ability to speak coherently anyway. Our daily routine hit a stride, and he was largely the man I remembered as a child. The new normal didn't last long. Dad started using chalk to draw enormous star maps on every inch of the walls. The massive designs eventually covered every available inch of empty space. As he ran out of room to expand his comprehensive work, he would remove framed photos and paintings from the wall and stack them in the corner of the room. When he started, I was confused and concerned about the activity. When I say he was drawing star maps, I don't mean he would work in one area of the house until he completed a portion. He would stare at the wall for a half hour before placing a single dot. As soon as he had finished, he would walk into another room and repeat the process. Hundreds of times a day, maybe more. After a wall was sufficiently covered in tiny white dots, I waited until he went to bed one evening and decided to clean the walls. I filled a bucket full of warm water and used a soft sponge to remove the markings. It took me hours to wash them away and return the photos and paintings to their original positions. When I was finished, some of my anxiety diminished. The next morning, when Dad saw his work was gone, he was furious. "She will come to me," he shouted as he stomped around the living room, gesturing toward the newly cleaned walls, blanketed in the stars. "Dad," I pleaded. "They were just little chalk dots. Let's go into the kitchen and have some breakfast, huh?" He stormed back to his bedroom and slammed the door. I could hear him crying as I knocked, but he didn't answer. He didn't come out for the rest of the day, as I recall. Just sat in his room, whimpering and muttering those same 9 maddening words. As a peace offering, I drove to the store that afternoon while he napped and purchased him a box of chalk. It hadn't occurred to me that although his artwork on the walls didn't make sense to me, it could be very meaningful to him. I made a note to be less careless with his feelings. It did the trick. The next morning, when he came out of his room, I handed him the box of chalk. "I'm sorry," I said sincerely. "It's your house. If you want to draw on the walls, then that's okay. I shouldn't have taken it down." He gazed down at the box in his hands and smiled. "She will come to me, blanketed in the stars," he said questioningly. "Sure, Dad," I responded. "Blanketed in the stars." Over the next few years, Dad filled the walls with enormous star maps. His pace had quickened, and soon the charts bent around the door frames and continued into adjacent rooms. Some days he would pull huge books from his office and show me photographs of constellations and formations as he repeated those echoing words. I knew in his mind he was explaining to me in great detail which celestial bodies his drawings represented, so I would nod along. He looked so happy, content, even in his weakened state. But all I heard were those words. "She will come to me, blanketed in the stars." 8 years after the stroke, Dad's health was starting to take a turn for the worse again. He had a difficult time getting out of bed in the mornings. Standing for a long period was out of the question. His memory seemed to be slipping a bit, though it could be hard to tell with his limited speech. He forgot to shave, which had been a religious part of his daily routine. More often than I could count, I would catch him staring blankly into space. The buttons on his shirt would be undone at random intervals. His tidy demeanor shifted slowly into clutter and forgetfulness. Still, he added to his star charts and maps. That was also when the light bulb started to burn out rapidly. Just one at first, the hallway light outside of his bedroom. I would put a fresh bulb in, and within 2 or 3 days, the filament inside would be no more than 2 charred prongs. Heavy ash coated the inside of the bulbs. It wasn't long before the light bulbs began frequently burning out throughout the house. My weekly grocery trip always included a few packs of incandescents. I told myself the old-style bulbs may be the problem, and we switched to LEDs, but it only lasted a day or 2 longer. You never realize how expensive light bulbs can be until you start buying them 2 dozen at a time. After my frustration hit a melting point, I had multiple electricians come to the house and check the wiring multiple times in the following weeks. They would spend hours checking the sockets but never found any issues. 6 electricians told me everything worked just like it should, not a problem in sight. Bulbs continued to burn out. The pace quickened. It grew more common to let them sit dimmed in the sockets for a day or 2 before I would change them. With Dad's mobility dropping off, we stopped spending as much time at the house. A few hours on the porch to combat seasonal depression, but otherwise, we stayed in. Where we used to take daily walks or travel to the planetarium, he would spend most of the day reading a book quietly in his armchair or staring off into space. His work on the star maps grew less consistent. I spent most of my days in front of the television. While I was a great student, I never developed the same love for reading that my parents had. Binging TV shows broke up the monotony of the quiet house when I wasn't busy taking care of my father. Most nights, I would fall asleep in the dim blue illumination of the flat screen. Some nights, I would wake up to see the glow of the TV hitting the tiny chalk dots on the wall. It almost made the little spots sparkle like the night sky, as though my father's artwork had come to life and embodied the very celestial landscapes that danced above us. It was in the cascade of light from the television that I first started to see the sinister shapes. I knew it was my imagination, but thin lines seemed to grow between some of the stars. They came together to form the faintest outline of something that made my blood run cold. Sleek, hunched, and snarling creatures made of tiny chalk dots seemed to prowl on the illuminated walls. The sound of crackling plaster and groaning wood filled my ears. A chill would build at the base of my spine and crawl up to my neck as though I were an unwitting animal in the sights of an apex predator. When I would turn the lamp on beside me, the half-dream figures would vanish. Nothing left but the white field of stars. I think my father felt it too. On those nights, I would hear him calling out in panic. Cries of terror filled the silence of the evenings. When I would enter the room, he would be pointing madly from wall to wall and screaming those same 9 words. "She will come to me, blanketed in the stars." Whenever he grew panicked, I would have to sit beside his bed until he fell asleep again. The bedside lamp would always have a burnt-out bulb, so I would change it. Even if I left some of the other bulbs unchanged, I never let my father sit in the dark. He would hold my hand as he drifted off. It felt so much like when I was a child, crying over how much I missed my mother. Dad would hold my hand in the dim lamplight then, and whisper to me about how Mom was so happy among the stars. On the morning of my father's final day, I think I knew it was near the end. For most of the days leading up to it, he seemed to be filled with fear. He rarely slept unless I sat beside him, hand in hand. If I didn't sleep in the chair next to him, I almost always found him on the floor the next morning. He hadn't fallen, no. He would slip out of bed and return to his work on the walls. There he would be, clutching a dwindling piece of chalk crumpled on the floor next to the wall. For the past few weeks he had been scrawling away at an ornate rectangle. It was beautiful and haunting all at once, like the recording of a lost loved one's voice. It looked almost like a door, though it was nearly 9 feet tall. Delicate loops and swirls filled the space between the thick white border. Lighter shades of gray covered the inside, carefully smudged inch by my father's shaking hand. He never worked on it during the day, only during the night, and only when I wasn't in the room. I purchased a baby monitor to place in his room for the nights when I was able to sleep in my bed. The first few times I saw him wobble across the floor to work on the door, I had run to the room and tried to put him back to bed. But he would become so agitated that I thought we would come to blows. No matter how many times I carried him back to bed, I would see him again on the screen working away at the door. The rest of his room was covered in more unsettling work. What had once been a field of white chalk stars now had faint lines connecting them. They came together to form vague outlines of the horrific creatures I always dreamt of. I never saw my father draw them, but they changed frequently. Occasionally I was tempted to wipe them from the wall while he was out of the room, but I remembered how angry he became the last time I removed his work. As much as I hated them, I left the half-formed beast to prowl among the chalk stars. That morning, when I entered my father's room, he was sitting in his armchair. His head was tipped back and his robe drooped open at his sides. When I first saw him, I thought he had passed away in the night. My heart ached for a moment until I saw him stir.
"She will come to me,"
he said groggily.
"Blanketed in the stars."
Good morning, Dad.
I said.
Breakfast is ready.
We ate together in the kitchen. Well, I ate. Dad picked at his breakfast and shoveled down a few mouthfuls of eggs. He hadn't been eating well for weeks and was beginning to look sickly thin. His doctor recommended IV nutrition if his eating didn't improve, and I was sure that would be the next step. Usually we would sit on the porch after breakfast, but he got up from the table and shambled on shaking legs back to his bedroom and crawled beneath the covers. The sound of snoring soon poured out of his bedroom. For a few moments I considered trying to stir him, to take him outside for some sunlight, but he seemed so frail, I decided to let him rest. Sometime in the afternoon, I must have drifted off. When I woke up, I could see the streetlights flowing in through the windows, pulling the cord on the lamp beside me. I wasn't surprised to find the bulb was burnt out. Walking groggily to the wall, I flipped the light switch to discover it was also burnt out. I was heading toward the cupboard in the kitchen for some fresh bulbs when I heard my father scream. Rushing to his bedroom, I twisted the knob to find it locked. I began to bang on the door, calling my father's name, but he didn't answer. My ears were filled with his panic screams and the sound of things falling to the floor.
Dad!
I shouted.
Dad, unlock the door. You've got to let me in.
More screaming and the sound of heavy footsteps. I threw my weight against the door, but the thick wood didn't budge. The hinges would rattle, but the door never gave way. The sounds of terror inside persisted. Sweat began to run down my neck from the effort. My phone was still beside the recliner in the living room, so I ran back in to grab it and call 911. As I reached to pick it up, I looked at the screen of the baby monitor and my heart nearly stopped. My father sat in his bed, blankets pulled up to his chin, shivering violently. His eyes darted side to side of the walls. Glowing orbs that had once been chalk stars danced along the walls as they bulged and rippled. Something behind the plaster and paint was pushing against them, trying to break through. Abandoning my phone, I ran to the garage and tumbled down the steps, landing hard on the concrete floor. My head was swimming, but I managed to pull myself back onto my feet. Darting toward the tool bench, I found my father's old hatchet and ran back to his bedroom door. Blow after blow with the hatchet rained down from above my head. Flecks of paint and chunks of wood peppered my face as I carved away at the door. Inside, I could still hear my father screaming, but now it was mingled with a guttural rumbling that filled my heart with dread. After a few moments, I made a hole large enough to put my hand through. Shoving my hand inside, I swatted blindly for the door latch. The rumbling had swollen into deafening roars, completely covering my father's screams of horror. My hand found the lock and twisted it, allowing the door to swing in. I could see my father reaching toward me, eyes filled with terror. He was screaming something, but I couldn't hear him against the crackling of plaster and splintering of wooden beams. I didn't need to hear him to know what he was saying. She will come to me, blanketed in the stars. Dozens of dull lights pulsed as they pushed themselves through the wall, tumbling to the floor. They rolled like bowling balls before coming to a stop. The strange sound from the walls fell silent as the orbs began to convulse. Slowly they began to move toward each other before melting into an enormous sphere. My father and I stared in awe for a moment at the ball of light. I was about to call for Dad to come with me when the ball cracked like an egg. Falling to pieces on the floor, standing in its place was something unlike anything I'd ever seen. A creature made of small stars stretched its back and shook its head from side to side. Delicate lines flowed between each of the illuminated dots, forming the nightmarish beast. Heavy claws sank into the floor as it craned its neck toward me. Two red orbs in the sea of white met my gaze before the thing erupted in another guttural roar. I raised my hatchet above my head, but the thing swung a passive foot toward me and connected with my head. The hatchet dropped from my hand as I sailed through the air, crashing against the wall by the ornate door my father had drawn. The air ejected from my lungs and I began desperately grasping for breath. The thing turned back toward my father and lowered its stance. As it began to move toward him, it screamed and thrashed in the bed as the celestial demon crept closer. It seemed to be preparing to lunge for him when suddenly, the room was filled with intense light. I looked to my side and saw brilliant beams pouring from the outline of the door. The light danced and erupted throughout the delicate latticework my father had drawn. All around us, the air was filled with a sensation of serenity. Even the beast turned to look. The ornate door pushed open, flooding the room with overwhelming warmth and light. I wanted to cover my eyes, but the sight was too beautiful and I couldn't turn away. On the floor at the foot of my father's bed, the celestial abomination began to roar and writhe in pain as the light from the door washed over it. I looked away from the opening to see the creature melting into a pool of illumination. The waves of warmth and light from the door had driven it back to wherever it had come from, leaving the room in silence. I turned back to the door. A woman walked out and into the bedroom. She was so tall, over 8 feet. Her body was slender and agile, her smile beautiful and serene. Draped over her shoulders and falling to the floor was a silver shawl. Lights danced and sparkled over every inch, shining like the stars in the night sky. Blanketed in the stars. Leaning down toward me, she placed her hand on my chest and my struggling lungs filled with air. Every ache and pain in my body faded. The sense of fear and dread washed away and I felt suddenly calm. She smiled at me, caressed my face, and walked toward my father's bed. I looked toward him. He had thrown the blanket to the side and was smiling at the beautiful woman. He lifted a shaking hand toward her and she lifted hers to meet it.
She has come for me,
he said. Tears were streaming down his face as he gazed at the beautiful woman.
She is blanketed in the stars.
The woman took my father's hand.
I've missed you, Raymond,
she said in an ethereally beautiful voice.
I do believe it is time to go.
Clara,
he cooed, voice steady and strong.
I knew you would come. You're as beautiful as you were in my dreams.
He stood from the bed with a certainty that had been missing for so many years. Light washed over him as he changed. The frail man my father became was no more. He looked youthful, strong. He was the man I remembered from my childhood. My mother and father walked hand in hand toward the door, stopping for only a moment before me. He smiled at me as a single tear, sparkling with starlight, rolled down his cheek. My mother bent over and caressed my face again. I put my hand over hers for just a moment as she kissed the top of my head.
I love you,
she whispered in my ear before standing back up. My lips moved, but the words wouldn't come out. I love you, I mouthed. She smiled and nodded. They passed through the door and it sealed shut behind them. I don't know where they went, but that's okay. Wherever they are together, blanketed in the stars. Item number SCP-3001. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Prevent further accidental entries into SCP-3001. All Foundation reality-bending technology will be upgraded/modified with multiple newly developed safeguards to prevent Class C broken entry wormhole creation. While knowledge of SCP-3001 is available to personnel of any level should they wish to learn about it, research and experimentation with SCP-3001 and its associated technology is strictly limited to personnel of Level 3 and above, with special clearance designation granted from Sites 120, 121, 124, and 133. Description: SCP-3001 is a hypothesized paradoxical parallel/pocket non-dimension accessible through the creation of a momentary Class C broken entry wormhole. While believed to be an infinitely extending parallel universe, SCP-3001 is almost completely devoid of any matter and has an extremely low Hume level of 0.032. Contradicting Kedgel's law of reality with the relation between Humes and space-time, this phenomenon causes matter inside it to decay at an extremely low rate, and damage that would otherwise prove fatal does not impede any biological or electronic function. Simulation suggests an organism can lose more than 70% of their body's tissue and still operate normally, as long as at least 40% of the brain remains. However, prolonged exposure will cause said matter to gradually approach SCP-3001's own Hume level, resulting in severe tissue or structural damage as the matter's own Hume field begins to disintegrate. SCP-3001 was initially discovered on January 2nd, 2000, at Site 120, a facility dedicated to testing and containing reality-bending technology. Dr. Robert Scranton and his wife, Dr. Anna Lang, were head researchers at Site 120, and were developing an experimental device called the Lang-Scranton Stabilizer, LSS. Dr. Scranton was transported to SCP-3001 after unexpected seismic activity damaged several active LSS in Site 120 Reality Lab A. Initially presumed dead, Dr. Scranton has survived in SCP-3001 for at least 5 years, 11 months, and 21 days. During this time, he was able to record his experiences and observations within SCP-3001 through a somehow still functioning LSS control panel, which was also brought into SCP-3001 with him through the Class C broken entry wormhole. These recordings were later recovered upon the panel's sudden return and unexpected side effects from testing improved reality-bending technology. These logs are the basis of SCP-3001's study. Despite new technologies being developed, retrieval and reintegration of Dr. Scranton has been successful. His current physical and mental states, if he is still alive, are unknown. Further information on Dr. Scranton's possible retrieval is under Ethics Committee review. Transcripts of Dr. Scranton's logs are below. Non-discernible/coherent dialogue can be heard from Dr. Scranton for the first 8 days. He cycles through periods of panic, confusion, and anger throughout, and it seems he was attempting to navigate SCP-3001 to find a way out. He finally moved close enough to the recording log on the 7th day, though did not notice it was operating for several more hours. Name: Robert Scranton. Age: 39. Birthday: September 19, 1961. Favorite color: blue. Favorite song: Living on a Prayer. Wife: Anna. Name: Robert Scranton. Age: 39. Birthday: September 19, 1961. Favorite color: blue. Favorite song: Living on a Prayer. Wife: Anna. She has green eyes. I love her very much. Name: Robert Scranton. Age: 39. Birthday: September 19, 1961. Favorite color: blue. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Wife: Anna. Anna, I'm sorry. Name: Robert Scranton. Age: 39. Birthday: September 19, 1961. Favorite color: blue. My wife's name is Anna. We got married August 12, 1991. I hope she got out okay. Please let her be alright. Please let her be alright. Robert Scranton, 39, Anna, blue, wife. Please, please, God, please. Anna, Babana. What the hell is that? It is assumed at this point Dr. Scranton noticed a flashing light of the recording module. What the fuck? This thing's actually recording? Metallic clang heard. Voices highly agitated and panicked. My name is Robert Scranton. Yeah, my name is Robert Scranton, former researcher at Foundation Site 120. It has been, I don't know, actually, I can't remember. I estimate it's been 10 days, but I can't. Oh God, can anyone hear me? I don't know what's happened. I don't know where I am, and please, is anyone there? Hello? Anyone? No one can hear me. Oh God. Fuck. Why the hell is this thing even working? It can't be working. It shouldn't be working. So what the hell? I need to know. God, I need to see how long can I talk here. I think there's a cap or something on the recording log, and I can't see anything. I can only see the red light blinking on and off. I can't see any of the switches next to it. I'm really hungry, thirsty too. I think I should be dead from dehydration by now, but I don't know. Hi, little red light. Can you talk to me? Can you talk to Anna for me? Hello? I found the controls.
2 weeks, 3 days, 47 hours, and 58 minutes. 2 weeks, 3 days, 47 hours, and 58 minutes.
2 weeks, 3 days, 7 hours, and 58 minutes.
2 weeks, 3 days, 7 hours, and 58 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
Air with playback, air with playback, air with playback.
Whatever the hell I am, I'm pretty sure now that I don't need to eat to stay alive. It hurts a lot, but at this point I don't think I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna take my time, I guess. Maybe some sort of miracle will happen and I'll get out. Keep dreaming, Robert. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep.
3 weeks, 4 days, 19 hours.
I have a picture of Anna in my pocket. I almost forgot. Little red light, let me see her face, please. Just a little bit. I just want to see her a bit. Hi, Anna. I'm still here. I'm coming back, okay?
2 months, 4 days, 3 hours.
Hi, Robert here. Yeah, I haven't really recorded much to hear in the past few weeks. Sorry. Gotta keep it together. Breathe. I've been busy trying to learn more about the place I'm in. My prison. My kingdom. All my own. King Robert. God. I stink. Is there even air in this goddamn place? Stinky King Robert? King of goddamn nothing. Fuck. Sorry. I gotta keep this professional. I'll come back when I'm feeling rested. Okay, here goes. My name is Robert Scranton. I am a former head of researcher of Site 120, a Foundation facility dedicated to studying various reality-bending SCPs, for the purpose of developing more advanced countermeasures towards such threats. The last red light, speak to me.
2 months, 8 days, 16 hours.
What red light said, I have been trapped in what I believe to be an empty pocket dimension alone. Yeah, alone. All alone. I'm calling this place SCP. I don't know. I can't remember where we are. Screw it. I don't know what's happened in the past. Red light, please, again.
2 months, 8 days, 16 hours.
But no one else is around to argue, and at this point, I'm just talking into this control panel to keep myself together. I need to keep a record. there might be some poor bastard in the future who ends up like me, and if this ever actually makes it out, maybe I can stop that from happening. That's all I have going for me right now, and I really need something to go for. So, yeah, Robert Scranton, documenting a new SCP for future research purposes. That'll have to do. Here we go.
2 months, 11 days, 10 hours.
Item number, SCP, I don't fucking care. Object class, Euclid, I guess. But I don't know. I might update this in time. I need to explore more. Special containment procedures. God, I sound so much like a shrink right now. I don't know if we could contain wherever I am. It's definitely not on Earth. To be honest, I don't know where it is. I think it has something to do with the stabilizer prototype. I'll explain that more later. Okay, yeah. Wherever I am, I don't think it can be contained much as created. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Entered, yeah. Entered is better. I came into this place because of some really bad reality-bending accident. No, Robert, don't be like that yet. You don't know if there's no exit yet. Oh, living on a prayer, halfway there. 2 months, 11 days, 18 hours. So, wait, no. The description, Robert, stick to the format. This place, it's some sort of reality gap, I think. It's dark, really dark. As in, this little red light that shows my words are actually being recorded is the only visible light in this entire place. I can't see my hands, and I can barely see the control panel here. I've had to basically use the light as a center, and remembering how many steps I take in which direction. I haven't gone past 100 yet. I'm too scared to. I wonder if my hair is turning white. Right now, I can't even see what color it is anymore. Speaking of which, my head has been itchy recently. If I don't concentrate on it, it's fine, but I feel this tingling all over my face. I'm not sure why. 2 months, 15 days, 4 hours. Okay. Ooh. I need to relax for a minute. Jesus, God, shit. Holy shit. I just discovered a new property of this place. All this time I've been thinking I might be walking on some sort of flat ground, if you will. I kept eye contact with Little Red as far as I could see, and it seems I could walk in a straight, flat path. Jesus, my head is buzzing right now. I think the adrenaline is still kicking, but if my hypothesis is correct and this really is some sort of reality void, then there shouldn't be anything to walk on. Now that I think about it, the whole time I've been in here, it's felt like I'm walking, but I'm also swimming through something, and this something is thick and form-fitting. It has this pressure, which I know isn't the correct term, but god damn it, this place makes no damn sense, and I'm doing my best to understand it, okay? God, sorry. The best analogy I can come up with is, it's like I'm walking through really thick black gel. There's enough tension to keep me on surface, but if I imagine myself pressing down hard enough, I can descend. Wait. I think I need to test this more. I'll be back.
2 months, 17 days, 2 hours.
Navigation is largely affected by conscious impulses to travel in a certain direction. So this definitely isn't a complete reality gap, at least according to mine and Anna's theories. If it were, I wouldn't have been able to move at all, since this place wouldn't have existed. Holy shit, okay. This makes a lot more sense than it did before. Great job, Robert. You're getting there. Come to think of it, I should have realized that sooner when I was able to move in a flat plane to and from Little Red. It also explains why I'm not dead from dehydration or hunger yet. Time barely passes in here. Okay, yeah, so I stood right next to Little Red and went straight down. Okay, from here on out, imagine Little Red as the origin of a 3D space. I went straight down, right? Yeah, and then I was able to come back up to Little Red again. I've also been able to fly above Red. Movement in here is slow, like I said. Gel analogy, best I can describe it by.
2 months, 22 days, 3 hours.
Reporting back for another update. Red. Sir. Come on, Red. Lighten up. Pun not intended. Come on, Red. Crack a little smile. It's funny. Fine. Whatever. This place still seems like it barely follows Kegel's law of reality parameters. And by barely, I mean really, just barely. I'm pretty sure my math is right, but hold on, I'm gonna check again. Jesus. Yeah, pretty sure it's good still. Okay, this place, if we're using the standard Hume scale, I'm pretty sure I'm in a reality where the Hume field is 0.04-ish. Yeah, really, really, really fucking low. So, like I said above, space-time exists on a very minuscule scale, so my biology is not getting shot to hell and back because of any malnutrition, but that also means I'm actually not sure what that also means. Adding on from the last entry, I'm not sure how my biology will react in such a low Hume concentration, actually. I mostly worked with higher than average Hume fields, and the reality benders we tested never had a field lower than 0.8. This is gonna be a first, an all-time first. I remember Site 133's Promal Killer. They called it that because it broke the previous theory about the lowest limit of Hume concentration. Really expensive, really weird machine that brought down a small area to 0.4. 0.05 is... yeah. I was lying. Last log. I'm lying to myself, my own body, and Little Red here too. But we're about the realest things in this place. And that means over time, the human field is going to want to equalize, and I'm gonna go for now. I have some calculations to do again. Red, Anna, take note I'm using Kegel's second, third, and fourth laws. Got it? Use 0.05 as the surrounding. My external field is somewhere in between 1 and 1.4. Use the second law as error estimation correction, and my internal as shit. Not done yet. I am real. I am super real. Super duper real. Ultra real. The realest guy in a world of no real. You have no sense of humor as usual, Red. I'm talking about the LSS, Red. When we got sent here, I think our reality got cranked up a notch. Red, didn't you pay attention in class? Hey, don't get fucking smart with me, Red, okay? The point is, the LSS surge got us up to
2 months, 18 days, 7 hours.
No, Red, not even fucking close. You must have converted Kegel's third law equation wrong because of the malfunctioning LSS we got blasted by. We're somewhere in between 2.2 and 3.6. Yes, that's good, Red. That's very good, because that means we have more time than we thought to... Yes, Red, before we fucking die, okay?
2 months, 24 days, 5 hours.
About 3 hours, 4, if I don't interact too much. If I had an LSS here, I could maybe stretch it out to 8, maybe. That's the best case scenario, but I know, but 3 years, and then it's past the point of no return. I, I should definitely figure something out by then. I think I still should be pretty good for a while, at least. No, I won't be in here that long. I'll definitely figure something out. Anna, what would we do with a case like this? I need your help, honey. That tingling I've been feeling, that's my hume field diffusing. My reality fading. 3 years. I need to stabilize myself within 3 years. I've been thinking. Anna and I, we had this theory. Even though the hume field is low, it's still a hume field. And precisely since it's so low, hume diffusion should take quite a while. And now, if I could contain, recycle in the fields, keep the diffusion from spreading too thin, I could. And I could also maybe. It's only a theory, but it's worth a shot. But that means, hey, Red, I'm gonna have to go for a bit. I want to test something and you can't come with me. Hey, I'm sorry. No, Red, I'm really, really sorry. I want you to come, I do, but if we're together, the diffusion will increase faster. We both need as much time as possible. I need to figure this place out more, and you need to make sure you keep all that info in your head. It's... Red, come on. You'll be fine, Red. I know you will. You're tough. A lot tougher than me. It'll only be for a bit, Red. But I need to see if I can find a way to keep us alive a bit longer. Maybe even get us out of here. If I can contain enough field, I can maybe even get us out. No, I'm not sure, but I need to find out. Red, we're talking about possibly escaping, okay? Yeah, it's a gap. A gap should have an end, like the walls of a canyon. Understand? I need to find a wall, and then I can... I'm sorry, Red. I hope we're still friends when I come back. I'm going now. I'll see you soon.
6 months, 10 days, 5 hours.
Hello again, Little Red. It's been a while. You know, thinking back, I don't know what the hell I was so excited about. This place is... God, this place is fucking hell. There's no end. It just goes on and on and on. I traveled in one goddamn direction for 2 damn months. God, I'm so fucking stupid. Why did I think I could get out? I'm thinking like those old European shits that thought that the end of the world was at the horizon. Fucking stupid, Robert. Stupid. Just... If I let myself fall down long enough, would I eventually hit a bottom?
10 months, 28 days, 15 hours.
There's no bottom. And fuck you, Red. I'm sorry, Red. Don't go out. I'm sorry. I turned you off. Come back, please. I turned 40 today. Happy birthday, Robert. I was adopted. Did you know that? Yeah. My parents left me in a box on the side of a street. I got picked up by some American couple, which explains my not-so-Chinese names. I don't even know my original last name. Just thought I'd share. How about you, Red? Anna and I met on site in 1988. God, she was beautiful. She still is. It was her eyes. She has beautiful eyes. My eyes are gray. They're boring, but hers, God, they're beautiful. Do you think she's worried about me still, Little Red? Is she looking for me? You know, Red, you're a great listener, but I never hear you talk about yourself. Come on, don't be shy. There's no one else around, right? Right. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm afraid I can't do that. Haha, Red, you're hilarious. Were you married? Kids? Any family at all? Girlfriend? Boyfriend? Come on, Red. I won't judge. Just talk to me. Please? God, my head hurts. And my feet feel like they've been asleep forever. I worked at a comic store as a kid. It was so much cheaper back then, and I got free stuff at the end of each week. I like Spider-Man the best. I was in a box. Side of the street. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, no. Red, have you seen my picture? The picture, Red. Anna's picture. Where's... Come on. Where? Anna. Where did... No, please, no. Anything but... Please. It's fading. She's fading. Please, Anna, no, please. Come on, sweetie, stay here. It's too soon. My math isn't wrong. It's not wrong. You should be fine. Anna, I can't hold you. Come back. Anna, sweetie, honey, Anna, please, I need you. Please, don't go. I'm here. I'm still here. Red, get help. Anna, please, don't go. Don't. Black hair, green eyes, 160. 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 Dr. Scranton repeats this for 3 hours. Anna and I got married in 91. We couldn't really have the nicest suit and dress we wanted because of work, but damn, we both looked great. Anna looked better, of course. We just danced the whole night. Got the whole week off. Even a job like mine lets you enjoy your honeymoon. So, come on, Red. Open up. Put her there. High five. Come on, Red.
1 year, 2 months, 27 days.
The next recordings only play the control panel's automated voice giving times, with intervals of 1 to 3 days, with several month-long gaps in between as well. Also intermixed are Dr. Scranton's sobbing, screaming, and mumbling. These recordings continue until the time reading reaches 2 years, 7 months, and 28 days, after which they cease to pick up any sound until 2 months later. Dr. Scranton's voice is notably distorted now, hypothesized to a combination of both him and the control panel finally showing signs of reality breakdown.
Robert, cold. I can't feel my legs anymore. I think I'm beginning to hitting that point I talked about.
Low Hume field diffusion. Equilibrium, bunch of stupid garbage. I don't know what's real in here anymore. Hell, I'm not sure I'm real. Or something close to it. If I really am going out like this, I don't want to die yet. Oh, God, I don't want to die yet. I ran up in one straight diagonal line for 6 months. I went down in one. No, I just went down again. Raid. There's still no bottom, Red. There's still no bottom. What have you been up to, Red? Have you been listening for me all this time? You're a stubborn little guy, Red. Lucy. Huh? Red. Sorry, I must have fell asleep. What did you want? Oh, sorry, I'll try to remember. Lucy. That's what we wanted to call our kid if we had one. Lucy Scranton, Lucy Lang. Anna and I both thought it would have a nice ring. No, Red, I don't remember picking out a boy's name. Good morning, morning. We've talked the whole through. Man, I really suck at tap dancing. Can't feel my feet at all. Okay, you try then, Red. Kegel's law states that Hume fields diffuse. Kegel's law states that my balls will eventually fall off if this keeps up. Anna Bobana. She hated that song, and I love to tease her with it. Anna Bobana, banana, canna. It actually became a joke between us, did you know? We made it the words that turn you on. Pause. Come on, Red. Act your age. Don't be immature. Fine. Guess you have a sense of humor after all, maybe. We're gonna have to fuck with so much science when we get out. This place breaks apart rules like my hand is breaking right now. Spider webs. My left hand's spider webs. There was a reality-bending spider at Site 120 once. I should crush it. Red, would you crush it for me when we get out? Average 10-15 kilometers a day, plus a few breaks. 30, 10. no, 11, no, 10. I think at least 300 left and shit, no. It was faster going down. Fuck it. I'm saying about 600 kilometers down. Took a hell of a lot longer coming up. Far down, bottomless, infinite, and beyond. Shut up, Robert. You're not funny. Fume field, boom field, breaking down at a rate of... Shit. What's the constant of modified Rommel relations? 10 to the 4th? No, 5th, I think. 1 year, maybe add a few more months. Red, how does David sound? David? You know, you asked about... Yeah, that. Sorry, I woke you. My hands... My hands are going through each other. Red, help, please, my hands. I can't feel my hands. They're going through each other like they're like ice water. Red, I can't. Oh God. Red, you know that stupid magic trick your uncle would show you where he'd pull his thumb off, but it was really just his other one tucked under? I just did that with my real thumb. It didn't even hurt. It just came off. I think, oh God, I'm gonna be sick. I sounds of retching. I think it's just floating right now, and I can't even pick it up. My hand just passes through it. Oh God, my left pinky feels like an onion. Yeah, it's separated. Nice try, hell. Rings on the right hand. Nice try, left. I can go right through myself. I can feel inside me. It feels warm, but also cold. When I sleep, my hands go in my head. I'm sleeping on my back now. It's static. I'm like static on a TV. Shh. well, I only needed one kidney, right? Right, Red? Red, look at this. let me keep my heart. Just my heart. That's all I want. Lucy, David, are you there? I want to see you. Lucy, David, that's not fair. Come on. Hey, quit messing around. I was joking when I said that. I was joking. Come on. That's fucked up. I was joking. I'm a man. Be a man, Robert. You're a man. What the fuck? Anna.
4 years, 6 months, 18 days.
I'm not even doing it myself anymore. I can feel it happening on its own. Finally, I still can't say it. I'm still scared. I definitely won't eat anymore now. Still really hungry. That's fucking disgusting, Robert, and you know it. No. See, Red thinks so too. No. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy went somewhere. This little foot? Red?
5 years, 13 days. 5 years, 14 days. 5 years, 15 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 days.
Stop it. You're hurting me.
5 years, 19 days.
I'm feeling better now, Red. Sorry. How do you do it, Red? Keep it together? Spill it out. I need some help here. I need some help. Red, come on. Don't do that. Don't go. I know it's hard. I know it's dark, but it's dark and we're together still. Come on, Red. No, you can't. Red, come on. Buddy, stay with me, Red. Come on. I can still touch you. I can still touch you. Look at me, Red. You are not dying yet. No, Red, no. No audio is recorded for the next 9 months.
5 years, 9 months, 2 days.
Red?
5 years, 9 months, 3 days. 5 years, 9 months, 3 days. 5 years, 9 months, 3 days. 5 years, 9 months, 3 days.
Automated message repeats 97 more times.
You little shit. I thought you left me.
Dr. Scranton's voice is barely audible / coherent, as if through a heavily distorted muted radio. Sorry to say, Red, but there's not much left here. It's been hard. I've 184. I've tried to kill myself 184 times. It didn't work. None of them worked. I don't even know how much there is of me anymore. At least 1 foot, because I can move, but probably a few leg muscles too. But I'm wobbly. Insides are shit. Still a heart, maybe a lung. This place really won't let me stop. Tired. I did die, Red. Come on, Red. Don't look at me like that. I don't want your pity, and I don't want shock or anger or fear or I can't when 224. I miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dr. Scranton counts from 1 to 220 to 245 several times over the next 13 hours. I died. A lot. I tried to suffocate. I tried to snap my neck. I tried to bite myself apart, and this place, it's not real. I left. I saw myself on the ground, and I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't leave. There's no way to leave. I just floated back down, and each damn time there was less and less of me. Oh, God, how much more can I take away and still live? So why are you back now? What do you want to tell me?
5 years, 9 months, 12 days.
This place is getting smaller, Red. Did you somehow do this? There's an end here for sure now. It's gone from God knows how long to there's like a veil further out. And when I touched it, it hurt like hell. Red, what's going on? It's not dark. That border or whatever, it's getting brighter, and I mean, it's still fucking dark, but oh God, I can actually see something now. Oh God, what the fuck is this? Oh God, I didn't know that was this bad. Oh God, there's so much gone.
5 years, 10 months, 10 days.
Red, you're solid. Like, no, you're really fucking solid. You're real. And I'm real too. Only when I touch you, but Red, it really hurts when I do. I think that if I touch you, I might fall apart. You really fucking hurt, Red. Jesus Christ, you hurt. What the fuck is going on? About 3 kilometer in radius and closing. Is this something like Kegel's 4th law? But what the hell is it taking it? Hey, I'm in here still. Stop. You're causing it to collapse. Hey. 2 kilometers. Oh God, what's gonna happen when it closes? Damn it, Red, you hurt. Not collapsing. Waves. They're waves. What? Robert, you're a goddamn genius. Not walls, windows, open windows.
5 years, 10 months, 28 days.
Anna, can you hear me? These waves, this place. Okay, imagine 2 realities as 2 pieces of paper stuck together. This place is the space squished between. There should be only 2 realities parallel, but this place is a tiny but infinite third in between. Like what would happen if you fell into a hole crossing a bridge from point A to point B? Remember Class C wormholes? Those theories about a wormhole that was full of goddamn holes? I think this is where one of those holes leads. It doesn't lead to a different universe. It leads to nothing. A dead end. This place is a dead end. Class C. Broken entry. These waves, wherever they're coming from, they're from some parallel reality interacting with this place, displacing this in-between place ever so slightly, and they're all pushing on me and Red, because since we still have some level of reality, they're pushing or sucking us towards them, gradually creating a new wormhole towards home. What's going to happen to me when I go back? When the window closes? Think, damn it, Robert, think. You've got to think. Think harder. Red, I'm gonna have to Jesus, I'm gonna have to move away from you. I don't know, you're sick or something. You really messed up right now. Call me when you're feeling better. I can't think right. Blood. There's way too much. Drip, drip. Where does it all go? Retching noises. I haven't retching noises. Tasted barfin forever. Not even when I threw up after your man, Robert. Oh God, not again. Retching. Voice breaks. How can I be throwing up this much? Red, tell me. Retching. I don't even have a stomach to hold it in anymore, and the bleeding never stops. Dr. Scranton breaks down into crying for the next 2 hours. Retching. Better. Now. Thinking straight. Red. I don't know if I'm ready to go back anywhere yet.
5 years, 11 months, 3 days.
No, Red. I'm not being selfish. It wasn't you. It was these goddamn waves coming in. I can't be near them. Red, look at me. See this? Red, look at me. Look, I can't be near them. They'll kill me. I passed the 3 years quite a while back, remember? Because even after all this time, I don't want to die, Red. I'm still scared. Voice breaks. Red, I'm scared, okay? You wouldn't understand. You're not human, Red. Oh, I'm sorry for offending you, Red. No, Red, come on. I didn't mean it like that. Red, look at me. You're my friend. Do you get that? You are my best friend. But let's face it, you've got a much better chance of getting out of here. Just leave me alone, please, Red. Just for a bit. I'm sorry, okay? I really am. Can you hear the waves coming in, Red? It'll hum and shake as it hits your ears. I can. And it's getting louder every time, and it hurts so bad. Begins to sob quietly. It hurts so bad. No. Why? Just let me go. Let me go. God damn it. No, God. Sobbing. Another 5 years. 5 more years. If this keeps up, I'm getting restabilized for another 5 fucking goddamn years, Red. What do I do? Over the next 5 days, the control panel does begin to pick up a low-frequency hum that comes in pulses. The volume increases steadily, and as it does, Dr. Scranton can be heard screaming, crying, and speaking incoherently in the background. Voice is noticeably shaky. Red? At this point, the background humming noise is picked up at a rate of 20 pulses per minute.
5 years, 11 months, 9 days.
Help! Loud splattering noise is heard as something strikes what is assumed to be the control panel. Complete silence for 5 days. Pulses increase in volume as well as frequency to 30 per minute. Loud splattering noise. Red. Dr. Scranton's voice is extremely slurred, almost incomprehensible. Red, give me your leg. Are you sure? Red, give me your leg. Hey. Red, I need to see better. Give me your light. No, sorry, no light needed. God, sorry, something else. And I want pretty eyes. And give me your eye. I only have one. And give me your lips. I want to kiss you again. Anna, give me your tongue. I'm hungry. Licks tongue multiple times, breaks down into a mix of quiet laughter and sobbing. Anna, spare a toe. Wobbly. Anna, give me your brain. I only have half. Humming measured at 46 pulses a minute. Sobbing, whispering, I'm sorry, Anna. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so scared. I'm so sorry. sobbing. Anna, Anna, can I hold your hand? I lost my ring. Sobbing, whispering. It's okay, baby, it's okay. I'll find another way out. There's still enough of me left to. Shaky laughter as his voice breaks. Another 5 years. 5 more years to figure something out. Laughter breaks down into crying that gradually goes silent over the next hour. Quiet sobbing. Not yet, Red. Please, I know you want to go. I'm not ready yet. I'm not. Splattering noise heard. I love you, Red. I love you. And
5 years, 11 months, 20 days.
Is now up to 60 pulses per minute. Quiet sob. No. Dr. Scranton's speech pattern is almost regular. Loud metallic bang heard, followed by splattering noise as something strikes the control panel once again.
5 years, 11 months, 21 days.
On December 23, 2005, the LSS control panel spontaneously appeared back within the Site 120 testing facility, Reality Lab A. Doctor, initial heme field readings of the anchor are stable. Output readings are 2.3 with a 0.001% fluctuation. Good, Skinner. Let's hope that holds. Hold on. What the hell? What's wrong? Something has appeared inside the testing zone. What? Ma'am, a large object has materialized within the anchor field. What's the call? Kill the power? Call in the team? Skinner, what the hell are you? Oh my god. What the? Where the hell did that thing come from? I don't know, ma'am. It just appeared out of nowhere. It looks like it's covered in... What the hell is that? Ugh! Oh god. It smells awful. I can smell it from here. Jesus Christ. Ugh! It smells like death. It's like vomit and blood and... Ma'am? Oh my god. Ma'am. Do not abort, Skinner. I repeat, do not abort. Keep that field up and do not abort. Ma'am, what's going on? Ma'am. Reduce heme field to 1.7. I'm entering the containment zone. Do not disengage the field or we risk destabilizing the object. Yes, ma'am. Reporting. Yes, this is Dr. Matthew Skinner requesting. Oh god, what the hell? What is all this? This is the... Oh god. Robert, is that you? Oh god, please, no. Don't let it be you. Robert, I thought, how can this be? Ma'am, what are you doing? You shouldn't touch...
This is the Lang-Scranton stabilizer interface. Welcome back, Dr. Lang. What would you like to...
Access audio log. Playback starting from January 2nd, 2000. Oh god. What the hell happened to this thing? It's like someone exploded on it. It's like... That's... Oh god. Is that... Oh god. Please, no, please don't be... It's gray. Is gray. Oh god. Where's the other?
Accessing audio files. Please verbally state your password to continue, Dr. Lang.
Password is Anna Bobana. Oh my god, it's everywhere. What the hell?
Request acknowledged. Processing. I'm sorry, there are no audio logs for January 2nd, 2000. Dr. Scranton access log on January 13, 2000 via voice recognition at time.
Play back now, damn it. Play it back. Oh god, Robert, sweetie, what happened to...
Confirmed, Dr. Lang. Retrieving audio files.
Ma'am, you really shouldn't be touching that barehanded. It could be hazardous. You should wait for the cleaning team to... There's so much blood here. There's so much. Honey, are you okay? Where did you go? Oh god. Oh god. There's so much blood. What?
Oh my.
Ma'am, ma'am, Dr. Lang, please step away from the...
His hand. His ring. It just fell to the...
Ma'am, what? Oh shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dr. Lang, step away. Please come back. We'll get you out here for now. Everything will be all right.
Files retrieved, Dr. Lang. Playing now.
Dr. Lang, please come with me. We'll get help. You hear me? Dr. Lang, can you hear me? Dr. Lang.
Name, Robert Scranton. Age, 39. Birthday, September 19, 1961. Favorite color, blue. Favorite song, Living on a Prayer. Wife, Anna.
Dr. Lang. Report. This is Dr. Matthew Skinner reporting from Site 120 Reality Lab A. I need medical attention here immediately. Footnotes. 1. Class C broken entry wormhole. A previously hypothetical type of wormhole that does not transport matter to the expected location or has a space-time flaw that may randomly and dangerously eject matter mid-travel. 2. Low Hume level 0.032. For more information on Hume levels and reality physics, refer to documents JEK WT01 and JEK EB02. 3. LSS. The LSS was a prototype whose design would go on to become the basis for the current Reality Anchor project. Initial frequency of waves. No audible hum was picked up by the control panel at that time. It is believed that the frequency was too low to be detected. Lost in the woods was a phrase my father used a lot. When I was young, should we be out in the world and witness someone acting out in any way, "That boy's lost in the woods," he'd say, shaking his head in that parental disappointment sort of way, even if they weren't his child. When I reached my early teens, struggling to find my place amongst my peers, "You're lost in the woods, kid," he'd say in a far more sympathetic and compassionate manner. I endured some hard times over the years, while I tried to find where I belonged in the world, but my dad was always there for me. Though I wasn't exactly an outdoorsy type, his words were always reassuring, even if I hoped to never be caught dead in a forest, let alone lost in one. We would inevitably talk about my problems after he would diagnose my symptoms in his own special way, but I learned to understand how the same saying would read differently depending on the situation. Even during those last few weeks, he battled against the cancer devouring him from the inside out. He too was lost in the woods. I like to think that when he passed. When his suffering reached its end, he finally saw what lay beyond the trees. I suppose it was only fitting that it was as I drove home from his funeral that I found myself in a far more literal version of his all-purpose metaphor. Over that time, I became certain I would be joining my old man outside the borders of the forest, so soon after he made the trip himself. I had chosen not to ride with my mom and stepfather Dale, as I wanted to be alone with my thoughts. I didn't have a problem with my mother's husband. He'd always treated me well enough. My parents had remained close after the divorce, as they both agreed they were always better friends than lovers. Dad got along with his replacement better than most under such circumstances, but it always felt like Dale tried a little too hard when my old man was around. It may have been nothing more than the inherent jealousy a man feels toward his significant other's ex. Maybe he had some insecurities about the situation, but Pop and I would laugh about it when we were alone. I was always tight with my dad, far more so than anyone else in my life, with him being the one I would turn to when I needed to talk. I wanted to be alone on this one. I think I needed to. Had I ridden with my mom, Dale would have likely tried his damnedest to get me to talk about how I was feeling, which I was not remotely ready to do. Even when the rain began to pour down from above, I was mostly checked out as I guided my car from one road to the next. The spot in which my dad wanted to be buried was some miles into the next state over, the one he grew up in before relocating back in the day. While the path I traversed that day was somewhat unfamiliar, my subconscious was able to focus on the road while my mind drifted beyond the confines of my old Chevy. I suppose that's why it took me a moment to register the truck ahead of me, sharply veering into the other lane. By the time I noticed where the road had split, opening a wide fissure in the tarmac, I didn't have a chance to miss it. The collision, for lack of a better term, for skidding into a large gap into the pavement, happened so quickly that I was only vaguely aware of what was happening before everything went black. The heavy rainfall we had been experiencing off and on for weeks had led to a few of these fissures forming across the state. Be it from poorly maintained roads or simply years of water seeping between the cracks, I couldn't say. It wasn't exactly my area of expertise or anything. I remember my dad saying sometime over that previous month or so that the cities would be buried beside him by the time the dust settled. Maybe it was the medication talking, but he feared that hell itself may be reaching through the cracks, stretching its tendrils through the very foundation of reality to claim this world for its own, one stretch of road at a time. When my eyes blinked back to awareness, my dramatic shift in surroundings caught me off guard at first. While I had been at the helm of my old Chevy when I blacked out, the fact that I found myself laying splayed out on the floor of an unfamiliar forest took me a moment to fully grasp. The rain had stopped, leading me to believe I must have been out of it for a while. But when I pressed my palms to the ground to find it wasn't even damp, I began to question my sanity.
You're lost in the woods, Ken.
I heard echoing from the back of my mind as I hesitantly raced from the dirt to trembling and weakened legs. Attempting to rationalize my relocation while I slept, I assumed that someone must have pulled me from my likely crumpled car before dragging me into the middle of the woods that stood beside the road I was traversing. Why anyone would do this, I couldn't quite fathom. Maybe, I thought, more cracks opened up, so someone carried me in here. Perhaps they thought the road wasn't safe, so they dropped me off before going for help. Not the most likely rationalization, but it was something. While I gazed around my newfound surroundings, seeking out any indication of which direction would lead me back to the road, I became more aware of the unsettling silence. Being the middle of winter, the bare, skeletal trees and dead leaves lining the forest floor didn't feel out of place. But I could find no evidence of anything else alive out there. Glancing upward, the blank and gray sky appeared as lifeless as the world around me. I couldn't even feel a breeze. While I still wore the suit I donned for my father's funeral, one that wasn't exactly made for winter weather, it wasn't as chilly as I would have expected. It wasn't warm either, mind you, but everything felt wrong somehow. The colors looked muted, in a way. The bark of the trees was an almost sickly grayish brown. The discarded leaves scattered across the ground were more yellowed and deceased looking than what I would have expected. Even the drab sky felt more like a ceiling over the woods than a vast emptiness, adding a strange sense of claustrophobia to my already scattered senses. While all I could hear was my heartbeat against the inner walls of my ears, the crunching beneath my feet when I finally took a step almost caused me to recoil. Being out in the wilderness, surrounded by such emptiness and quiet, was far more unsettling to me than how I ended up here in the first place. I was in a daze while I trudged onward in no particular direction, with only more stripped-down trees being all I could make out in any direction. I had no way of knowing which potential path would be the right one. Regardless of my uncertainty, I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had the strangest sense of urgency, assuring me that I must reach the border of this forest as quickly as possible. The scenery remained unchanging, even after walking for what felt like a few hours. At the beginning of my stroll, I'd fished my phone out of my pocket, only to see the broken screen and the absence of any backlight or light behind the shattered glass. Given that the last thing I remembered before waking in this place was crashing into a damn hole in the world, it wasn't hard to accept that my device had not survived, even if my body was somehow unscathed. I have no idea how much time had passed when the humming sound began. That's about the best way I can describe it. A hum that started soft, growing steadily louder, as if something was approaching. Had it not been for the most suffocating quiet of my surroundings, I likely wouldn't have even noticed it until it engulfed me, if that was indeed its intent. For all I knew, the unsettling vibration that accompanied it was something good, something I should approach rather than run from. Ultimately, I wasted no time deliberating the options, opting to transform my stroll into an outright sprint for my life. With the noise originating from behind me, I could only hope that speeding away from it was the right call. To fully illustrate where my head was at the time, I think I assumed that I had landed in some sort of purgatory, somewhere between life and death after the accident. Being that I saw no sign of the road I had quite literally crashed into, it seemed a reasonable assumption. With that working theory, that I must escape these woods to reclaim my mortal shell, my immediate fear was that the sound belonged to that which would send me to whatever afterlife awaited me. That, or it was something far more sinister, perhaps intent on leading me to the gates of hell itself. When a subtle mist joined the ambient and elevating hum, gently caressing the forest floor beneath my quickly tiring legs, I grew far more certain I had to escape whatever was happening. While I ached from head to toe, something that somewhat contradicted my theory of being absent of living flesh at the time, my frenzied thoughts were interrupted by the ground shifting to a steep, downward slant. For the briefest moment, I felt weightless as my feet found nothing to land on, slipping on the dried leaves when they finally did make contact. I was so caught off guard, having been otherwise occupied by both my surroundings and the oncoming storm. For lack of a better term, my mind fought as much as my flailing limbs while I tumbled towards more uncertainty. If nothing else, when my fall came to an end with my body splayed out, face down on another unfamiliar bed of dried leaves, the humming vibrations felt further off again. My mind fought to remain conscious as the dizziness of my quickly paced descent caused the world to spin around me. But I could not allow myself to pass out here, not with whatever was pursuing me. As I pushed my palms against the ground, struggling to get somewhat upright before the darkness could swallow me whole, something happened that most certainly brought my wavering consciousness back to my dire circumstances. "Stay down, friend," the stranger, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, said, pushing me back down by the shoulder. Regardless of his encouragement, I landed hard, having completely lost my footing, being surprised by the unexpected touch. "What? Who the fuck?" he said, crouching down beside where I now sat. "Just let it drift on by." I followed his gaze back up the steep hill I had tumbled down, to see that dense, white fog lining the woods above like a cloud. While I had assumed the unusual mist to be something chasing after me, the full weight of that irrational thought didn't sink in until I watched it shift directions, some 30 feet above. While it was so thick, it almost resembled an enormous, sentient cotton ball. It had ripples throughout, like waves running against the direction of a stream, spiraling endlessly as it hovered in place. It was somewhat confusing to look upon, the way it jerked one way with the bizarre rapids flowing backwards, but it was clear that some sort of consciousness guided it. After it pulled to the right and left, swaying this way and that, it finally came to a halt, spinning around and around, as though waiting for something, or someone, in this case. While I didn't know whether or not I should trust my new companion, his reassuring grip on my shoulder helped more than I could understand at the time. Though I hadn't looked at him yet, just having someone by my side after hours of solitude, trudging through this seemingly never-ending forest, encouraged me to remain as still as possible. We both continued to glare upward, even after the fog began to dissipate, before drifting back the way it came. For some minutes after its retreat, I was scared to move a muscle, even after the stranger let his grip on my shoulder slip free. "Should be okay, for now, anyway," he said, lifting himself back from the ground. "What was that?" I asked, getting to my feet. Finally, having the opportunity to take in the appearance of this man, I felt a little more at ease, noticing the uniform he was wearing. It was similar to a police outfit, but one I recognized as more of a park ranger's garb. I hadn't spent a lot of time in such places over the years, but I was certain that's what it was. Plus, it fit, considering our location. He looked a little older than me, thin but in decent shape. He pulled his wide-brimmed hat from his short brown hair, wiping his sweating brow with the back of his forearm. He had a neatly trimmed beard, a few shades darker than his hair, and stood a couple of inches taller than me. "Nothing you want to get caught up in," he said, placing the hat back in place. "That's a damn fact." He looked back at me, giving me a small smile. It was then that I noticed that his eyes were an almost translucent sky blue. Though I assumed he was likely wearing some sort of novelty contacts or something, they were still almost mesmerizing. Of course, given the fact that everything around us was so lifeless, drowned in muted, depressing colors, it may have been nothing more than stark contrast of something so lively amid everything else appearing so lifeless and cold. "Tucker," he said, holding a hand out. "Maxwell Tucker, Ranger Tuck, round these parts." "Nathan Solomon, Nate," I replied, shaking his hand. "Nice to meet you, Nate. Let's get moving, yeah?" "Yeah." The more we talked as we walked onward, continuing in the direction I was going, something I wasn't entirely sure of, considering that my tumble had potentially altered my trajectory, the more I felt comfortable with the guy. His voice had a friendly tone. There was something warm and inviting about it, like I was chatting with an old friend rather than someone I had only just met. He spoke of strange occurrences in these woods I had apparently been alongside when the road swallowed up my car. While I didn't want to get into said strange occurrences, being that I was already freaked out by everything, I still couldn't figure out how I ended up here, so far from my likely totaled Chevy. "Likely," Ranger Tuck said. "It dragged you in here, deep into the heart of it. Wouldn't be the first time." "It? I mean, it? Who?" "Folks around here just call it the Gray. It seems to enjoy messing with folks. The ones that don't finish off right away, anyway." "Wait," I said, stopping in place. "So some guy screws with people, leaves them for dead, and just straight out kills them?" He just tilted his head with a shrug. "And that's okay, like, the police won't do anything about it. You Rangers just let it continue? Some sick bastard is loose out there and you guys..." "Never said it was a man. It ain't exactly something that fits into normal conversation, you know? Nah, friend. This ain't nothing natural, sneaking through the cracks. Can't say what it is, but it ain't bound by our laws." "Okay," I said, attempting to push aside my disbelief for the time. "Why all this then? Why drag me, God knows how far, into this damn place, only to leave me to wander around?" "It likes games, for whatever reason. It enjoys the hunt, the chase. We've been able to save some, but most end up the same way. Whether it does it right off the bat, or after making them think they got a chance, suppose it depends on what kind of mood it's in at the time. Could be you just got lucky." "Lucky? Are you serious? I crashed my car, ended up in the middle of this dismal freaking forest, and damn near broke my legs running from a cloud, which I can't even believe I'm saying with a straight face. What the hell should I feel lucky about?" "You found me," he said, with a smirk and a wink. "So, you ready to get out of here, or what?" While I can't say this especially put me at ease, his carefree expression did make me feel better about things. Yes, it would seem I was only one of many to fall victim to the Gray, whatever the hell that was, but Ranger Tuck had seemingly witnessed what this thing was capable of, and lived to tell the tale. I had to believe I was in good hands. I still didn't speak much as we plundered onward, but I did feel hopeful that I would see the other side of this, given that neither the accident nor the tumble down the hill left me as beaten and bruised as they could have. Maybe my wandering companion was right. Perhaps I was lucky. That's what I began to believe, anyway, right before the fear took hold of me once more. "Run!" Tuck said, having noticed the approaching fog before I did. When I grew aware of that humming sound once more, my heartbeat quickened faster than my feet at first. Though we did as he demanded, both of us sprinting as hard as our legs were capable of, those smoky tendrils began to wrap around our surroundings, weaving between and around the trees on both sides. It almost felt as though it was attempting to flank us, to force us forward rather than allowing us to veer or separate. "Don't slow down," the ranger called out, noticing the power behind my strides dwindling. I was doing everything I could to force one leg in front of the other, but when the sound of the thick bark cracking and splitting reached my ears, it took everything I had to remain upright, let alone continue charging onward. I felt the fingers of my companion wrapping around my waist as he pulled me alongside him. How he still had so much strength in his extremities, I had no clue, but his encouragement and support succeeded in filling me with more purpose and drive to keep charging toward the hope of freedom. "Don't let up," he said, not so much as glancing from the path ahead. "We can make it, just keep pushing. You can rest when we get out of here." Regardless of his determination, the sight of those wispy tentacles now weaving themselves around the trees ahead assured me that our options were running out. As the misty fingers entwined before us, sealing the path ahead shut, we both practically skidded to a halt, falling back to the forest floor. A white smog formed a dense, misty wall in a circle around where we lay, leaving only the ground and sky free of its grasp. It was over. Whatever game it had been playing had reached its conclusion. The time had come for it to claim its prize. There was nowhere to go, not unless the ranger who already saved me once had a set of wings or a fast-acting shovel he hadn't informed me about. "I'm sorry, friend," he said, glancing back at me as we lifted ourselves from the ground, preparing to meet our shared fate. As the flowing rapids within that ivory smoke continued to spiral around us, I felt my heart racing so quickly, I feared I may pass out any second. While the idea of not being conscious to experience whatever was to happen next did seem an almost welcome sensation, my mind and body were scathed to the four winds at some point. "It's not your fault, Tucker," I said, attempting to fend off the trembling in my voice. "If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead already." The cylinder of dense fog began to shrink, closing in on us from every angle, stopping its approach only feet from where we stood. "You're not following me," Tuck said, slowly drifting his head all around. It looked as though wispy feet were stepping from the fog, as though a ghostly army was hidden away within. More mist flooded upwards, forming some sort of spiderweb dome above us. As legs began to trail out, followed by almost translucent bodies, the smoke peeled away between each one, like cotton candy being separated. "That ain't what I'm sorry about." As the arms reached from each misty torso, every one of them with elongated fingers ready to snatch us up from where we stood, my companion moved so quickly my mind hadn't had a chance of understanding what was happening. "I'm sorry I can't go no further with you," he said, gripping my shoulders in his hands. "Just keep running, and don't look back." Before I had a chance to protest or otherwise argue against it, I felt my feet lifting from the dried leaves, as my body was launched through the gap ahead, tearing through the already torn up strips of dense, stringy fog. "Go!" I heard screaming out from the strange ball of wispy energy, as a light began to illuminate from within. While I wanted to fight back, to free the one who had thrown me to freedom as effortlessly as if he were tossing a towel into the laundry hamper, I wouldn't even know where to start. While the ripples of smoke encased him, the high-pitched shrill squeak that accompanied the vibrant glow damn near turned my hair white. "Go!" His now almost tortured voice shrieked once more, sounding as though he was experiencing a pain I could barely fathom. Whether it was simply my desire to escape that inspired me to do as he commanded, to get off my ass and run even harder than I had before, or just that I knew that there was nothing I could do to help him, I can't say. But I was ashamed of my actions nonetheless. Not only had he saved my life twice by this point, but I had to believe he was sacrificing himself to save me. Given the tortured howl that wailed from behind me as I sped onward in search of safety, I was certain this was the fate met by those poor souls who encountered the Grey. When the agonized scream bled into an explosion, sounding as though it fragmented those trees surrounding where the ranger made his final stand, the shockwave tossed me back to the forest floor like a rag doll. As I lay there, feeling my consciousness slipping back into the black, I couldn't tell what sort of condition I was in. My mind slipping, I tried to push up from the dirt and dead leaves, but that concussion had drained every ounce of strength I had left. Before my eyes closed, dropping me back into an almost blissful darkness, I heard a familiar voice, one that was almost surprising enough to keep me from drifting away. "You're gonna be all right now. See you around, friend." The hospital bed I awoke in felt heavenly after passing out in the woods, or so I thought anyway. When my mom came running up to my bedside with Dale smiling down at me by her side, I was still out of it. Be it from whatever they fed into my veins to take the edge off the pounding in my head, or simply whatever damage lay beneath the gauze around my scalp and forehead, I had no clue. We talked a little while we awaited the doctor, my mother trying to fight back the tears that streamed down her face, with my stepfather's arm wrapped around her midsection, though what she told me didn't quite match up with my recollection of things. That it took the firefighters and paramedics some time to pull me free from the wrecked car, halfway swallowed up by the fissure in the road. I didn't fully register the implications at the time. When my doctor arrived, stating that he was confident the surgery performed on my cracked skull had been a success, I still assumed the injury to have been caused by the shockwave, throwing me to the forest floor. The casts around my left leg, as well as the bandages around my left wrist and both hands, would take less time to heal than my fractured dome, but he felt certain I would make a full recovery in due time. Over the months that followed my short stay in the hospital, I went through a good deal of work to retrain my broken body and mind. Once I had healed enough to do so, before long, I was cleared to return to work, having made a full recovery from my injuries as the doctor had predicted. The 3-inch scar across my hairline isn't too noticeable, and neither are those across my wrists, but the marks on my hand from the mincemeat left in the wake of my windshield crashing down on it stand out like a literal sore thumb. Still, some battle scars are a small price to pay, all things considered. Once life returned to normal, I took a short trip one weekend back to the woods I had crashed alongside. It took me a while to locate the ranger station, but I had to find out if Maxwell Tucker was real or just a figment of my fractured mind. While I hoped this could provide some answers about what I truly experienced that day, I also wanted to be able to thank him for what he did for me. While I pulled up beside the quite lovely log cabin that appeared to house the rangers of this slice of the forest, a uniformed man and woman leaning on one of the jeeps gave me a wave. While I thought about beginning with a little small talk, as I climbed out of my dad's old truck to approach the two wearing friendly smiles, I thought it best to just get right to the point. "Hi," I said, tipping the brim of my baseball cap. "Would you happen to know if Ranger Tucker is around?" "Tucker?" the tall, broad-shouldered guy asked, glancing at his associate. The woman, who looked to be in her mid-30s or early 40s with her dark hair tied into a ponytail beneath her wide-brimmed hat, formed a strange sort of scowl as she blinked from her colleague to me.
Only Tucker we had around these parts ain't around no more,
she said, squinting her eyes as she studied me. "Oh, Maxwell Tucker, is that him? Ranger Tuck?"
Uh-huh,
she said, giving me a very strange look.
he used to work with us some 15 years back.
"Oh, wow, I could have sworn he was around my age," I said with an awkward laugh. "Do you happen to know where he is now?"
Same place he's been for a decade and a half, son,"
she said, gesturing to the left with a tilt of the head. When I turned to see the small cemetery up on the hill, I felt all of the blood drain from my face, my legs giving out beneath me.
"Whoa now,"
the woman called out, she and her partner catching me before I hit the ground. After they carried me inside, laying me on a lumpy yet comfortable couch, the tall man fetched me some water while one of the others laid a wet towel across my brow. After my heartbeat regulated, Ranger Angie Temple, who had helped me inside, accompanied me on a stroll up to the old boneyard. We talked a good deal over the hours that followed. While I was hesitant to tell her about how I met Ranger Tucker, she told me a good deal about the man who consequently saved both of our lives. She was still green around the gills back then, with Tuck being her trainer. One day, some 6 months after she joined the Rangers, they responded to a call about an attack out in the woods, those that ran alongside the road that swallowed my car. Assuming it to be a bear, or rather some other wildlife having jumped some innocent campers, they headed out to the scene, armed and prepared.
I felt like my damn heart was about to burst through my chest, but Tuck looked just as calm as if he was walking to the kitchen to fetch a snack.
Angie said with a chuckle, running her hand across the tombstone bearing his name. When they arrived to see a large, shaggy-haired man with a pistol trained on the crying teenage girl he held, a butane torch in the hand wrapped around her, she was uncertain if this was something they could handle. The boy, around her age, laying on the ground bleeding upon the leaves, looked like he was long gone. But all of this was enough for the fear to almost paralyze her where she stood. Again, Tuck still wore that carefree smile as he tried to calm the situation, attempting to convince the disturbed man to release his hostage.
For a second there, I thought he was going to pull it off.
Angie said, a tear leaking from her right eye.
When the big guy raised the gun, pointing it right at me, pushing the girl he held to the ground, I knew I was done for.
She lowered her head, still caressing the gravestone like a dear friend. The sadness etched into her gaze almost inspired my own eyes to leak as hers did. But I tried to fight them back.
As soon as he raised that pistol to me, Tuck jumped right in front of me, knocking me out of the way. How he knew he didn't have time to get a shot off before the gun on me discharged, I'll never know, but it all played out in seconds right in front of me. When the bullet dropped him to the ground beside me, I'd already fired off 3 rounds myself. At least one of those shots hit the canister the bastard held, blowing it apart and lighting him up like Joan of Arc in seconds. He still tried to fire off the shots he had left while he screamed out from the well-deserved pain. I jumped towards the girl to pull her away before she got caught up in the flames or the gunfire, but it was too late for Tuck. He was gone before he hit the grass.
We stood in silence for a moment, both of us staring down at the headstone. When she spoke again, I once more found myself lost for words, bewildered by everything she shared with me.
The man we took down that day turned out to be one foul son of a bitch. Seems he'd been killing folks for years until Tuck and I put an end to him. If nothing else, I take some solace in knowing that Tuck was the last victim of Jeremiah Gray.
Gray? I said, almost more to myself.
Yep,
she said, crouching down to wipe some dirt from the tombstone.
Won't see no grave for him though. Don't know what they did with what was left of him after the fire died down, and don't give too much of a damn either. He took Tuck away from us, and he deserved that agonizing end. When the law arrived, all that was left was a crispy frame billowing plumes of thick white smoke. According to Stacy, the girl we saved that day, Gray had kidnapped her about a week before. He tortured her some over that time, finally setting her loose in those woods. He told her he'd let her go free if she got to safety, but if he caught up to her, he'd put her through hell. The boy bleeding on the grass was the one who called it in, having witnessed what was happening while he was taking a hike. Poor kid didn't know what hit him when Gray got there before we did.
I never told her the full story about how I came to meet Maxwell Tucker, nor the implications of what or who we perhaps both faced between those trees. We talk a lot since I joined the Rangers soon after that meeting. We still talk about Tuck as well. While I may never have had the opportunity to really get to know the man who saved me from a potentially grim fate that day, those who knew him in life have shared with me a great deal about him. Over the years that followed the death of both Maxwell Tucker and Jeremiah Gray, there had apparently been some strange occurrences out in that forest. Someone would go missing from time to time, others would turn up dead. Now and then, though, one of those presumed dead would turn back up, confused about what happened. Even after they closed that section of the woods to the public, it wasn't easy to keep those curious enough to enter from sneaking in. A forest isn't something easily blocked off completely, but they still did what they could. While those who survived these strange occurrences had no recollection of how they made it out alive, I know how they reached safety, or who led them to it anyway. Whatever the case, ever since my encounter with the Gray, these unsettling events seem to have come to an end. I like to think that Tuck finally finished that son of a bitch off for good that day. While I want to believe that this may have allowed him to move on to whatever lies beyond this world, I have a feeling he's still out there, watching out for us. I spend a lot of time out in those woods. It's a strange sensation, how vibrant and alive everything appears on this side of the looking glass. Still, should I ever have an opportunity to thank Maxwell Tucker for what he did for me, my best chance would be out there. Plus, if he is still out there, it's only fair that I keep watch on this side, just in case our old friend returns. I still miss my dad. I suppose I likely always will. That's the nature of loss, after all. Now that I feel like I finally found my place in this world, I just wish I could tell him, you know? I wish I could let him know that his son is no longer lost in the woods, but found where he belongs within them. I doubt that either of us could have predicted that one. I was having a dream much like any other I'd had before. There was some loosely strung together plot, apparently only in retrospect. The more I had to be, an object of my pursuit that seemed to elude and taunt me. I moved forward without understanding why. There were people around me. And who those people were changed without warning, and sometimes I was no longer acting, but instead watching myself act as if viewing some abstract and esoteric film. That all changed when I found his wallet. It was brown leather, worn and scuffed from many years of going into back pockets, then back out, from being tossed on the counter when he got home, from being sat on. It was sitting in a puddle under a bridge I did not recognize and could not find again if I needed to. I picked it up and turned my head, looking for whomever it could belong to, noticing only then that I was alone. The faceless and shifting and impermanent throng of dream travelers was no longer with me. It was gray January and gentle rain fell everywhere except under the cover of the bridge, and the wallet was damp with cold, and I was alone holding it. There was money inside the wallet, red and blue bills with faces on them that I did not recognize. Strange, nonsense denominations, a 6 note, a 30, 1,000 units of whatever currency this was. My instinct told me to take some, just one of those dream thoughts you have no control over. I stuffed a few bills in my side pocket. I remember a moment of pause. I realized I was wearing an old pair of cargo pants that, in reality, are sitting in the back corner of my closet, unthought of for some time. His ID was in the front flap behind a thin plastic film. His name was Harold Haying Harris, and he was smiling like he knew something. Something about me. I decided I didn't want the wallet and dropped it in the puddle where I'd found it. Strange dreams often stay with you for a few moments upon waking. At least that's how it is for me. Usually I come back with only a few pieces. I lay in bed, hesitate to move or change anything, scared that motion will draw me further into the waking world. All I ever want is to go back to sleep. I live my days in anticipation of that moment, climbing into bed, pulling the covers up until they cover my mouth and nose, breathing my own exhales, the way your body eventually starts to dissolve. You feel heavy, half paralyzed. There's a comforting warmth as your stomach goes up and down with each breath, drawn autonomically. Laying there, trying to preserve my comfort, that's usually when other pieces of the dream return. That night, it was still dark, somewhere in the quiet moments preceding twilight. I lay, thinking about where I'd just been. Somewhere familiar in many ways, the dark evergreens, the gunmetal sky, but not anywhere I'd ever actually been. Likely not a place that truly exists, I thought, just a creation of my mind. I remembered the rain, how cold it had been. I thought about the puddle and suddenly I remembered the wallet, the strange bills, Harold's picture. I could see it so vividly, could see his name. I rolled over in my bed to face the window. It's always been my theory that if you want to fall back into the dream you've just woken from, your best bet is to stay in the same position. Don't move a muscle. Close your eyes and let yourself drift back to the place you just left. I imagine it has something to do with blood pooling in certain areas of the brain. Our thoughts occupy physical space inside our head. The things our imaginations conjure are not entirely intangible. A lot of people don't get that. I had no desire to go back into that dream. Feared it. So I turned over, hoping that would help. Icy rain pelted my window in wind-driven bursts. Every time I closed my eyes, my thoughts returned to the dream. Walking in a crowd, pursuing some undefined thing that was just beyond my ability to recall. Finding the wallet. Harold Haying Harris. I sat up in bed. I have enough experience falling in and out of the same nightmare to know how this was going to go unless I did something to stop it. What you need in those moments is an interruption. Get out of bed, go to the bathroom, get some water, walk around for a minute. Anything that functions as a reset. After making the circuit, bathroom, kitchen, back to bed, I decided to check my phone. I don't remember seeing what time it was. I don't even remember opening Google and typing in his name. I suppose I thought it might help to quickly confirm what I already knew, that Harold was not a real person, that he was simply a thought inside my head. What I found was his blog. It was a WordPress site. They're easy to identify. The one I built to post my writings years ago had a similar layout. Nearly 100 entries, each with his name at the top. There was a small picture next to his name in the byline. The same picture from his wallet. The same smile. I turned on my bedroom light and waited for sunrise. Harold appeared to be some sort of lifestyle blogger. That's as close as I can get to describing what I found. He lived in a city called Kadesh and wrote about his days there. I skimmed the entries. Most were boring. Quote, "Today I went for a lovely walk down 21st Street. The leaves are beginning to turn. If you're looking for a delicious cup of coffee in the area, consider..." End quote. Stuff like that. A few, though, were strange. I began to wonder if there might be something wrong with Harold. Some sort of condition, and if his blog might best be viewed as almost voyeuristic insight into the mental degradation of a sick man. Quote, "Earlier today, in the gray hours of the morning, all the birds fell out of the sky in unison. Did anyone else see this?" End quote. I was ready to stop reading until I stumbled upon that line. I kept scrolling to see if it was an outlier. I found others. This one buried at the end of a long entry about the best thrift stores located on the sleepy main strip. Quote, "I noticed the cashier from Second Chances following me to each subsequent store I visited. He was hiding behind a clothing rack in exchange. I found him sitting alone in a locked dressing room in Moonlight Jewels. I'm worried he may have followed me home. I took a much longer and less straightforward path back to my place, but couldn't shake the feeling that someone was behind me, lagging just far enough back to stay out of sight. He made me very uncomfortable, and I don't think I will be returning to the store, despite their excellent selection of second-hand cutlery and china." End quote. Each post contained a link to a map which traced his path. Places where he stopped, like restaurants and bakeries, and shops were noted. I zoomed out from one of these maps, curious to see where in the world Kadesh was located, and was disturbed to know it was in my state, not far away from my home. I'd nearly driven past it many times. It was north and west of me, close to the Pacific Ocean. Strange that I'd never heard the name before. I checked the map on my phone, comparing it to Harold's. I zoomed closer and closer, but where Kadesh was on his map was nothing but empty green space on mine. A featureless spot in the woods with no roads and no shops and nothing else of note except for a small lake. The lake was on both maps. I found an entry of Harold's which involved it. Quote, "Walked to Cressman Lake today. There's a bench at the edge of the water where I like to sit. You'll find a lot of flat stones at the base of this bench, perfect for skipping across the glass-like surface of the water. It's a good place to spend an afternoon when you need to clear your mind. I worry that he will return soon. I see him in my dreams." End quote. The lake, Cressman, to him, unnamed, to me, was a 90-minute drive from my house. I had no plans for the day, nothing to stop me from filling it with 3 hours of driving round trip, plus however much time I would spend at the lake. Doing what? Looking for him? I didn't stop to think. I opened my closet and packed a few change of clothes, quickly, feeling an urgent need to get on my way. Logic would necessitate that all I needed were the clothes on my back for such a trip. That makes me wonder if I knew, even then, what I was going to find. If I knew somewhere in that part of my brain which can't speak, not out loud at least, where I was going. The first hour of the drive was navigating from my residential street to the highway and then heading due north. It was the same boring, uneventful drive I'd done hundreds, if not thousands of times. I chased bright blue skies up the round of the earth. It was an unseasonably beautiful day, blue and gold with viciously cold wind. The weather lifted my spirits. It was easy to forget what I was doing. The mountain was on my right, slowly falling behind me with each mile I drove. I watched its white, snowy bulk travel from my passenger window to the rear window to the rear windshield before vanishing altogether. It was time to head west. 2 miles further along, the road I'd exited to, a nondescript state road with numbers for a name, My GPS commanded me to turn right onto an unnamed, unmarked dirt road that carved a path through gray, barren trees. I could see that it went straight for a few hundred feet before curving, out of sight, to the left. The road was wide enough for one car and full of dips that shook me from side to side as I passed over them, going no more than 10 miles per hour. Somewhere along this road, which connected with so many others just like it that I lost count, lost sense of which direction I'd been turned in, then turned out of, and then turned back around into. Clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun, making it feel much more like the January afternoon it was. And then I saw it, just ahead, the lake. I parked my car in a dirt turnaround and walked to the water. No wind blew. Likewise, the lake sat still and silent, patient. The color of the sky, a perfect imitation of what sat above me, equally as still, as if buried in the dirt was some grotesquely massive-looking glass. I began to walk its circumference clockwise. The day was quiet. Nothing moved. I heard birdsong off in the distance, but saw no birds. The only other sound was the destruction of whatever crunched beneath my feet with every step. Every time I rounded another turn, I would tell myself that it was time to turn back. My feet would continue forward, and I would convince myself that one more corner was what I needed. I knew that just around the next tree there would be something for me. Something that was waiting just for me. I continued this way until I found myself on the opposite side of the wide lake, miles from where I'd parked. There was no way to mark the descent of the sun, save the gradual dulling of the light, the curtaining of the hidden day. I turned back, bitterly disappointed. I've no idea how long I walked, because, despite retracing my steps, the lake and its shore providing the surest guide any wanderer could hope for, I failed to reach my car, where it should have been. And of this, I am also sure. The empty dirt patch of my arrival was unmistakable, as were my own so recently treaded tire tracks. Stood now only a forlorn bench, and at its 4 iron feet, a pile of disc-shaped rocks. I sat and attempted to slow my racing mind. I felt, after a few moments of slow, steady breathing, the strangest sense of comfort and normality. Darkness overtook the sky. I had no car, no sense of where I was. Even my phone was gone, sitting, still, presumably, in the cup holder where I had left it. And yet I did not panic. I felt certain there was nothing to fear. I should have known better. There was light in the distance, glowing beyond the far side of the lake, city lights polluting the dark sky. I saw them on the clouds and reflected on the black surface of the water, which had become otherwise indistinguishable from the solid ground on which I sat. I stood and began my dark journey back again around the lake, hoping that some unknown grace would prevent me from wading into a cold, lonely death. The city looked as I imagined, and a delicate mist hung around the streetlights. People walked past each other on the sidewalk with their heads down, mostly in pairs or alone. I stumbled into a greenway, entering the tree line where the city ended. There was a gazebo with string lights wrapped around the wood lattice. A couple embraced in that spotlighted podium. Storefronts lined the main strip, all with their orange lights projecting warmth upon the shivering sidewalk. Somewhere, someone roasted peanuts. I felt welcome despite no one noticing me. There are said to be events so shocking that one could not face them and remain unchanged. Events which, due to their nature, their magnitude, their substance, taint the immortal spirit of man and make him forever after something different. Unsurvivable moments. I'm not speaking of moments which stay the beating heart or disconnect the corporeal from the inanimate. I say unsurvivable to say that there is a dividing line, a place in the gray where one can clearly separate white from black and say, without question, the person I once was no longer exists. I found myself facing such a moment not longer after entering this lost city beyond the trees. I walked along the town's central road slowly, stopping to gaze at the items displayed in shop windows or to watch the people tromping aimlessly up and down the sidewalk. The first store I entered was a sweet shop. The purveyor was a kindly older woman, and the walls were lined with clear buckets of candy with turnstile bottoms. What I noticed first was the lack of recognizable brands. Even the packaged candy sitting on shelves was bland and generic. There was no names on any of the labels, no familiar logos. I stretched my hand beneath one of the buckets and twisted the knob one time, loosening some multicolored hard candy from its cage, which I placed immediately into my mouth. It had no taste. The woman behind the register, her face ruddy and beaming, stared straight forward and seemed not to notice me. Back on the sidewalk, a familiar pair passed me. Familiar because they'd walked past me once before, heading the opposite direction. They were a couple of indeterminate sex, arm in arm, their heads bent forward as if against an agitating wind. The air was still and the evening quiet. I crossed the street and entered what appeared to be a record store. It was dark inside. Dim, yellow globe lamps hung from the ceiling, casting meager spotlights onto each aisle. From the back of the store, a familiar, vocalless melody played softly. I wandered slowly up the first aisle, trying to determine the genre of the section. It was labeled alphabetically. I stopped where appropriate, looking for more names I would recognize, finding none. Upon finally making it to the back wall, I searched for the owner, or at least whomever was tending the store. There was a long counter which ran through the length of the wall. Behind the counter was an open door. This back room was the source of that familiar melody. Someone was moving around in there. I could see his shadow. I opened my mouth to call out for assistance, but an alarming sense of foreboding stole over me, silencing me at once. I left quickly. On the sidewalk again, the same couple walked past, bent forward determinedly. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable. In this veritable ghost town, I myself was a spectral figure, and worse yet, I was stuck here, unable to leave, with no one knowing where to look for me or even that I was gone. With the reality of my situation settling in, I began to walk quickly back the way I'd come. I cannot speak with certainty about my intentions because I did not make it far, although it seems to me now, in retrospect, that I was heading for the woods again. The lake, which, while dark and cold and ominous in its own right, was at least a lonely place, and anywhere felt safer in that moment than this strangely populated strip, and total solitude seemed better company than these reactionless, empty people who seemed to contain no purpose, no vivacity, no animation whatsoever. Something compelled me to turn to my left and gaze in the lit window of the final store before rounding the corner which would have taken me back to the town green, the gazebo, and the tree line. It was a second-hand store named Second Chances. I recognized the name at once from Harold's writing. A man stood behind the register, smiling, his eyes locked on mine. He saw me. For the first time since entering Kadesh, I was certain that someone was aware of me. How I wished in that moment for the complete anonymity I so fully dreaded just minutes before. I wanted nothing more than for this man not to see me, for him to have never seen me. I turned, prepared to run for the trees, hoping with every ounce of my being that he would not jump over the counter and give chase. What greeted me upon turning back drove that thought entirely from my mind. The townspeople had stopped pacing. They'd ceased wandering aimlessly. All stood completely still. In unison, their heads turned to me, slowly, like a hive mind that had become aware of the interloper. I darted around the corner, horribly aware as I turned my head that they intended to follow. I ran without looking back, ran in fear that one might catch me before I reached the tree line, in fear that this tree line might lack the talismanic quality which I was placing upon it, a safe haven, somewhere I would be untouchable. A man leapt from an alleyway, intercepting me. Before I had a chance to defend myself, I was being dragged into the darkness. a hand placed over my mouth to stifle my screams. He whispered into my ears, trying to calm me. And then we were backing into a door, which he slammed shut and locked behind us. We were in a storage room with boxes stacked high along one wall and a bare metal shelf containing all sorts of tools. "You'll be safe in here," he said. It was Harold, the man I dreamed about. I struggled to speak, backing away toward the locked door. "No," he said. "Let me out of this room," I said. "You're safer here." "Why should I believe you care about my safety? Who are you?" "I thought you would know," he said, speaking more to himself than me. Something pounded viciously on the door behind me, making me jump. It was the townspeople, still set, apparently, on hunting me. "Come on, upstairs," said Harold. I paused, but only for a moment. I did not trust Harold, not entirely, but there was something kind and friendly about his face. The dream tried to return to me, or perhaps a different dream. Everything was mixed up inside my mind, trying to congeal and present a form picture. The savage beating at the door is what decided for me. I didn't trust it would hold. I followed Harold up a wooden staircase, emerging in the lobby of a small inn. He grabbed the key from a post where it hung among many others, and then rushed me up another set of stairs, and then another. We stopped at room 306. He unlocked it, handed me the key, and shoved me inside. "Don't come out till morning. Draw your blinds. If anyone knocks at the door, be silent, and keep it locked." He shut the door on my face. The room was small, one twin bed and an old dresser of stained wood. A desk underneath the curtained window held a reading lamp, sheets of paper, and a pen. I stood over it a moment, tried the pen in my hand. It was warm, as if only recently leaving a strong hand set to accomplish something significant. I wrote my name on the paper. I wrote Harold's name on the paper. I wrote his full name. I wrote it again. On the bed, I found the bag that I'd packed that morning. Last I'd seen it, it had been in the back of my now missing car. My keys sat on the dresser. I passed the night sitting at the desk, holding the pen. The sun rose behind the heavy curtains. I had no way of knowing. At some point, I must have dozed because I awoke with a start to someone knocking on my door. It was Harold. I wondered if his directive the night before applied to him. Without knocking the door, I asked him what he wanted. "It's safe now," he said. "You can come out." I changed, thankful for the extra clothes I'd packed. Curious, too, to see the familiar old cargo pants I'd been wearing in my dream, and followed him downstairs. He left me alone in the lobby as he went into a back room. I glanced furtively over my shoulder, afraid that one of my pursuers might appear. Harold returned, carrying a plate. "Free breakfast for all guests," he said, setting the plate on the table. On the plate was a fluffy Belgian waffle with a large slice of butter melting in the center, 2 eggs, fried, and 2 pieces of bacon that looked like they'd seen the hot side of a skillet for no more than 10 seconds. "I know you want it," he said with a smile as I stood, hesitating. That he was correct is what made me most uncomfortable. I tried to understand how this strange man knew what my mother used to make me for breakfast every year on my birthday. The first bite caused tears to swell in my eyes. That's not an exaggeration. I wanted to cry because I had not tasted this waffle prepared with her own homemade batter. I tasted the vanilla and the cinnamon in nearly 10 years. Not since the cancer had ripped her away from me, from the world, before we were ready to lose her. Without pause, I dropped my fork and stood, looking over his shoulder. Harold had been standing over me, watching me eat, smiling to the room from which he'd emerged. "Is she here?" I asked him. The absurdity was not lost on me, but certain sensations can drive rational thought from the brain. Am I dreaming? Is this real? "Is who here?" There was genuine puzzlement on his face. "My mother. This is hers," I said, pointing at the food. Something clicked. I could see it on his face. "Interesting," he said. "I had no idea. It is a terrific waffle. I have one every morning." The patron barged through the wide front doors. Instantly, I was on guard. I backed away from the table and stood next to Harold.
He doesn't see you, he said. Most days he doesn't even see me.
The man, not one of the townspeople I'd seen last night, but similar in some way I struggled to identify, walked through the lobby, head down, and rounded the corner. He disappeared up the stairs. I could trace his path to the sound of his steps.
He's going to his room. He'll stay up there for...
Harold checked his watch.
90 minutes or so. Then he'll come back down, back out that same door, and he'll walk to the hardware store on 6th. He won't buy anything. Not anymore. He'll walk to aisle 17, inspect a ball-peen hammer, put it back on the shelf, confused, and leave. Then kill a few hours pacing Main, and be back here before nightfall.
He said this as if it bored him.
Where's my car? I'm leaving. It's around the block where I parked at. I walk with you. There's something I'd like to show you before you go.
I followed Harold outside, not without trepidation. I was still fearful of the angry mob which had seemed hell-bent on spilling my blood not 12 hours earlier. Harold, in direct contrast, carried himself with a nonchalant inattention, one that I envied. It was as if nothing in this entire world could surprise him. No contingency could strike which he was not totally prepared to encounter.
Pause this way,
he said, starting up the sidewalk. A few people lingered in the town square or in the gazebo. In the distance, I saw the familiar drones tracking the central strip. They looked just as they had the night before, mindless, purposeless.
They've already forgotten,
he said, as if my thoughts were being broadcast at full volume.
So long as he doesn't see us, they won't.
Harold grabbed my arm and stopped me from rounding the corner. It would have taken us past the wide windows of Second Chances, the thrift store with the menacing cashier. We ducked into the alleyway from last night. It took me a moment to recognize it in the daylight, and cut back out to the main strip a few buildings later.
Who is he?
What a good question, he said with a humorous laugh.
I was hoping you might know.
2 blocks away, we reached my car.
If this is Ed, I'm glad we met,
he said, extending his hand. I took it out of reflex. His was warm, his grip strong.
I truly never thought we would.
The words bubbled up to my mouth before I had a chance to consider them.
Come with me,
I said.
You don't belong here.
Harold laughed. It was the same laugh I was coming to expect from him. He looked at his feet, arms crossed over his chest, and said one of the saddest things I'd ever heard.
If I belonged elsewhere, I'd be there.
You're not like them, I said, gesturing to the faceless many, the wanderers, the empty-souled horde that crawled the street without purpose.
I used to think that, but I'm more like them than I am like you. I know that now. I could get in that car just to prove a point, but as soon as you left these dirt roads, and I could get you there another way, as soon as you got close to your roads, the ones you know, I would melt away. I'd be back here, in my inn, with my counterparts.
Says who? I asked. The answer was forming in my mind, but I needed Harold to say it. The rest came as soon as he did.
It's you,
he said.
Always you.
I convinced Harold to get in the car and test his theory. Frankly, it didn't require much effort on my part. He was desperate to leave. His conviction that our attempt would be fruitless was not something to stand in his way.
I want you to leave,
I told him, accelerating towards the town square. He put his hand on my arm and directed me to turn right at the next intersection.
Yes,
he said, once again sensing my thoughts.
Even in the car, he'll notice us, and it will be last night all over again, except this time we'll have to wait them out much longer.
We took the long way, circumventing Second Chances and Dennis. I remember his name now, remember the people he'd hurt, and how he'd hurt them. How I'd made him hurt them.
That is, unfortunately, not how it works,
Harold said, returning to my original statement. How do you know that? Call it a hunch, I guess. Intuition. You probably know a better word for it than I do. Emerging safely beyond the thrift store, we had just a short way to go before entering the woods. In the road ahead of us stood a young woman. She stared vacantly up at the sky, the sun, her mouth ajar with drool running from one corner of her mouth. Tears streamed down from her eyes, painting her emotionless face with a glossy shimmer. I've never seen one do that, Harold said. They get worse every day. We drove for a while, leaving paved roads for the rutted and bouncy dirt path. I no longer needed his guidance, these trails being the architecture of my own design, before I heard him mutter, ostensibly to himself, "As do I." "I want you to leave," I repeated. I said it over and over, hoping it would be enough. We were getting close to the edge, rounding the lake now. "What's his deal, anyway?" Harold asked. "Dennis." "I never figured that out. He's sadistic. Causing pain gives him pleasure. I was never sure why. I thought I was close at one point, something to do with his relationship with his father, some commingling of abuse and comfort, that ugly cycle. But then that felt trite, so I gave up. I always give up when it gets hard. I'm sorry for that." Harold said nothing to this. "I understand if you're angry. The strange part is, I know you're not. You don't have that in you." I looked to my right. The seat was empty. I rolled down my window and stuck my head out. The air was fresher. The sky above me was more vibrant. I was out. All I had to do was drive forward, leave the woods, get back to the highway, do my best to forget about them. I'd done it before. I knew it was possible. What stopped me was Harold's sad words bouncing around my mind. If I belonged somewhere else, I'd be there. I left my car where Harold had parked it and retraced my route, careful to avoid Dennis's watchful eyes and the alerting effect they had on the townspeople, to the inn. He was sitting at the table where he'd served me breakfast, staring at his hands. "I'll do it," I said. "I don't know how, but I'm going to make it happen." We went upstairs to the room I'd spent the night in. This time, Harold came in with me and shut the door behind us. He sat on the edge of the bed, and I took my seat at the desk. I took the pen in my hand, put it back, looked down upon the blank page. It was, as I always knew it to be, inviting, appealing in its own unique, indescribable way, but intimidating, enticing me and making a mockery of me all at once. It knew my deficiencies, but didn't even have the decency to state them outright. It made me do that, forced me to bring them to prominence with each stroke of the pen. "I tried, more than once," Harold said. "I thought maybe you'd put enough of yourself in me that I might be able. I'm not exactly well read, you know that, but I know things. I know a lot. That's one of the biggest tropes, isn't it? The main character being a stand-in for the author. I know I'm not you, not exactly, but there are certain undeniable similarities. It's only natural." I pretended to be deep in thought, staring down at the ream of paper he'd left for me, only because I could think of no reply. It was an upsetting thought. That piece of me, and how big a piece, had been left behind in this place, to rot, to fester, to fade into obscure, half-remembered recollections that only appeared in the occasional dream, forgotten before even having the chance to settle into their rightful place in my mind. "It's hard," Harold said. "It's really hard. I can't say I like it, the frustration. I'm just never able to see it right. The things I see up here, I see them so vividly, and always I come up here and sit at that desk, so excited, so ready to put it down on paper, but as soon as the pen is in my hand and it's time to do the damn thing, it's like, I don't know, like it all goes somewhere else, somewhere I can't see it. The more you chase it, the more it runs," I told him. "It's like when you're trying to think of a specific word and it's right at the tip of your tongue, you have to stop trying for a moment, do something else, let your brain run in the background. At least that's how it is for me, but look at all I have accomplished. Maybe I'm not one to take advice from. He pulled the curtains and raised the blinds. The sudden brightness was dizzying. Yes, look at all you've accomplished. He was suddenly emotional. It's beautiful. This was once a real town where real people lived their lives. There was happiness and beauty and mundanity. Yes, the simple everyday moments that define life. And there was evil and hurt and suffering and all of those, yes, they're necessary too. But you forgot us. You stopped thinking of us, and gradually we've waned. We've dwindled, and the weakest of us, those of us who were hardly here to begin with, the background characters, the extras, are nearly gone. Look at them. They're senseless. They've forgotten who they were because who they were hardly mattered to begin with. We're only here, he said, pointing down at second chances, because there was more for us to lose. We remain because it takes longer for a dark stain to fade, but fade it does, eventually. I find myself waking up in the morning confused, unsure of who I am, or when it is, or where this place is. I don't want to be like them, he said, choking up. If that's what you've decided for me, then kill me now. Harold grabbed the pen and put it in my hand. Write it on that fucking paper. Harold died in his sleep peacefully. Give me the dignity of a graceful exit. I can't remain here alone in this empty world. Soon they'll all be gone, and the trees and the lake and the birds have already vanished. And I'll be all that remains. Because you started with me. I have the most of you in me. I can't do that. I can't be alone here. I'm not killing you. Do you know how time moves for us? Did you check the time when you got out? When I evaporated and reanimated back in this fucking inn? The date? I bet an hour hasn't even passed out there. Minutes at most. How long has it been since you've written of us? Do you even know? Nearly 10 years, I said, shrinking away from him. Try thousands, he said, for us. I'm sorry. There's no need to be sorry, he said, closing my hand around the pen. Write us. Bring us to life. We sat in silence for minutes. Those minutes rolled together with the same impassive, inevitable force they always do, becoming an hour and then another. The quality of the light was changing in the room as the sun climbed over our heads and began his descent on the other side of the building. I couldn't write with him watching me, but something in his posture, in the incontrovertible stare with which he fixed me, told me that asking him to leave was no longer an option. He intended to see my end of the promise delivered. I wrote a sentence of no significance, just something to get my hand moving. I paused again, thinking of how to turn this first sentence into a paragraph, and that paragraph into a page. Harold leaned forward, curious to see my words. I crowded the page with my shoulder. The delay between the first and second sentences was shorter than the length of time I needed when first pulling up to the desk and putting the first word down, but extensive still. I could feel his impatience. The gap between sentences 2 and 3 was shorter still, and my efforts progressed at this same exponential pace until I was struggling to keep my wrist from cramping and my handwriting from abandoning the limited structural integrity it began with. I lost track of where I was. It was a familiar feeling, one I'd grown out of love with, falling into the page. And coming home to it was like embracing an early lover, one who taught me to move in the right way, to breathe at the right pace, and held my hand through the multitude of mistakes natural to a beginner. It's only now, in reflection, that the irony strikes me so clearly. Of all the times I floated away, left my room and my desk and my paper, and fell into the world of my creation, this was the one time where there was literal truth to the sentiment. I slapped the pen on the desk as if it were a hot stone, and one more second of holding it would sear my flesh, and pushed the paper away. Done? Harold asked, the sun had gone down entirely. At some point he'd stood and turned on the lamp above the desk. It cast me in a small puddle of light, the only source in the room. His face was an ominous shadow where he sat on the edge of the bed. "Let's go," I said, taking my keys. He followed me through the door. I didn't stop to wonder then, as I should have, if he already knew the ending despite my futile efforts to keep my words concealed as I wrote them. Were my words immediately sent to his mind? It was his story I was writing, his fate I was deciding. So I thought. We traced the same path, all growing beyond familiarity and becoming monotony, back to the car, and drove the same way, avoiding Dennis, to the woods which would set us free. We parked at the tree line. He looked confused, causing me to think that simply putting it on paper did not make the next move apparent to Harold. He still needed to live it to find out. I got out of the car. "You're driving," I said. "Agency, it's important. You need to make it happen. It can't happen to you." He nodded and hopped behind the wheel. We drove into the dark forest, our headlights illuminating the night as we bounded through each curve and bounced along the pockmarked path. I could see the end up ahead, the place where we left Kadesh and returned to reality. And this time, it felt different. I smiled, happy that I had, for once, figured it out and written to the ending and not given up. I could feel the boundary pressing down into us as we crossed it, the threshold fighting to stop us from leaving. "You feel that?" I asked him, a triumphant shout in my voice. "No," he said, grinning. "I don't feel anything." The last I saw of Harold was that knowing grin as I faded from the car. When I realized I was in Harold's Inn, when the reality of my mistake came crashing down upon me, I immediately rushed upstairs to the room with the desk and the paper and the pen. My draft was gone. All that remained were blank pages. Simple enough, I told myself. Change it. Sit down and change it. I sat in that room all night, starting and stopping, balling up the first page and throwing it across the room, then starting over, trying again, scraping together attempt after attempt. It was futile. I could write one paragraph, maybe two at best, before the words would start to trade places. They would switch and rearrange themselves as soon as I'd look away. It was impossible to complete even one page. It's against the rules here, that must be it. We can't write ourselves out. I've been in Kadesh for 4 years, give or take a week or two. It took a while before I decided to start keeping track of time. If what Harold told me is true, he's only been out there, in my world, the real one, for days, not long enough to have forgotten us, which comes first. It must, before I can try to make him remember, before I can draw him back and trick him into releasing me, the way he pulled me back. I feel fortunate that my writing, before he left me here, has revived the town. People are alive, once again. They go to work every day and to shops, and kids go to school. How long before they start to wane again? How long until the birds fall out of the sky? I spend my time maintaining the inn and watching for Dennis. Like the townspeople, he is much sharper too, now. How long until it is just us two? At night, when I lay down to sleep, I think of Harold. I think of him driving my car out of the woods, smiling. I wonder if he moved into my home or if he found one of his own. I wondered how he spends his time. The things our imaginations conjure are not entirely intangible. What upsets me most is that I can no longer remember if I wrote Harold or if he wrote me. I fear we've been doing this dance, trading places, one of us always in Kadesh, while the other sits in the real world, setting traps, writing blog posts, for instance, for decades, centuries, perhaps. I shudder to think of the breadcrumbs he's dropping at this very moment. It's imperative you do it immediately while you still remember, because he will forget. I know he will. We always do. I do my best to dream of Harold, because dreams are the only place where he and I can cross paths for now. One day, many years from now, for him, centuries perhaps, for me, he will forget me. He will forget all of us. and he will dream a familiar face, that of someone he could swear he once knew, or at least imagined. And he will come looking for me. I have to believe he will look for me, that he will find me. And when he does, I'll know him. He will not know me. Not until it's too late.
Alright, off the wagon. I ain't taking any animal of mine through here.
A rough voice came through my dreams, but didn't quite register. There was a light approaching in my dream, something beautiful. A star, maybe?
I set off.
Pain started in my shoulder, and my stomach dropped as I hit empty space. I barely had time to register my dizziness before my fall. I briefly saw the hanging lantern spinning in a rush before I crashed to the damp ground below, taking a face full of grass and soil. I pulled myself up, spitting out dirt and trying to ascertain my whereabouts. Water was splashing in the distance. Were we finally there?
You're on your own.
The driver didn't even look at me as he climbed back up on the wagon, barely giving a thought as he started off and left last words trailing back to me.
If your brother was here, he's probably dead. You do have my condolences.
Stop thinking about it. I couldn't let myself believe him dead. He had signed up without hesitation, leaving me back home with the choice to stay or follow. I felt a twinge of pain in my ankle where it had been broken, keeping me home and apart from him. We had been a team since I could remember, storytellers from the beginning. I was brought back to the present by a howl coming from the nearby forest. The small port lay ahead, lanterns burning low, barely illuminating the encroaching darkness as their reflection played off the dark river ahead, making eyes in murky water that followed me as I walked. I could see a glow coming off Tibby, dim against the dense forest of the island. Whether he was here or not, that would be my last stop on this journey. I started walking after grabbing my belongings off the ground, though there wasn't much other than some dried beef and a canteen in my bag, alongside the small Bowie knife he had given me 3 Christmases ago, still shining bright as the day it met my hands. I gripped the cold leather on the hilt as the small tavern overlooking the port neared, hesitating as the hand under my long coat gripped the knife hilt while I pushed the door open. Sound hit me in waves as the smell of beer and tobacco hit me harder, overpowering my senses and almost knocking me over like the breakers crashing below. My grip loosened as I moved, stepping into the tavern's warm embrace. The smell of roasting meat and baking bread overpowered the alcohol, finally, and I relaxed my hand on the dagger. There was a friendly-looking girl standing at a nearby counter, filling a glass from a massive bottle of dark liquor.
Be right with you, sweetheart.
She shouted to me, taking the glass over to a table where one man sat alone. He gave her a nod and smile as she walked back to me. First thing I noticed was the blue army coat he wore, buttons fraying off. The second thing I noticed was the massive scar running down his face, only separated by the eye patch covering what I assume was his now vacated socket. The barmaid was in front of me suddenly, flashing a bright smile and giving me a warmer welcome.
Alrighty, darling. You looking for food, booze, a room, or the whole deal?
I snapped back, trying to pretend I wasn't staring intently at the man. The scaler around us made a decent enough cover as I took a seat at the bar. She couldn't be older than 15 and looked to be running this place herself. Don't know how she managed, but she was standing at attention with a hand ready on a spatula behind her, waiting for something on the stove to finish. Drink, please. Cider, if you have it. I said, though she didn't catch me at first. I tried yelling it louder, when she finally understood me, moving back with a fresh glass from the nearby shelf to a cask at the far end. A soft pink-orange liquid poured into the glass and foamed up. Peach cider. Hadn't had that in a long time. Not since meeting him here in the city, all those years ago. Lost myself again for a moment before she handed me the cider, looking expectantly at me for any other questions. I need to get over to the island. Do you know if a boat is running in the morning? I shouted across at her again. I saw her face pale, turning the shade of a new moon. It looked like one of those ghosts in the stories he would tell me.
Hell, sir, ain't nobody wanted to go to the island in years. Not since Sherman, at least.
A general hush fell over the nearby patrons when she said that. bringing them to glare at whoever had said the name before realizing it was the girl supplying them booze, overriding their cares about the union with love of alcohol.
Chambers takes people on occasion, but he usually ends up coming back alone. There's still bodies out there that just couldn't be brought back. My papa is probably one of them. That's what Mama says, at least.
He pointed toward the scarred man in the back, wearing the blue colors that seemed to be so prominent around these parts. I didn't see many back home displaying their blues out in the open, even back home in the swamps. Hell, nobody wore their grays when we were back in Boston just a few years ago. This guy was either a hero or an absolute bastard, and I wasn't ready to find out. She spoke, even though I already knew what she was going to say.
He might be willing to help you.
I nodded at her and thanks before taking my cider, walking over to the man as he trained his eye on me. I had seen the waters down past Florida once when I was young, where the water was the bluest thing on earth I'd ever seen. That's what was in the man's eye as I waded into its unknown depths. He swore under his breath as I approached.
Damn it, Millie. What?
He asked in a voice like the shale outside was scraping his throat. I saw a beard growing gray under his sunken blue eyes now, teeth missing and nose awkwardly cut short at the tip. 2 cavalry sabers sat on the seat next to him, uninviting anyone nearby. I took a gulp of my cider before sitting across from him. I need your help. I started out before he waved a hand and cut me off. He took a sip of his liquor, not showing any sign of tasting the pungent alcohol even I could smell coming off of it across the table.
You want on Tibby? Go fuck yourself.
He started, still training his eye on me before going in again.
I've stopped taking you assholes there to survey the land. You never pay up front then you fucking die before you can pay me. The government can either bring in some actual troops to figure shit out over there, or just do what Sherman should have and finish his damn march.
He finally left off, taking a deep breath before chugging more of his drink in a quick gulp. I'm not looking for anything like that. I need to know if someone was there. I started in before seeing his face change from anger to pity.
Shit.
He sat back in his chair, raising a hand and rubbing his scruffed hair back. He stroked his beard and looked at me, sizing me up. I looked back at him, never moving my gaze from his eye.
My condolences. Who was it, if I might ask?
It was my turn to hesitate, wondering what I should tell him based on the coat over his shoulders. He must have noticed my apprehension, because he patted the coat fondly before dropping it down his back, letting the tattered grays show under it.
I ain't a traitor to the Union, if that's what you're wondering.
He gave a half-hearted laugh as I eased back a bit in my seat.
No, I picked this off a particularly nasty bastard I had a grudge with, and one cone ain't keeping me warm nowadays. I'd stand up so you could see where I took my grudge, but we all bleed red in the end. Someone in the war, I take it.
I know it's a lot to ask. I hadn't expected such a level of observation, nothing I could have ever imagined in this barnacle-soaked coast outside of Savannah. I had to steady myself, preparing to tell him the truth. I'm looking for a soldier. I bit my tongue, almost rather than say it. Is a Negro, sir. He fought for Sherman. The last message I got from him was that he was stationed on the island until things were settled. He never came back after.
Even he was one of Sherman's, he's a brother of mine. I was part of the march too.
He took another drink, throwing his head back and draining the glass.
Fucking ceasefire was barely a week old when the stores fell.
I know he's probably not alive. I've heard the stories about the island. I started mouthing off whatever I could to tell him I knew the risk. I had to go. I made a promise, even just borrowing a boat. His face softened as he looked at me. I tried to concentrate my gaze on the cider but couldn't stop tears from dropping in, making ripples as the cider fizzed. There was a boulder sitting right beside my tongue and threatening to let loose a landslide if any pebble of a word slid through.
I was there.
He offered up, looking me in the eyes. He nodded as if to reinforce the point.
I know where you're going to find, but I owe the dead there some respect. If that means bringing peace to one of their friends, that's a start.
He stood now, hoisting the two sabers off the other chair and tightening their belt around his waist. He looked at me expectantly, still sitting with my cider and looking at him. I couldn't believe he had agreed so easily to take me, much less that he had empathy for my plight. If he was out there, he was smiling at me when I entered that tavern.
I didn't get your name, sir.
I choked out, at least hoping I could thank the man who would be helping me. He simply smiled, crooked and good-toothed, back.
Call me Chambers.
He held out a hand to shake, which I accepted before realizing he was missing the ring finger on it. He laughed as he shook my hand, noting my surprise.
Alan.
I said back to him, still choking back words while trying to hide behind my cider. He finished tightening the belt, picking up a blunderbuss alongside it. He looked at me as I stood, sizing me up.
You bring a weapon with you, Alan?
He asked, flinging the blunderbuss over his shoulder. I noticed a pouch of gunpowder and some silver beads in his belt, opposite the sabers. He was prepared for something that I wasn't. I simply brought my hand up from my coat, revealing the shining Bowie knife. He gave a hearty laugh.
That won't get you very far. If you know how to use this, I'll give it to you.
I shook my head. He motioned me after, leaving money on the bar for the young lady working, who shouted a thank you to him from across the room. He waved back as the door swung closed behind us. Now, he and I stood alone in the pale lamplight from the single, lonely flame above the tavern door. He pulled a canister from his pocket, striking a match on the tavern wall and lighting the wick he had just produced. I gasped, light shining in a bright circle from the canister, casting a beam to show our way. As Chambers adjusted a nozzle attached to it, the light grew brighter, better lighting the greenery and surrounding coastline. I don't think I've ever seen anything this bright since the sun went out. Chambers laughed at me like a father watching his child discover something new. He pivoted quickly, waving a hand at me to follow him down the narrow steps toward the docks.
So you've heard about the island?
Yes, the rough cobblestone trying to twist my ankles as we went. My hands were shaking as the docks began to shine below us, a few lonely lanterns keeping the darkness from the bay. I heard one landed there. I replied, remembering the horror stories I had heard from those that went through the fall. Some said they fell where blood was shed, others said it was God's judgment. I know the places where they fell got overrun with something before long.
Something ain't the half of it.
Chambers chuckled back. He had oddly grim humor about going to the island. I could see the glow brighter now, though not enough to determine color. We finally reached a small boat on the docks, a smaller sailboat with a few oars attached to the sides. Chambers went up to the small lampposts at either end of the boat, lighting them from his torch and bathing the docks in bright light from the flames now burning high in the night. He adjusted knobs again, bringing the flames down slightly while moving small mirrors around them, adjusting their lights in different directions.
Most of the bastards are afraid of light, so they'll leave us alone as we cross. Come on now.
He climbed into the boat after I did, wavering a little as the water rocked us. It had been years since I'd been on any kind of water, but it came back naturally after a moment. He settled in and hoisted the sail above us, lighting the lantern atop its mast. Chambers settled in on the aft with the till while I took a spot near the mid, looking back at him as he met my eyes with his single one. The deep blue caught me again, even in the dim light as his face hardened in the flickering lantern's glow.
Star's done a lot around here since it fell. You're going to see a lot that ain't natural.
He picked up a small pistol from a cabinet on the boat's side.
Assuming one of them gets you and doesn't kill you right away, I'll deliver one shot from this directly to your skull. No hesitation. I'm saving you from something worse than death.
What exactly are they? I couldn't comprehend what would be a worse fate than death, other than the horror stories of the war and how some lived injured on the battlefield for days. I had tried to stray around any of the Starfell areas on the maps I had, and typically had safe passage all the way here if I hadn't come across anything the other travelers spoke of.
Dunno.
Chambers grunted, guiding them along in the water, leaving the docks behind as the wind caught the sails.
No, I used to have some friends when I was younger, and frontierin' natives warned me about some of their old legends, and I'd rather have those than what's on this island.
I shivered, the cold wind blowing through the humid air, brushing long, unkempt hair from my face as we crossed the gap from the mainland. Something breached the water nearby, letting out a small wail as the light illuminated it briefly before disappearing back to the depths.
Paying no mind, we're almost there. Now, if you look in that compartment on your right, you're gonna find an old axe. I want you to hang on to that while we're in here. That thing got me off the island in the first place.
He glided us smoothly along the water, the island approaching ever closer in the dark. Now the glow of the island was brighter, a color somewhere between that deep blue ocean that grew in our garden back home.
Now, you gotta tell me some things before we get in.
I nodded.
What are we looking for? What was his name?
He looked at me, setting that same blue eye that managed to stare into my soul better than any two ever had.
And are you prepared to see what he might be now? I'll help you look, and I will do my damnedest to protect you, but we will go no further than the crater's edge.
Yes. I gulped, steeling my resolve as we coasted toward the shoreline, water splashing around as something peeked out at us from the waves. He was lighter-skinned, said his mama was a slave and daddy was, well, you know. He kept his hair short, though I imagine it's grown out plenty since he's been gone all these years. Hazel eyes, like a pecan that ain't quite ripe yet. I stalled, stopping before I was too far into the small details. The little things I could recognize immediately upon seeing him. The little, beautiful details. He was missing half of his left pinky finger. Happened in a milling accident when he was a kid. I kept going, not noticing the change in Chambers' face. His face, the right side of his face is scarred, pretty terribly. He told me it was because he tried to take a whipping for his mother and his dad just went at him wherever he could get. He has them all down his arms and legs too. They're darker than the rest of his skin, so he looks like he's got a net or something on all the time. He can't grow a full beard because of it either, so he has lines running through it where the scars are. It looked pretty comical when he was first growing it, but now I'm sure it's all over.
Ezekiel,
Chambers muttered, snatching me back from my memories with the sound of his name. Do you know where he is? I was immediately back to the present, adrenaline pumping with the most hope I'd felt in months. Please tell me you do.
Shit.
Chambers sat back against the boat as they began scraping onto the beach.
Shit, kid. Shit. I'm sorry, I can't let you go in there. We're turning around.
My chest seized, breath refusing to move in my lungs. I couldn't control it when it suddenly broke out in heavy, short bursts as I tried desperately to breathe. Despite everything he had already told me, despite the now rapidly spiraling screams in my head telling me otherwise, I still needed to know if he was alive.
What happened to him? God damn it all.
Chambers sighed as he stopped trying to steer the boat, allowing it to simply rest on the shore.
Ezekiel was one of my privates. He was a lieutenant under General Sherman, in charge of the regiment with him in it. I was with him when the damn stars fell. We barely made it out in time, or we would probably have been killed when it hit the fort. Left a damn big crater in the ground. Things didn't change immediately, you know. Sure, his sun disappeared in the blink of an eye, but at least we didn't get them right away.
The creatures? I asked, still unsure of what to say to him. He was desperately waiting for an answer to my first question, but he wanted to avoid it. Did they kill him?
I wish they had.
Chambers said back, giving me a solemn look of pity as tears welled in my eyes.
At least then I could give you a straight answer. Should have gotten them out of there after the damn thing fell. They wanted us to stay and make sure nothing happened around it. Guess it was natural to be suspicious after Lincoln was killed, but god damn it, this wasn't the time. The damn star cracked about a day after it landed. Cursed things came pouring out of it.
Not like anything I ever seen, like it sprung a damn leak and was spraying out everywhere. I don't know how we missed it. With that thing, whatever was coming out of that thing, I've seen cannonballs hit people, and he weren't that bad.
I gulped. He looked at the tree line up the beach briefly as a shriek rang through the night, coming from further into the island overgrowth. About then was when we noticed a smell that quickly overpowered every other sense I felt. Death, 100-fold. I had smelled rotting carcasses of farm animals most of my life, discovered a few that had died before sitting in the hot Georgia summer for a few hours. And that would be like the finest lavender compared to this. It didn't faze him, still telling me of the horrors.
I didn't see Ezekiel being hit, but the ones that were became something else when whatever it was went back to the star. Then it just started glowing, and the soldiers started turning into damn nightmares all around. We got out of the fort, escaped the worst of them, and was able to kill a few smaller ones with that there axe.
He pointed to the one I was holding now, giving a small smile when he looked at it.
That thing cut quite a few down. Ezekiel was pretty handy with a sword too. Took down as many as I did.
Chambers grew quiet again, focusing his eye on mine once more, not wavering for a moment.
Running through the woods, it was worse than any hell I heard preached about. Them boys, the one that got hit, they just lost most of their color, started getting these little wisps to them like they were, it wasn't smoke, not burning, but steam coming off of them. Even if they were barely held together after the hit, they started twisting and stretching every which way after that. I saw some have their bones splintered through, some just tore, but their faces kept smiling, not a care in the world. Happy as a pig in shit, smiling teeth and all. That's what stays with me. That's what Ezekiel held off when we got to the beach.
I let out a shaky breath, gulping back the pain welling behind my tongue and piercing deep down into my chest.
So, you held them off while you were in? I tried to grab him, kid, I really did. He just kept pushing more people in front of him onto the boat, and when there wasn't room, well, he stood right there, planted his blade in the sand, picked up a damn repeating carbine that someone dropped on the beach, and started going at it. We might have been dead if it hadn't been for some fucking miracle of timing. They were loading up excess ammo from the fort, so there was a whole damn barrel of tubes the Spencers used. I saw Ezekiel reload the damn thing 12 times before they even got past the trees. He picked up his sword and just started going at him. Never seen a man use a rifle with one hand and a sword in the other, but goddamn he was a fighter. The lights receded too much, and last I saw was one grabbed him.
He stopped here, locking his eye with mine again.
I don't know if he died, but they took him. I've been on this island a few times since, cleaning up bodies and scavenging, but I ain't seen no sign of him. Not a corpse, nor one of them bastards.
So you don't know that he's dead? I asked, feeling a small pang of hope. I grabbed onto it, holding tight and not letting go no matter how hard it clawed to get away. He just sighed as he stood up, bringing the sails down and opening a small compartment along his seat. Pulling out a small canister he tossed to me, along with a matchbook. I looked in the flickering lanterns at the matchbook, looking at him in surprise.
Thought you couldn't get white phosphorus anymore. It had some bad health effects. Son, I'm more concerned about keeping my insides in me, alright? No, you see where that twist at the bottom? This is a replacement.
He tossed me another, smaller canister, about half the size of the one I already had.
Screw that in when that one runs out. You keep that lit at all times, hear me? Axe out too. I didn't see him die, and I figured out enough with you by now to know you ain't gonna leave until you know.
I stood up quickly, eager and hoping to find him hiding somewhere out there in the dense brush. I struck one of the matches quickly after ripping it from the book, lighting the small wick on the canister he gave me. The match was bright as is, but whatever was in the canister burned brighter than the sun right in my hand. I almost dropped it in the bottom of the boat out of surprise as he reached back in and took it from me, propping the small casing around it up to focus the beam ahead of us.
He handed it back to me as I got out of the boat, leading the way up to the tree line as waves crashed behind us.
I'm gonna ask you one more time, but I already know what you're gonna say. Are you sure you want to go in here?
I could only nod as Chambers nodded back to me, situating his lantern canister in a small pocket on his chest before drawing his cavalry swords, one in each hand.
Stay right with me and do not stray. We're going to try the store. If they dragged him back, that's where he'll be.
I followed him into the dense forest, nettles and branches whipping at me from every direction with even the slightest movement. Chambers hacked away at some, but not many gave way to his swings, rather bouncing back before coming back on me. How do you know he'll be at the star?
They'll go to the star.
He grunted. His bright light was illuminating the way in front of us. The lights from the boat had long disappeared through the trees. I could hear something off to my left cackle, shrill and breaking like an obnoxious drunk. It quickly turned from a cackle into a scream as it rushed closer.
Shine your damn light around us, keep them off.
I did as he commanded immediately, fearing for my life as I swung my light in the direction of the noise. I briefly caught a glimpse of pale, stretched skin unfolding from a slender body before its mouth opened wide and sharp teeth let loose a screech. I could barely comprehend what it was I saw before swinging my axe, missing. It leapt upwards off into the higher branches and away from exposure. My heart caught in my chest as I began wildly flashing my light all around us, gripping the axe tighter. What the hell was that?
A damn judgment from God if I ever seen one.
Chambers replied, leading me into a small clearing in the forest area and pulling the canister from his belt, sliding back the shade and letting the light bathe our surroundings. A calamity of hisses and shrieks and screams of anger and pain poured forth from every direction around the clearing, branches rustling as terrors retreated from the light's burn. I could barely tell now, but there was a low glow through the trees, coming from a ways on from us, maybe another 5 minutes walk.
I'm gonna ask you again. Are you sure? Because you seen what's out here, and I can promise if he's one of them, you don't want to see that.
He could be one of those? I felt like I was going to throw up thinking about that now. Picturing him over that pasty, white-eyed thing that had briefly been seen in my light, I had to steel myself again, catching sight of something else staring at us through the tree line. This one was on all fours, crouching behind a fallen tree as I think it stared at us. The eyes were just slits, almost like the middle of a snake's eye, but glowing purple. It licked its lips when it noticed that I had picked up on it, smiling a mouth with only 4 sharp teeth before curling fingers in a wave. I shivered, almost losing my nerve again before nodding to Chambers. I need this.
He loved you.
Chambers said to me, looking toward the pale light. I looked in surprise, taken aback at what he said while terrified he had figured it out. He just looked back at me.
I can tell you Ezekiel mentioned you a few times in passing. While we would all talk about what we had back home some nights, he would tell us about you.
I felt my heart drop, hands shaking more now in the bright light than they had when I was sitting in the dark with whatever creatures were looking at me. He told you?
Son, a love that strong ain't something I'll shame you for. We could all be so lucky.
He said, picking up the lantern again and setting the shade back to guide us again, as I adjusted mine to give me more feeling of safety. I was still shaking, but that was the best thing I could have heard. At least I knew he wouldn't leave me here on the island. Unless he broke through my thoughts again.
Black, white, man, woman, it don't matter. Shit, we had more love and the good Lord might not have rained the heavens down.
You'll think it was a god that did this? I asked, moving forward along with him through the underbrush and trees, the glow growing brighter with each step, even overtaking his lamp's bright white light. I don't know if I ever believed in him before all this.
If it weren't God, that scares me more.
Chambers replied as we came upon another small clearing, the fallen star in the center now visible to me in full glory. The star was nearly taller than the trees around it, giving off the same glow I could first see from the water of purples and blues mixing and almost breathing from the star. It didn't come out in beams like regular light, but more like steam from it, floating in luminescent wisps through the air as the light dispersed, turning from the deeper hues to lighter as they ascended before covering the surroundings. It was beautiful, a celestial body right here a mere stone's throw away. I didn't notice the things around it at first, almost invisible as I could see straight through them, their ethereal shapes outlined as the glow pulsed over them. I whispered, still gazing at the star open-mouthed as the comprehension of the beings hadn't hit me just yet. It's like something from a dream, a damn nightmare, Chambers replied, pulling a small scope from his pocket and holding it to his eye, singling out the ones who gathered all around the star, worshipping at its altar as it breathed there. He continued looking as I gazed on, transfixed at the layers of cracks that had spread through the star intricately, almost fearfully carved in the surface of the celestial body as it breathed the faint light in and out. As I tore my eyes away from it and looked to the surrounding beings, I noticed the faces and remembered Chambers' warning. I knew that smile from anywhere, a gap between his two front teeth that always caused a small whistle when he talked while overexcited. His eyes and skin were the same translucent as all the others, almost like he was an old ghost from a story he told me one night. Chambers must have noticed him at the same time. Oh, shit. He let out a sigh of resignation, putting the scope away and redrawing one of his swords.
Kid, I'm not letting you throw your life away. I know you've lost a lot, but I promise he's not Ezekiel anymore. Let's make it back to the boat and I'll buy you some drinks at the tavern. You can tell me how he was before the war.
I felt him bump my shoulder but didn't notice, still transfixed on Ezekiel's smiling face bathed in the star's glow. He was so joyful, just like I remembered him from before he left to fight, before he left and became this thing. I saw that same smile as he told me stories, me writing them down on paper so we could take them to the presser nearby and share the adventures we created together. He, the jovial creator, me, the enraptured recorder. I had to see that smile up close again. I turned to Chambers, handing him back the axe and canister he had given me as he tried to turn me back to the trees, back to safety.
I'm sorry. I can't. I know he's gone. There's no point if I go back without him.
I was crying as I said it, Chambers relaxing his grip and letting me take the 10 steps forward toward my beloved who was taken from me before I could ever say goodbye. He smiled at me as I got close. I looked back to Chambers, nodding. He sighed and waved goodbye solemnly, making his way back into the trees, fleeing the accursed island and its inhabitants, soon to be once more. The purple-eyed creature leapt at him from a nearby tree as he walked away, but he turned in time to slice it clean through. He kept walking, adjusting light as he left. Ezekiel was still smiling as he came to me, iridescent hand taking mine with warmth and embrace just as I remembered. I smiled at him as he led me to the star, all the way up to a small opening almost at eye level. He smiled back at me before guiding my head to the opening in the star, to gaze inside at what was causing this magnificence. I felt excited now, with the prospect of being with Ezekiel once more alongside the beauty of the star that had me enraptured. I gladly looked into the small opening, gasping as vast fields of stars and sun stretched bright dandelions of light for an eternity before me. All time seemed to stop and my smile wouldn't fade. Nothing would. I pulled my head back to the open air of night, meeting Ezekiel's smiling eyes with mine. As I embraced him and he did the same for me, I felt the infinite stars from within suddenly burst forth into my conscious. The most intense feeling I had ever experienced as every emotion overcame my body before being overcome by nothing but intense warmth, love. Ezekiel is here. I am Ezekiel. Ezekiel is me. We no longer had use for a name in the great field of stars. Twin nebulas burning bright in each other's glow forever now, with no worry as to who may see in the infinite sea of the cosmos, far away from their life before, but never more at home with each other. I rubbed my eyes, but the genie was still there when I opened them again. His bulky, dark blue torso originated from a trail of smoke wafting from a broken lamp on the ground.
Oh, it's you. You poor soul.
The genie said as he looked me over.
I suppose it's only fair I offer you the same deal.
His massive figure was stooped over, and his eyes were downcast. I was running late to my own engagement party. The rain was pitter-pattering on the sidewalk as we stared one another down. My mouth was hanging wide open as I struggled to believe what I was seeing.
Here are the terms,
he said finally.
You're 28 now, correct? So you'll be 10 years old after the reset. If you choose to accept, you'll keep all your knowledge and memory, and the decision is irreversible.
He scrutinized me with his large, pupilless eyes, as if assessing me, trying to guess how I might respond.
It is no understatement that your life's course will irrevocably be changed. Think carefully. Are you happy with things as they are?
I gulped. I've read about these hypotheticals on internet forums before.
You've got 10 seconds to respond. Do you want to turn the clock back 18 years?
I woke up in class and blinked. A flood of memories came rushing back to me. I was sitting in my 4th grade classroom. The walls looked incredibly tall, like I was seeing the world from a much lower angle. I looked down and saw 2 tiny, meaty hands attached to a pudgy set of arms. The genius spell had worked. I pumped my fist and silently mouthed, "Yes." Ideas raced through my mind. This was my chance to fix everything. As soon as class was out, I ran to the library, but found myself wheezing before I even made it halfway. I went through a long, pudgy phase as a child that had lasted until college. I had little luck with women, and my self-esteem had shrunk as my gut grew. When I finally got to the library, I logged into a computer and searched for Little League football teams. In the years to come, my decades of being a sports fan, combined with the youthful years I could now spend conditioning my body, placed me at the top of my high school football team with ease. At the same time, I tried to convince my dad to buy Amazon stock. He was impressed with how much I knew about the company as a 10-year-old, but skeptical.
I've been caught in that trap before. The market's still not fully recovered,
he argued.
And besides, what is cloud?
Money had always been tight around the house when I was growing up, and now that I was armed with knowledge of the future, I was determined to change that. I pre-recorded a few CNBC TV segments and left them playing for my dad to see when he got home, and after a few weeks, I finally convinced him to dip his toes in. The first few shares he bought quickly began to climb in value, whetting his appetite and persuading him to take out a larger loan against our house to buy more. I felt briefly sorry for my mom as she chewed him out for taking such a huge risk, but the anger quickly dissipated as their investment quickly doubled, then tripled. By the time I was winning back-to-back state championships in high school, our family had rapidly climbed the socioeconomic ladder into the top 1%. As an awkward kid riddled with anxiety and ADHD, school had been hard for me. In my past life, I had barely managed to graduate, and the only school that accepted me was a local community college. In this life, I was confident, popular, and my family could easily afford my medication. I graduated with a perfect GPA and a sports scholarship to Harvard. There was nothing I could want more during my second go at being a teenager. I dated multiple girls just for fun and lost my virginity at age 19 instead of 25. However, when I was alone in bed at night, my dreams were filled with memories of my fiancée. When Facebook came around, I immediately made an account and looked for her, and was disappointed to find that she wasn't on the platform. Every year, I would search again until her profile finally popped up in my sophomore year of college. Time froze momentarily when I saw her face again after 9 years. She was as beautiful as I remembered. I couldn't wait to meet her. Then, I had a sickening thought. Nervously, I scrolled down her profile, looking for her relationship status. The display read back, no info. I thought about sending her a message, but stopped myself and closed the page. She had a life before she met me, and following her this closely on Facebook felt wrong. It reminded me of a story she told me about a guy who stalked her social media accounts on a daily basis, regularly sending creepy messages until she blocked him. The stalker had no profile picture and constantly asked her to go on a date with him, stating that if she, quote, just gave him a chance, he could make her happy, end quote. I shuddered at the thought of becoming like that stalker and decided to wait until we met in person to talk to her. In my past life, I had an idea for a software business that I thought would change the world. When I graduated from the community college, I was nearly penniless. But instead of looking for a job like my parents recommended, I decided to take out a loan to start a company with a few friends. The idea had some legs, but I had no connections and no experience. After a few years of floundering with little to show for it, we shut the company down. It was that fateful day when I was sitting in a cafe, worrying about how I was going to pay my debts, when she walked into my life. In this life, I was a Harvard student from an affluent family. I chose to major in economics and quickly introduced myself to every computer science student on campus. Before long, I put together a team and secured funding from a group of professors. We launched our product in my senior year at Harvard, and by the time I graduated, our platform had over 1 million users, and Forbes called me, quote, the most promising young CEO of this generation, end quote. In the years following Harvard, our company grew exponentially, and my stake in the business increased in value to several $billion with a B. My parents were proud, but I didn't get to see them much, nor did I have much time for relationships, but every now and then, I would still check on her Facebook profile, just to make sure. Each time I looked, her relationship status displayed the same thing. No info. So when the day came, I gave my security detail the day off, flew into the town I lived in during my past life, and waited at the same cafe where my fiancé and I had met. I made sure to arrive a few hours early, just in case the timing wasn't perfect. I remembered exactly how our first meeting went. Our gazes had met across the room. She was in line, and I was sitting at my table. She smiled at me, momentarily washing away my worries about my debt and my failure of a life. After she got her drink, she sat down, and we talked the afternoon away. A few of the best years of my life. Later, I got down on one knee and put a ring on her finger. The wedding was 2 weeks away when I encountered the genie on the sidewalk. My daydreaming was interrupted by the door swinging open and my fiancée walking in. She looked exactly the way I remembered on that day, down to the white blouse and the straw hat with a pink ribbon. A smile plastered across her pretty face as she talked to the man she came with. The man she came with? I ducked behind my coffee and peered over the brim at them. The man was tall and lanky, a thick scraggly beard wrapping around his chin. Their gazes were locked on one another as if everyone else was just a background character. A million thoughts raced through my mind and I dreaded the worst. Then he leaned in for a kiss, and to my chagrin, she smiled and returned it. Then the barista called them to pick up their drinks, and I began to pack up my things, hanging my head in defeat. Then she called out my name.
It's you.
She exclaimed as she scurried toward my table.
You're the CEO of that startup.
I nodded and tried to play it cool as I sipped my coffee.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a fan of your company's work,
She said, extending her hand.
I'm Melanie.
I shook it and refrained from bursting out that of course I knew who she was, that I had thought about and missed her touch for the last 15 years, that her hand felt so right in mine. Nice to meet you, I said with a polite smile. I found myself at a loss for words. 15 years and I didn't know what to say to her. I remembered our last conversation well. It was about her engagement gift. She wanted to know what it was, but I refused to say. She would just have to wait until the party. These thoughts triggered a flood of memories since I never arrived at that party. I never got to see her gift.
Is everything okay?
Her voice snapped me out of my misery. I realized my eyes had become moist and quickly wiped them dry. Yeah, I responded, clearing my throat. So, Melanie, what do you do? It turned out that in this life, she was an executive assistant. otherwise known as a secretary. It just so happened that I found myself unable to handle my own schedule anymore, nor perform any administrative tasks, so I took a perfunctory glance at her LinkedIn and then offered her a job, which she quickly accepted.
By the way, this is my boyfriend, Jacob.
She said, gesturing to the tall man behind her. He smiled at me nervously and shook my hand with a sweaty palm. Being a minor celebrity in this life, it was common for people to be a bit anxious when meeting me. In the years that followed, Melanie worked tirelessly to ensure that I never had to worry about any task or issue below my pay grade. I found myself relying on her more, and our friendship began to grow. I did my best to keep it professional and respect her boundaries. One night, as we were working past midnight, she quipped that I had become her, quote, work husband, end quote. In a moment of panic, I promoted her to a project manager role, ensuring that we would no longer see each other daily. She was overjoyed, and we celebrated with a round of espresso shots and the last bag of kale chips. I had to push her away. It pained me too much to hear her say my name and the word husband in the same sentence. I should be her actual husband, and yet her relationship with her tall, bearded boyfriend had blossomed, and they were set to marry in a few months.
By the way, we're having an engagement party tomorrow,
she said, artfully tossing the last kale chip into the air and catching it in her mouth.
It's a small guest list. Jacob wanted to keep it down low, but you should totally come.
I realized then that I was approaching the turning point. Tomorrow was the rainy night in my other life that I ran into the genie with the broken lamp. Perhaps it was fate that their engagement party was on the same day that ours had been. After much internal conflict, I drove to the toy store and bought a giant shark plushie, the same gift I'd gotten her in the last life. She was deeply afraid of sharks, and so, as a sick joke that was perfectly in line with our relationship, I had bought her a plushie for her to cuddle with and face her fears every night. Keeping with my practice of amending the mistakes of my past life, I had my limo drive me to her engagement party instead of walking, saving the shark plushie from getting drenched in the rain. She greeted me with a bright smile and a peck on the cheek when I arrived. Then I showed her the gift, and her expression turned to shock.
Did you guys plan this?
She asked after a few moments of pause. I shook my head, confusion darting across my face.
It's the same gift that Jacob got me.
She said.
Like a carbon copy.
It took me a few seconds to register her words, then I recalled the first words the genie said to me.
Oh, it's you. You poor soul. I suppose it's only fair I offer you the same deal.
The words caught in my throat, unwilling to face the horrifying reality, but I forced them out. Hey, Melanie, I asked, do you mind if I ask you what he got you for your last birthday? Her expression changed from distress to joy, like she was recalling a sweet memory.
It was super cute. He created a treasure hunt around the house with each clue leading me to a gift. Hey, are you alright?
I wasn't alright. I felt like keeling over. Running my hand through my hair, I asked, well, what about the year before that? She laughed nervously.
What's going on? Trying to get inspired for someone special in your life?
Jacob appeared at the door behind her. He started to speak, but then his eyes skirted from her to me to the shark plushie I was holding. His expression formed an O shape. I looked at him and felt a wave of fury washing over me. Let me guess what it was, I said softly. A watercolor set? He looked like a deer in headlights, and she looked like she had just seen an incredible magic trick.
Yeah, that's right,
he replied.
But how did you know?
Maybe you told him at work,
he said, quickly trying to avoid meeting my gaze.
Well, let's get back inside, honey. It's cold out here and we've got guests.
I grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. My high school and college years of playing football in this life ensured that he could not break free.
Stop it, you guys. What's going on?
Melanie was looking at me, then him, then back, searching for answers. Neither of us said a thing. I looked at him expectantly. He looked back at me pleadingly.
Why don't you tell her?
I said in a low voice. He shook his head.
Please.
He whimpered.
You have everything.
You spent these years bettering yourself, but all I have is her. All I ever wanted is her.
That makes two of us. I roared, charging into the house and knocking him into the wall, sending both of us tumbling to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, but I caught his ankle and pulled him down. There was a rush of feet as the guests crowded around us, Bones filming away as a well-known billionaire tackled a man at his own engagement party.
"That stupid fucking genie,"
he yelled as he kicked in my face, landing a few blows.
"Of all the people to give the second wish to, it had to be you."
I pulled him towards me and held him from behind, preventing him from moving.
"Tell her,"
I hissed as I tightened my grip.
"Explain what you did."
A pair of arms pulled at me, and I turned to see her face close to mine, soaked in tears.
"Please, stop,"
she said.
"Let's talk this out. I don't understand what's wrong." "I should have shattered that lamp into 1,000 pieces."
He croaked in short gasps of air. Then I remembered the lamp. I let go of him and fell to the floor, wheezing for air. I turned to Melanie.
"It's gonna sound insane,"
I said,
"but you'll understand soon. This guy was your Facebook stalker in a past life."
I ran out the door and found the rain coming down in buckets, utterly drenching my clothes and hair. I ignored it, making a mad sprint down the road towards the street lamp where this all began. Through the wall of rain, I made out a glimmering on the ground. I stooped over and picked it up and felt its cold, metallic sting in my skin. Though my hands were frozen from the cold, I began rubbing the lamp vigorously.
"Come out, please,"
I screamed. A pair of hands shoved me from behind, and I fell face forward. The lamp fell from my hands and clattered to the ground, shattering. I spun around and clocked him in the face, knocking him on his behind. The blood from his nose mixed with the rain streaming down his face. I grabbed his collar and wound up for another punch.
"Greetings, mortals."
A deep voice boomed from behind. Slowly turning, I came face to face with the genie that I had met 18 years ago. His deep blue skin shimmered under the street lamp's light and seemed unaffected by the downpour. He towered over both of us like a god speaking to his creations.
"I see things have not gone according to plan,"
he said, looking at us with pity in his eyes.
"For either of you."
"Please, genie," I said, "grant me one more wish, undo all of this, and reset things to the way they were before." I dropped Jacob and crawled towards the mythical creature. The genie furrowed his brow.
"So you would give up all your wealth and return to destitution, relinquish the memories of a happy and stable childhood, exchanging them for your old life of failure?"
He asked, and I nodded vigorously. I no longer cared. 18 years of prosperity was not worth losing the 2 years of bliss I had with her. He seemed to think it over, but shook his head.
"I cannot grant another wish to the same mortal,"
he said.
"I'm sorry."
His expression seemed downcast, but then he saw something behind me, and his eyes lit up. I turned to see Melanie standing there, her tears mixing with the rain, drenching her face.
"What on earth?"
she whispered, seemingly in a daze.
"These men have fought 2 lifetimes to be by your side,"
the genie explained, gesturing towards me.
"He was meant to marry you in a past life."
Then he pointed at Jacob, who was lying unconscious on the ground.
"While that one pined from you from afar. When he found me, he asked me to give his life reset by 18 years. He used that time to carry out a meticulous plan to win your heart."
Melanie's face was inscrutable as she took all of this in.
"Then you gave him the same wish, right?"
she said finally, looking towards me. The genie nodded. "Jacob mimicked everything I did," I said, "down to the same birthday gifts. The man you've been dating was a copy of me." I slowly walked toward her and took her shivering hand in mine.
"Unfortunately, human,"
the genie interrupted.
"her feelings in this life are not for you."
Her expression betrayed the truth. She looked at her feet, avoiding my gaze. My heart felt like it was dropping into the soles of my shoes and disappearing into the ground below.
"I love Jacob,"
she said, her voice cracking.
"At least, I think I do." I don't know what to believe anymore. This is all insanity.
She buried her face in her hands and sank to the ground.
Fortunately for you, woman,
The genie said.
my wishes come in threes.
He placed an enormous blue hand on her shoulder.
Tell me what you wish for.
Melanie wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at me. I smiled weakly at her. I had accepted my fate. Whatever she decided would be the life I had to live. My vision began to grow dark. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words were inaudible. I leaned in, trying to hear her, but felt the strength being sapped from my body. Then, darkness. I was late. I checked my phone again and saw my Uber was still 10 minutes away. A slight drizzle began to pitter-patter on my skin, and I looked down worryingly at the shark plushie I was holding. My phone buzzed with the alert of a text message. It was from Melanie. What is art? The question so simple yet so hard to answer. Not for Reno, though. Reno knew exactly what his art was and what he wanted to accomplish with it. During the few weeks I spent with him, I should learn just how special his art truly was. I met Reno at the beginning of my third semester in my city's arts academy 8 years ago. The moment he strolled into the lecture hall, I couldn't help but stare at him. To say he looked weird would be an understatement. His clothes were mismatched and dirty, his hair was wild and disheveled, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. This strange character found himself a seat in the back, where he dozed off almost instantly.
Seems we have a newcomer.
Our professor joked when he entered the room and saw him at the back. For a moment, Reno continued dozing, then the class started laughing.
Not a newcomer,
he mumbled. For a while, the professor stared at him, frowning, but then his face lit up.
Oh, Reno, what a surprise to see you here. Hopefully we get to see a bit more of you this semester.
Needless to say, that wasn't the case. During the first half of the semester, I could count the times I saw Reno in the lecture hall on one hand. If he was there, he was always at the back, all by himself, ignored by the rest of the class. I'd ignored him too, if I wouldn't have seen him at the university studio one afternoon. Until then, I didn't know what Reno was majoring in, or that he was an artist. The studio was packed with students, all working on their respective projects. As I made my way to my little corner, I noticed a handful of students who had crowded together, all watching something.
What's going on?
I asked, walking up to them.
That guy over there is crazy.
When I looked where he was pointing, I saw none other than Reno. He was working on some sort of sculpture, chiseling away at a block of stone. Now this wouldn't have been strange at all, but there were two reasons Reno stood out. The first was his motif. He'd apparently picked up a random chair from somewhere in the studio and decided to sculpture it for our class project. The second was the result. The sculpture he was creating was breathtaking. He wasn't merely recreating the chair, he was creating an idealized version of it. In his art, he turned an old wooden chair into a throne, embroidered with flowers and ornate carvings. As I watched, I couldn't help but think that this still unfinished chair was the most beautiful thing in the entire studio. Yet, while we all watched in astonishment, Reno seemed distant, unattached, almost bored. He didn't even look up at us, not a single time, and ignored us altogether. Over the course of the week, I saw him at the studio multiple times. He was never there for long, but his progress was rapid. While my painting looked almost no different after a week of working on it, Reno's piece was already finished. While everyone marveled at his creation, Reno put a single written note next to it and strolled from the studio as if what he'd done was the simplest thing in the world. It was this chair, this throne, that sparked my interest in this peculiar character. I guess it was the way he acted, the contrast between his artistic ability and his strange personality. Yet, after he'd finished his project, weeks went by without him showing up to class even once. Eventually, I approached our professor about him. The old man sighed when I mentioned the name Reno.
That young man is something else. In all my years at this academy, I've seen no one as talented as him. It's a shame he's wasting his talent.
I could hear the heartfelt frustration in the man's voice, and having seen Reno's piece, I understood how he felt. For a few seconds, I shuffled around in front of his desk before I asked the question I'd wanted to.
Do you know where I can find him? I wanted to talk to him about his art, but he's never in class, so.
My voice trailed off.
Well, I wouldn't know, but if you go down to Mr. Zimmer in the student secretariat, he might be able to help you.
I thanked him, and 10 minutes later, I was face to face with Mr. Zimmer. He wasn't thrilled about my inquiry and rambled on about privacy and that he couldn't just give out a student's address. As quickly as possible, I made up a lie, stating I was working on a project with Reno, but he hadn't shown up in weeks. I even added a little curse about him, quote, ruining my semester, end quote. That did the trick. Zimmer yielded and handed me a note with his address. I didn't visit Reno right away, and neither did I visit him for the rest of the week. To be honest, I was nervous and didn't even know what to say to him. On Saturday afternoon, I mustered up what little courage I had and set out. Even then, I didn't know what I was even doing or why I was going. I guess Reno gave off this strange feeling, almost like an aura. Once I'd arrived at the address, I found myself in front of an old, possibly abandoned one-story building. Its bleak walls were covered in graffiti, its windows frosted and half closed off by rusty metal sheets. Great, did he give them a fake address? Considering the way he'd acted, it wasn't too far-fetched. Then, I noticed a dim shimmer of light coming from inside, and as I stepped closer, I saw an old doorbell. For a moment, I just stared at it. Then I took a deep breath and rang. I waited for a moment before I tried a second time. A moment later, I heard sounds from inside before a well-known, scrubby-looking figure with messy hair opened the door. I recognized him instantly.
Sorry, but I think you've got the wrong address.
He mumbled and was about to close the door again.
Reno, wait.
When he heard his name, he looked up.
We're in the same class at university. Claire, remember? I saw your piece in the studio, that chair, and it was amazing. I was wondering if you could show me more of your art.
For a moment, he stood there, taken aback.
You know, no one from the academy has ever visited me here. I thought no one cared about my work.
What? Didn't you notice how everyone was watching you at the studio? Even Professor Schneider told me how impressed he is with your work and that you're wasting.
And broke off. Reno, however, didn't get mad. He only smiled.
Well, yes, there's Schneider, but that man doesn't know a thing about art.
But Schneider's one of the most renowned...
What is art?
He cut me off. I started rambling on about depictions of beauty and capturing the moment and about creativity. Eventually, I broke off as I realized I didn't know what I even wanted to say.
All right, fine. But then, what is art, Reno?
Art is perfection,
he answered without the slightest hesitation.
It's not merely a depiction of reality. It's a depiction of a perfect version of reality. Art shows what could have been.
Like that chair.
I mumbled to myself. He nodded and finally led me into his home. The building had looked old and run down from outside, but the inside was sheer and utter chaos. The place was filled to the brim with all sorts of unfinished sculptures and various materials. Even the floor was littered with dust and rubble, forcing me to choose my steps carefully.
Do you live here?
Yes,
he answered matter-of-factly. He led me through this labyrinth of half-finished sculptures, blocks, and stones until we'd made it to a haphazardly put-together living quarter at the back. There was a small kitchen aisle, a table and chair, and a dusky old couch he seemed to use as a bed.
So, what's with all those sculptures? Are you working on all of them at the same time?
I asked and pointed to the chaos behind us.
Oh, those? No, I'm not working on them anymore.
What do you mean, you're not working on them?
I abandoned them,
he said with a shrug. I walked over to a half-finished sculpture of a beautiful young woman. Her face showed a sad smile, half hidden by her wild, long hair.
But this is brilliant. And this one over here.
I continued, pointing at another unfinished piece of a crying old man staring skyward.
That's not what my art is about. At least, not anymore.
But what is your art about?
It's about depicting perfect versions of our flawed reality.
What does that even mean?
Instead of answering, he led me to a small back area of the building. It was less crowded than the rest. There was a single block of stone there, one he seemed to work on. I could see the smiling face of a beautiful older woman and the first hints of the outlines of her body. Pinned to the surrounding walls were various photos. They depicted a woman, her face similar to that of the sculpture, but also vastly different. The woman in the picture looked sickly, angry, crazy even. For a moment, I took in her appearance before I looked back at Reno's sculpture.
But it's so different. That's not even the same person anymore.
But it is. Only it's a perfect depiction of her.
Yeah, all right.
I started.
But if you want to create beautiful art, why don't you base it on actual beautiful people? Wouldn't it be easier?
Where'd be the meaning of that? And more importantly, it's not what my art is about. It's all about depicting of a world free of faults. What I'm creating here is sculptured perfection.
Sculptured perfection?
I repeated. What a strange expression, but oddly fitting for such a strange man.
So, all I can see is this and all the abandoned sculptures outside. Do you have any of your finished pieces here?
He shook his head.
No, they're all gone.
What do you mean by that?
There's a purpose to them.
Let me guess, money? You've got yourself some rich patrons who are interested in the stuff you created here, right?
Reno didn't answer. Instead, he gave me a little smile, one that said, "If you think that's it, so be it." For the next hours, I stayed at Reno's place, talking to him about his art. All his answers, however, were ambiguous. Nothing more than short ramblings about ugliness and beauty, perfection and imperfection. It was interesting to listen to him, intriguing even, but also endlessly frustrating. When the sun set, I told him that I had to go. His answer was nothing but a shrug, and he went back to his sculpture, chiseling away at his newest version of sculptured perfection. On my way home, and for the next days, I couldn't stop thinking about Reno. It was less attraction, but more curiosity. After seeing his work, even if most of it was abandoned pieces, I couldn't deny how brilliant he was. It was a week later that my curiosity drove me back to his place. I hadn't even made it to the door when I heard a ruckus from inside. As my steps sped up, I could hear stone grinding before something shattered to the ground. The door burst open, but instead of Reno, a disgruntled older man stormed outside.
Fucking disgusting, he screamed back. You do something like that again, I'll kill you. You hear me, you goddamn fag?
With that, he stumbled from the door and in my direction. When his eyes met mine, he cursed at me.
What you looking at, you dumb bitch? Get the fuck out of the way.
The guy was clearly drunk, and I quickly hurried aside to let him pass. When I reached the door, I saw Reno shuffling toward the exit. I could see a split lip and a bruise on his face.
My God, Reno, are you all right?
I asked, hurrying toward him.
It's nothing.
That's not nothing. What happened?
Soon enough, I saw that one of his unfinished sculptures had been knocked over, explaining the noise I'd heard.
Oh no, did he do that?
I asked as I stared at the now destroyed beautiful piece. Reno nodded, but then shrugged.
It doesn't matter.
But why'd you let someone like him inside?
Because he's my newest motif.
What?
He shrugged again and led me to his work area. A new block of stone stood in its center, and a new set of photos lay scattered on the ground all around it. I picked some of them up and saw they were all of the same drunk I'd seen before. In one of them, he was shirtless, showing a disturbingly emaciated body sprouting discolored patches all over.
Is that why he beat you up? Because of those photos?
No, I asked him to take off his pants.
Reno answered.
You what?
I just suppressed the laughter that was rising in my throat.
The better a look I get at someone, the easier things are.
Yeah, but asking a guy like that to... God, Reno, of course he'd flip.
He stared at me for a moment as if waiting for me to explain, but I sighed.
What about the statue of the woman you've been working on?
I finished her 2 days ago.
And let me guess, you've already sold it, right?
He gave me a nod, but it was a reluctant one.
Do you have any pictures of them, your sculpted perfections?
For a moment, I saw him hesitate, but then he shook his head.
There's no need for that.
You know, Reno, talking to you can be frustrating.
He eyed me again, clearly not understanding what I meant.
You know, why don't you let me watch you work? As a fellow artist, I'm sure I can learn a thing or two.
There was the smallest hint of an emotion on his face before he shrugged and started on his work. He sorted through all the photos he'd taken and pinned them to the walls. Then he went over to a table stacked with various tools and chisels. His hands moved over them delicately. I watched him pick up one, then another, before he seemed to have found what he was looking for. Then he began his work. There was a madness to his artistry. It all seemed chaotic, not trained or studied. Chunks of stone crashed to the floor here and there, some small, others big. Yet, as I continued to watch, I realized there was a method to his madness. It was almost as if he needed nothing but his eyes, nothing but his tools to bring forth what was hidden inside the block. It was entrancing to watch him work. He didn't pause once, and his hands never came to a rest. There was no moment of hesitation. I don't know for how long I sat there, but after hours, I said my goodbye to Reno. This time he didn't react. He seemed to have forgotten I was there altogether. I was surprised to see him at lecture a week later. He looked just as he did when I'd first seen him, a disheveled, tired-looking young man who'd snuck in without being noticed by anyone.
Why do you even come here?
I asked as I plopped myself down next to him. His tired eyes met mine, and it took him a while before he recognized me. Then he gave me the weakest of shrugs.
A habit, I guess.
That's it? Aren't you here to graduate? I mean, you signed up after all, right?
Another shrug.
I used to, but not anymore.
But why?
I guess I found my own way. There's nothing here for me anymore. At times, I just like to mingle.
You know, Reno, sitting at the back all by yourself hardly qualifies as mingling.
To that, he said nothing.
All right, how about joining me and my friends tonight? We're going to hit a bar to have a few drinks.
Thank you, Claire, but I don't think...
No buts. You probably spent all of last week working on that stupid drunk sculpture, and now you're just wasting away. You're coming. End of story.
Reno smiled at my little outburst and nodded.
Guess it's fine this once,
he said, musing on. That same evening, I showed up at his home and dragged him along with me.
There's no way you're staying here.
I started when he was about to protest.
You said you're coming, and that's what you'll do.
And with that, I dragged him to the nearest subway station. Needless to say, my friends were more than curious when they saw me with Reno. He was a weirdo, after all, and he hadn't even bothered to change into a fresh set of clothing. I introduced him to them, but he was as detached as always, merely stating his name and stumbling along with us. While my friends chatted, Reno's eyes darted around, scanning the world.
Come on, Reno, live a little, have some fun.
You know, when you look at the world, I sometimes wonder,
he said. His eyes wandered over a group of people on the other side of the road. He never finished his line of thought, though. At the bar, my friends were their usual selves, ordering drinks and sharing stories. For a while, they pressed Reno to tell them more about himself and asked how the two of us had met, trying to include him in their conversations. Soon enough, though, they gave up. Even at the bar, Reno was the same as at university, sitting at the back, voluntarily isolated. Eventually, my friends wanted to move on to a different bar. When we all got up, Reno didn't move. He sat there, seemingly in his own world. I snapped my fingers in front of his face.
Reno, we're moving on. Let's go.
He raised his hands.
No, I'm fine. I'm just going to finish my drink and head home.
I sighed.
All right,
I said, turning to my friends.
Why don't you guys go ahead? I'll see you later.
They gave me a puzzled look before their eyes darted to the dejected figure still sitting at the table.
You sure you want to stay?
One of them asked.
Just for a bit, all right?
As they set out, I heard them mumble about me and why I'd be with a guy like him. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Of course, they'd got the wrong idea. I got myself another drink, put down my jacket, and sat down next to him.
Why didn't you go with your friends?
You know, I don't really know myself,
I said with a sigh.
Why aren't you having any fun? You know, you could at least try to do, well, anything.
He shrugged.
Because there's more important things to do for me.
Your art, right?
No answer. Instead, his eyes were scanning the bar's other patrons. They came to rest on a burly man who was drunk and a bit too touchy with the girl next to him.
Looking for new motifs?
I asked jokingly. This time, I got a reaction, and his eyes wandered back to me.
It's not that simple. Not just anyone will do.
Why do you even choose the people you do?
I guess I'm trying to make the world a little more beautiful, a little more perfect. I think my art can change the world and the people in it for the better.
You might want to try that on Clark Roberts, I mumbled.
Clark Roberts?
He asked with a little edge to his voice.
What about him?
I guess you could call him my uncle, of sorts. Not in the biological sense, of course, but he used to be best friends with my dad back in the day. He was around a lot when I was a little girl, but while Dad ended up in some dead-end job, Roberts grew rich, filthy rich. Financial speculation, stocks, real estate, that type of thing. Still, he came to visit us from time to time. But things weren't the same anymore. Even as a child, I noticed his condescending attitude. After Dad died, after Mom and I lost everything, she pleaded his old friend to help us, but there was nothing, not a word. I broke off for a moment and shook my head. Sorry, that's all old news, but it shows what sort of person he was. God, I should have never visited him at his foundation.
Foundation?
Yes, some years ago he started his so-called Roberts Foundation, an organization to help exceptional young women in the city by paying their tuition. It's all about empowerment and about leveling the playing field. His words, not mine.
It's a farce, isn't it?
Reno asked when he noticed the anger in my voice. You know, I had a bad feeling before I even went there. There were stories about him, but Mom said I should go. After all, he'd been my dad's best friend, and she still referred to him as Uncle Clark. It would help so much, even if I only got the smallest level of support. And so, I went to talk to him. How goddamn stupid I was. I shook my head as the memories of that day returned. It all started off normally. I waited in the lobby, and eventually he led me into his costly office. There, he had a look at my art and agreed that I was very talented. But then, as his eyes went from my paintings to my body, they changed. They became hungry. He got up and paced the room, outlining the Foundation's program, but his eyes never ceased resting on my body. And then, he stepped up to me, asking me if I wanted to make this work. He put his fat, sweaty hands on my shoulders and moved them down my... I knew what he was asking. I knew. That man, he'd been at our home. He'd played with me. I'd once thought of him as an uncle. And then he... I broke off.
Did you?
No. Jesus Christ, Reno, no. I cut him off. I left then and there and never returned. Never. I thought about telling people. Thought about telling Mom. But what good would it do? What could I have done against a man like him and his entire foundation? It's nothing but...
He might do.
Reno mumbled to himself. What? I asked, but then it dawned on me. No, not him. Not this man. He doesn't deserve it.
Perhaps he doesn't. Perhaps he does.
He said in a quiet, almost sad voice. Reno. I reached for his hands and stared into his eyes. He held my gaze for a few moments before he looked away.
Your friends are waiting, shouldn't you?
Just promise me, Reno, not him. Yet, all he did was gently pull his hand back, smiling like he usually did. Then, he got up and left the bar. The rest of the evening, Reno's reaction stayed on my mind. While my friends were pestering me about my new, quote, boyfriend, end quote, all I could think about were Reno's words and his damn smile. He couldn't, I told myself. He wouldn't. But of course, I was wrong. And the next time I visited him, I saw his newest piece. I recognized the face, saw the photos on the walls all around it. His statue, like all the other ones Reno had created, was beautiful. He wasn't the fat, sleazy man who touched me at his office. No, he was a middle-aged god. Anger pumped heavy through my veins, and I felt tears streaming from my eyes. How dare you? How dare you do this? I spat at Reno. Where did you even get all those pictures?
A shrug. I sought him out. I went down to his office and told him I was interested in creating a sculpture for him, for his contribution to society, his foundation, and...
His contribution to society? His foundation? It's all so he can seduce unsuspecting young girls, to corner them, and...
Don't you remember what I told you? Don't you remember how he asked me to fuck him for his foundation money? Don't you, Reno?
Reno's eyes wandered to the photos of the man he was sculpturing, and for the first time, his face grew angry.
This art is the reason.
I don't care about your art. What will a sculpture of him even do? What will it change? It's just so you can sell it to him and
It will show the world a perfect version of him and will show everyone how flawed and ugly he is compared to it.
He said in a calm voice.
But
I started but broke off. I don't know why, but somehow Reno's words were enough to calm me down. I still didn't like that he created a sculpture of this man, but his motif was different. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about pleasing him or to garner favor. It was about taunting him, to play him. Reno, in his very own way, was trying to get back at Clark Roberts. At least, that's what I thought at the time. But how could I have ever known what he was truly doing? As I sat there on Reno's old musty couch, I watched him as he feverishly worked. His face was distorted by concentration as he brought out every little detail of Clark Roberts' sculpture. I saw sweat running down his face as he worked on tirelessly. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I was woken up when Reno shook me.
is it done?
I asked him as I jerked up, but Reno shook his head.
I think it's best if you go home, Claire.
No, I want to see you finish it. Let me at least have that.
But Reno didn't move.
I can't. That's why you have to go. It's important that I do the very last detail on my own.
And why is that so important?
Because otherwise, it won't be perfect. Perfection can only happen without gazing eyes, without witness.
He was serious, and as I realized that, as I saw his tired face, the way he smiled down at me, the anger that had vanished before came back.
You know what? Fuck you, Reno. Fuck your stupid sculpture, your stupid art, and your stupid way of doing it.
With that, I stormed from his home and out into the street. The sun had long set and a slight drizzle filled the late evening air. Somehow, though, those small droplets washed away the anger that had burned so hot before. My steps slowed down and came to a halt. I took a deep breath and sighed. This was all too much for me. I realized all this talk about Clark Roberts. Who was I to tell Reno what to do? And in a way, in his very own special way, he had a reason for creating this sculpture. Before I knew it, I was on my way back to his home. When I arrived, the dim lights had already been turned off. My hand wandered to the doorbell, but then I remembered how exhausted Reno had looked, remembered the sweat running down his face and his trembling hands. He was probably resting, I realized. But then I heard something. It wasn't coming from the front door, however. At first, I didn't see a thing, but then I noticed a figure dressed in a heavy coat and its face hidden below a hat. He must have left his home via a back door. My mouth opened to call out to Reno, but the way he moved made me stop. In the dark of the night, he was moving sneakily, almost tiptoeing down the side of the road. Where the hell are you going at this hour, Reno? I saw him hurry on before he entered a nearby subway station. As carefully as I could, I followed him down the tracks. Down there, I did my best to hide from his line of sight until the subway arrived. I entered the subway car behind his, my eyes glued to him. He took a seat at the side, right next to the door, his face still hidden below his hat. We were on the subway for almost half an hour, but when he got off, I realized we were in one of the city's exclusive residential areas. Rich homes lined the street, and I understood where he might be going. He was on his way to Clark Roberts' home to inform him that he'd finished a statue. At this time, and those clothes, the way he moved, something didn't add up. In my mind, I saw him earlier today, the anger the otherwise so quiet Reno had shown. Oh God, Reno, don't do anything stupid. It didn't take long before he stopped, and my eyes followed him as he approached the door of one of the luxurious homes. No, it must be the home of Clark Roberts. On the sidewalk, I inched closer and watched as his fingers pressed the doorbell again and again. Finally, lights came on before the door was cracked, and I heard Clark Roberts' angry voice.
Who are you? What do you want? Do you have any idea who?
His voice trailed off, and when I saw his face, an expression of confusion and terror contorted it. Reno's hand reached for the chain, tore it apart before he put a hand over the man's mouth, pushing him inside. No, Reno, what are you doing? I hurried toward the door. Inside, I saw Reno's hands close around the man's neck.
No, Reno, don't. He's not worth it.
In that instant, the shrouded figure's head jerked towards me, and for the first time I could make out its face. It wasn't Reno. I came to a halt, froze as I tried to take in the absurd sight in front of me. What stared back at me was the face of Clark Roberts, a white, perfect rendition of his face. I stumbled back.
What the hell? What the hell's going on?
For a moment, the real Clark Roberts' eyes grew wide. They met mine, and a pleading expression appeared on his face. Then the sculptor's hands pressed down on his neck. There was a sickening crunch, and the light in Clark Roberts' eyes vanished forever. And that's when I ran. I stormed from the house and down into the streets in absolute terror. I don't know for how long I was running. When I came back to my senses, I didn't know where I was. For the next hour, I stumbled through the streets in the rain, confused, scared, and in shock at what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. There was no way. It must have been Reno. He must have created a mask or a likeness of Clark Roberts and put it on. There was no other way. For the entire next day, I thought about confronting Reno, to talk to him and ask him what he'd done, but I was too scared. My brain was in an uproar, still trying to make sense of last night. I was torn from my thoughts when the doorbell rang. For a moment, fear washed over me. I saw a terrible vision of someone or something wearing a likeness of my face standing out there, waiting to attack me the moment I opened the door. I tiptoed toward it, put my eyes against the spyglass, and couldn't believe what I was seeing. This made no sense. How could he be here? How was that even possible? My world started spinning. I'd seen him die, hadn't I? I'd heard his neck break. So how? With shaking hands, I opened the door.
Uncle Clark?
I asked. When my eyes came to rest on him, I noticed how different he looked. He was taller, stronger, and healthier.
Claire, my dear.
He started. It was his voice. It was really his voice. As he spoke, he began to apologize for ignoring Mom's pleas, for not granting me the tuition money, and for what he'd asked of me. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I didn't know what to say, what to do, or what to think. What the hell was going on here? Why was he here? How could he be here?
I know it's not much, and I know it can't change the past, but this tuition check, I want you to have it.
He reached into his pocket and brought out an envelope. When his hand reached out toward me, I couldn't help but cringe back. The sheer absurdity of the situation drove me further away from the apparition in front of me.
No,
But I couldn't think straight. Clark Roberts, however, didn't seem offended. Instead, he stepped up to me and held the envelope out to me. When I didn't react, his other hand reached out for mine. The moment his hands closed around my wrist, I screamed. The envelope fell to the floor, but my eyes weren't resting on it. My eyes were resting on the cold, hard, stiff hand that had closed around my wrist. It was a hand that didn't feel like skin and flesh. It was a hand that felt like cold, lifeless marble. I screamed once more, tore myself free, and retreated as far as I could. And that's when I realized how it had fooled me. The skin. It was wearing Clark Roberts' skin. When the sculpture smiled at me once more, I noticed the stiff movement of its mouth, the cold, lifeless eyes. Eyes that might very well have been Clark Roberts before.
It's all yours. You'll need it.
The thing said before it turned around and left. For a while, I was too stunned to do anything. But then I rushed to the door and threw it. For the next hour, I sat huddled up in my living room, too confused to do anything. When I'd calmed down, I picked up the envelope. As I opened it, I knew it was all true. It was a tuition check and a letter that named me as a benefactor of the Roberts Foundation. The amount of money was lavish, more than enough to get me through school and enough to afford all my expenses. Yet I didn't feel happy. No, all of this was wrong. and I knew why it was so wrong. Because of Reno. Because of what he'd done. I was at his home an hour later. He looked as disheveled and weird as always. His eyes were tired, but his face showed the smallest hint of emotion when he saw me.
It's not here anymore, Claire. I've already started working on.
I know what you did, Reno. I don't know how you did it, but I know what you did. I saw you, no, not you, what you made, and I saw what it did to...
But I broke off when I saw a flood of emotions on his face. I thought he'd be angry, he'd be scared, but all there was endless sadness. A deep sigh followed, and without another word, he led me inside. As we walked through the maze of discarded art, he began talking.
It's a gift, not just the art, but what I'm able to do with it.
But how's something like that even possible?
I don't understand it myself. I like to think it was given to me by God, by a higher power, but who knows?
He motioned for me to sit down and made his way to a small cupboard. He brought out a folder. It was filled to the brim with pictures, notes, and newspaper clippings. He leafed through it for a while before he showed me one of the pictures I'd seen when I'd first visited him. A moment later, he brought out a newspaper clipping. Mother suspected of killing her 2 daughters set free due to lack of evidence. Then he handed me the picture of another man and a newspaper clipping accompanying it. Horrible accident caused by drunk driver. 2 killed, 3 injured. I looked at the pictures, read through the articles, but I didn't understand what he was trying to show me.
Reno, what is this?
Instead of answering, he continued to show me more pictures. Some were accompanied by newspaper clippings, others by notes or printed out articles. There was a rapist who'd gone free, a man who'd abused multiple children, a nurse who was suspected having caused the death of multiple patients, among many others. And while I was going through them, he handed me a second folder, a smaller one.
But you said you had no pictures of them.
A shrug, but nothing more. This folder contained pictures of every single sculptured perfection Reno had created over the years. They were all beautiful, looking as if God himself had created them. It was a display of outstanding beauty. The last one was the sculpture of Clark Roberts, and that's when I realized what he was showing me.
So, all of those?
He nodded.
I created them all. Good versions, no, perfect versions of them. Just like the one I created of Clark Roberts. And then I brought them to life and sent them out into the world where they'd replace their horrible, flawed counterparts with what's perfect. And eventually, they'd change. And what was once stone or marble would become flesh and bone.
I listened to his words, to this absurd story, but I had seen it. I had seen Clark Roberts' perfect version. This man, Reno, he'd created perfect sculptures. No, perfect versions of all those people to replace them. He said he wanted to make the world a better place, but to replace them meant to
murder them.
I finished my thoughts out loud. Reno looked up when I said this.
Reno, what you're doing here is wrong. It's not right. It's unnatural. How can you decide who lives and who doesn't?
But it's not about that. It's just the way my art is.
It's murder. That's what it is. You're not an artist. You're not making the world a better place. You're a murderer.
As I spat those words at him, I jumped to my feet. For a moment, I stared at him, waiting for him to speak, to say something. But all he did was to give me the same sad smile he'd worn so many times.
I'm leaving, Reno. I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back.
With that, I turned around and went on my way, but I came to a halt in the center of his maze of discarded works and waited for him. I wanted for him to follow me, to explain to me, to defend himself. No matter how long I waited, though, he never came. All I heard was his chiseling as he worked on his next piece, his next sculptured perfection. After that day, Reno never returned to the university, and I, in turn, never returned to his home. Years went by, and I eventually graduated and left my city behind. The memory of the weeks I'd spent with Reno slowly went away, were discarded and pushed to the back of my mind. It was by sheer accident that I met him again. I'd been visiting my mother and was out to meet some old friends when I ran into him in the middle of the street. He looked different. Gone was the weird young man with his rougher hair and his tired, disinterested eyes. He was an entirely different person, a person who'd matured. And when I saw him, all those strange, conflicting feelings I'd had for him came rushing back to the surface.
Reno,
I called out to him in surprise.
is that really you?
Yes, it is. Who am I talking to again?
It's Claire from back when we were still in university, back when we... No, it doesn't matter. How are you? Are you still doing your... art?
The last word was nothing but a confidential whisper. Reno laughed and shook his head.
Oh no, that's all in the past. I've given up on art.
I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could, he gave me a curt nod.
Well, it was nice seeing you again, Claire, but I've got to get going.
No, Reno, wait.
I called out and my hand shot forward, but when it closed around his wrist, I felt the same thing I'd felt when I touched Clark Roberts' wrist that day so many years ago. Nothing but cold, lifeless marble. Some urban legends have a way of weaving themselves into communities like a sparkling accent. When I was a substantially younger man, our favorite local tale was the Grapevine Angel story. A crumbling and weathered concrete angel stood vigil in Grapevine Cemetery over the grave of someone whose name had long worn away from the porous headstone. The old-timers in town said if you kissed your true love in front of the stone figure under the light of a full moon, the wings would flutter. My generation wasn't satisfied with an endearing folktale. Most aren't these days, so it seems. No, at some point, it transformed into a grim tale of terror and revenge for anyone foolish enough to cross the angel's path after sundown. Gone were the sweet thoughts of finding your everlasting love, and an angel of vengeance came in its place. Teen angst was well in place with every generation, though I think they get a bit darker every decade or so. Two stone hands that had once reached toward the heavens had long ago broken away. Time and erosion took them if you asked the cemetery caretaker. An angry drunk shot them off in a fit of rage if you asked anyone from my graduating class. He was found down the road, they said. Eyes missing and a stone hand shoved down his throat. Of course, both stories are absolute bullshit. How do I know? Evidence. I always trust the evidence. The first version of the tale is sweet, don't get me wrong. Who wouldn't love to think you could kiss your girl in the shadow of a grave marker and find out if they were the one meant for only you? I'll admit, I tried. Rose Ellis and I stood in the moonlight below that angel the summer before our senior year. Those stone wings held firm as we kissed in the darkness. We got married anyway, and had a lot of happy years together, until a brain aneurysm took her away far too soon. Version 2 is equally false, and the evidence backs that up as well. No record exists of a man being found on Sandcut Road with no eyes and a stone hand in his esophagus. I'll guess some of you think there is that outside chance it could have happened. If you're a local, you almost certainly think I'm wrong. I get it. But the evidence is once again on my side. You see, I joined the Madison Police Department a few years out of high school. Night shift in a town of less than 20,000 wasn't exactly a thrill minute. Sure, you'd have a couple of public intoxication arrests or the occasional break-in, but a lot of our nights were spent at the station listening to the scanner, taking a call here and there. During my first year on the job, I scanned old reports from 1960 to 1990, looking for a single file to corroborate the Grapevine Angel killing. Guess what? Not a damn thing to be found. Follow the evidence, it usually won't let you down. Urban legends, as I said, have a way of weaving into a community. The Grapevine Angel lasted generations, and the tales still thrive today to my understanding. I chased my fair share of high schoolers out of that cemetery in the dead of night until I moved on to a position as a homicide detective. Beat cops would still laugh around the break room when someone mentioned catching a batch of kids out there. I'm not here to talk about the angel, though. Sorry if you feel misled. My thoughts wander more often than not these days. Old age and cheap alcohol drag you in odd directions. Retirement has played hell on my mental health, and self-medication is all I have left. No, I want to tell you about Old Salem Church and its stained glass windows. Amber Bates, too. I'll try and make sense of it all, but there's a problem. Evidence. That word has defined so much of my life. I flounder without it, and there is so damn little here that it has driven me mad. Sometimes, urban legends weave into a community like cancer. It penetrates places you cannot see and chokes the life out of everything it touches. Thick roots grow and spread before you can do anything to stop it. Sometimes, these legends aren't legends at all. Everyone around the Madison PD knew about the disappearances in the unincorporated town of Crenshaw. It was a constant topic of conversation at the water cooler or during a third round at Duke's Saloon. With a population dangling just under 1,000, Crenshaw wasn't much more than a dot on the map, but it drew law enforcement's attention in a way a place that small never should. People vanished there frequently, at least 45 from 1966 to 2022. Ages ranging from 14 to 19, primarily teenagers from Madison and other surrounding communities. Most, if not all of them, were related to the dilapidated Old Salem Bible Church on Parkway No. 3 Road. It was little more than a skeleton with a dipping roof when I graduated too many years ago, and time hadn't been any more kind to it since. Old Salem Church was a party house for teenagers. A trust had been established to take care of it, but at some point, interest waned and it fell into ruin. Gates and fencing had been installed decades before to keep trespassers out, but the same lack of care as the building brought them to ruin. As a young beat cop, I was relieved not to have it in our jurisdiction. Seeing as we were cops over in the big city of Madison, none of these disappearances hit our desks. The troopers at the state police and the country sheriff's office handled investigations in the rural areas. While Crenshaw was only 15 minutes outside of our city limits, they made it known our assistance wouldn't be necessary. Hell, even when someone from our sleepy little town vanished there, the troopers refused to share case information. What little bit we knew came from the poorly written local paper or the liquor-loosened lips of a trooper stopping at Duke's for a few rounds before heading home. I know I may make the state patrol sound like a cluster of assholes, but that's how it was back then. Territorial. Case is hard to a detective what a bone is to a dog. It's yours, and you don't give it up easily or without a fight. It turns out, curiosity really does kill the cat. In the mid-90s, the city of Madison annexed unincorporated Crenshaw, causing a laughable population increase of 1,000 and increasing our territory a bit further into the rural areas. While I didn't think much of it at first, that changed quickly when Jeannie, our file clerk, rolled a dolly of careworn cardboard boxes to my desk and dropped them with a thud. "What's all this?" I asked with a comical eyebrow arched in her direction. "We're running out of room storage?"
Cases from the state police and sheriff's office,
she replied with a tired smile.
They've been coming in all day, and I'm not dropping them off as they arrive. Don't worry, Henry. Only one of them is yours.
My eyes drifted to the box she slid onto the corner of my desk. There had only been one homicide in Crenshaw in the previous 3 decades, and it seemed unlikely there would have been more than 2 or 3 folders worth of material for that. A drunk farmer named Harold McCoy had shot a hired hand for trying to teach his daughter about the birds and bees. The case was so old that McCoy was paroled and in his grave by then. An entire box seemed a bit much for just that. "Jeannie," I mumbled, "this can't all be homicide cases. There are more pounds of paper here than people in Crenshaw."
"Just doing as I'm told, Detective Wellborn,"
she replied, tossing me a playful salute.
"Lots of missing person cases transferred over, and the chief set to split them up between detectives. Cold cases, weekend work, he called it."
I was to object further, but before I could, a young fellow was yelling for Jeannie from the file room. Another load of files, I guess. No more showed up at my desk that day, and that was a small relief. My workload wasn't exactly overflowing, but I was due to testify in court 3 times over the following months, and had spent most of those days preparing my testimony. Pulling open the box, I briefly thumbed through some of the files. The papers inside were nearly as yellowed as the folders they sat in. A rolling must of mothballs and stale air seemed to waft out. It was like opening an unused barn in the heat of summer. Overwhelming. My stomach turned at the aged aroma. The clock on my desk told me it was nearly quitting time. While most people live for the end of the workday, it wasn't my highlight. The house was a lonely place, just an empty box I sat in until I went to sleep. Nothing there but me and daydreams of what life should have been like. Rosie had died less than a year before, and I should have been home when it happened. Maybe I could have helped. Probably not, but those intrusive thoughts like to stay for a drink when they creep in. I'd found her on the floor in the kitchen after working a double. Her eyes were open and she just had this confused look on her face. Maybe she felt the aneurysm before it ruptured. Maybe she was trying to figure out what spice she was looking for in the open cabinet before she fell. I just held her and cried for God knows how long. She felt cold, and I just wanted to warm her up. My thumb fidgeted with the label on one of the folders. There was nothing before me but an endless light of trash television, a microwave meal, and talking to a woman who could no longer answer me. I decided to take a look at one of the missing persons cases before the chief asked. Tucking the box under my arm, I headed to the car. A glass of scotch in hand, I read the 30 or so pages of the first moldering case file. Trevor Bates was the 16-year-old son of Homer and Amelia Bates. His father worked as a brick mason and his mother was a homemaker. The young man had gone missing in the summer of 1968. His friends reported that he had last been seen at a small gathering at Old Salem Church. During the evening he vanished, between 5 and 8 teenagers congregated at Old Salem Church to drink beer around a bonfire. It was noted in the file that while teenagers frequently held parties there due to the remoteness of the location, they were always held outside. The church building seemed unsafe even to youth who used the property. According to at least 3 of the witnesses, Trevor smoked marijuana for the first time that evening. No one described him as out of control, but he verbally stated he wanted to explore the inside of the church. The others attempted to talk him out of entering the dangerous building, but he insisted he needed to go inside. An unidentified young woman told the investigators that Trevor confided in her that someone from school told him that if he went into the church under the light of the full moon, the stained glass windows in the chapel would show him 5 scenes from his past and 1 from his future. She showed him that all of the windows had been broken, but Trevor insisted that he needed to go inside. While the remainder of the group sat at a bonfire sipping beer, Trevor slipped away and entered the church. Fearful that the structure was unstable, the other teenagers called his name from outside, but received no answers. 2 of the young men retrieved flashlights from their vehicles and shined them into the broken windows, but saw no sign of their friend. Mr. and Mrs. Bates reported him missing the following morning to the county sheriff's office. A call had been made by an unidentified source that morning providing the names of others in attendance. They were questioned and released to their parents, having provided no useful information as to Trevor's whereabouts. His pickup truck was discovered parked behind a tree line on the Old Salem Church property. A sweep of the building produced no additional evidence. At the bottom of the final page were scribbled 4 strange words. Windows are all unbroken. It was an odd remark to add as it contradicted the earlier statement when the young woman reported showing Trevor the broken windows. I picked up the thread with my mind but moved on when I found no solid grasp. Still, it nagged at my mind like food caught between your teeth. No one ever saw or spoke with Trevor again. The case was unremarkable yet. It was the 60s, the age of free love, cheap dope, and aimless youth. It wasn't unheard of in those days for some bored farm kid to hop in an old Volkswagen van with a crew of perfect strangers and go to find, quote, enlightenment, end quote, on the coast. A load of drunk, stoned teenagers saying he vanished in an old church was difficult to believe. But the kid had still gone missing, him and over 20 more. No contact, no evidence, no bodies, just vanished like smoke on the breeze. While I had intended only to read the first file, I found myself sitting at the kitchen table as the sun crawled over the horizon. I'd gone through all of the cases that night and into the next morning. Sometimes a kid vanished at a party, other times someone would disappear randomly. Days later, a friend would tell the missing child's parents or a trooper that they were headed to Old Salem Church to see their future. There was the occasional mention of increased patrol activity in the area. Troopers and deputies made regular checks of the place, but it was hard to keep it covered. Area funding was thin, and there was barely enough coverage for the rural areas in those days. Even on the occasions a trooper happened upon a kegger at the old church, the kids would scatter to the wind before a cruiser could make it down the rutted gravel drive. After a disappearance, patrols would increase, but we've got short memories. And a tearful mother leaves the news cycle, patrols tend to be redirected to higher population areas. It's almost like we never learned a damn lesson. Every disappearance led back to those damn stained glass windows. I had chuckled the first 2 or 3 times. It reminded me of the grapevine angel of my youth. These kids flocked to the church for the same reason I had taken Rosie to the cemetery for that long ago kiss. A possible glimpse at the future. Silly as the urban legend was to me, I had read case after case of teenager going missing from the same place over the course of decades. Grieving parents and siblings would occasionally call our department after we annexed the township. Some of the people had been missing for 2 decades, but you could hear the ripe grief in their voices. I read every damn one of those case files from cover to cover at least a dozen times in the small hours of the night, making notes and similarities, spitballing a profile for a serial killer I doubted even existed. The frustration of the drunken troopers at Duke's made sense. There was just no damned evidence in those files. I had intended to go to work the following day, but I knew I'd never be able to concentrate on my work. With my best impersonation of a flu-tinged voice, I called dispatch to inform them I wouldn't be coming in. Instead, I slid behind the wheel of my truck and drove toward Crenshaw. Parkway No. 3 Road was only a road by virtue of its name. In reality, it was no more than a rutted gravel drag scabbed with high patches of grass. My old pickup rumbled roughly in the dips and over the sudden rises. The weathered steeple of Old Salem Church bobbed over the tree line ahead of me, like a crooked vulture neck waiting for its next meal to die. A chill ran down my spine as creeping fear surged through my body. I knew I should have turned the truck around, but my foot deadened on the gas and continued to push me forward. As I pulled around the line of trees blocking it from my view, the full church came into vision. Perched on a squat hill, the great wooden building looked as though it may collapse at any moment. Bright shards of colored glass bordered the window frame, looking like a rainbow of incisors. It had looked that way for decades. Once a place of worship, it became no more than a flophouse for drunk kids. Sitting just at the bottom of the hill, on the hood of a battered blue Ford Terrace, sat a young woman. I put the truck into park a few yards from the unexpected visitor. I jumped out and walked towards her. "How you doing today, ma'am?" I asked in the friendliest voice I could muster. Finding someone there in the middle of the day hadn't occurred to me, and her presence made me feel uneasy. She had long brown hair that framed a mischievously pretty face. Smoke drifted around her in the lazy afternoon breeze. She looked a bit like Rose, and it made my heart ache.
"You the cop?"
She asked, and I froze. "Pardon me?" She slid down from the hood of her car and walked in my direction. We made eye contact, and the intensity of her gaze nearly made me look away. It felt like she was looking into my soul, almost as if she knew something about me that I didn't know about myself.
"I asked if you were the cop."
She replied in a soft but serious tone.
"I didn't think you'd show."
"Why would you expect to meet me here?" I asked. "I don't know you."
"I don't know you either,"
she said with a smirk.
"but here we are."
"I'm Detective Henry Wellborn with Madison PD," I said, slipping my badge from my back pocket. She looked at it with the intensity of a trained killer. "What's your name?"
"Italy Sky,"
she responded hesitantly. "That sounds unlikely," I said. The young woman shrugged and looked toward the ground. "Mind showing me some identification?"
"I don't have to show you my ID,"
she spat.
"Haven't done anything illegal."
"No one said you did," I responded. "Just like to know who I'm talking to." She fumbled a hand into her back pocket and extended a laminated card in my direction. I took it gingerly from her hand and looked it over. Amber Bates filled the name line on the card next to a picture of her with the same captivating smirk.
"Look,"
she said.
"I didn't lie. My parents named me Italy when I was born, but changed it a few months later. But I like it. It's unique, and it keeps people from asking me about my uncle."
"Who's your—" But the words died out before I could finish the sentence. Her uncle was Trevor Bates. For hours, Amber and I sat on the tailgate of my truck, smoking her cigarettes and doing our best not to look at the skeletal church just ahead of us. When I asked why she was there, she just kept repeating that she was supposed to meet me. I asked her to elaborate, but she said it wouldn't make sense. I did my best to let it go, but the vagueness festered in my mind. She was the daughter of Trevor Bates' youngest brother. Since the youngest age she could remember, her family would only talk about him in hushed tones. Whenever she saw photos of him and asked her parents to tell them more about him, they changed the subject. A missing family member was always a delicate subject, but Trevor Bates had been the first of many disappearances from that damn place, and the family wore it around their necks like an albatross. Stories of her lost uncle followed her all through her school years as well. Children teased her, and teachers seemed to interact with her as little as necessary. The girl grew up like an outcast based on small-town superstition. I nodded and smoked as she told me about those troublesome years.
"I met a nice boy in high school, though,"
she said with a smile.
"Michael Baxter. We were only 17, but I thought we may get married, you know?"
His name struck my brain like a bolt of lightning. Michael Baxter had gone missing 7 years ago at Old Salem. A few high school seniors camped out probably 50 feet from where we sat on the tailgate of my truck. When the boys woke up the next morning, Michael was gone and the doors to the old church were pushed inward. No foul play suspected, his file had said. I met my wife when I was 17. I said through a lump in my throat. The sting never really goes away when you lose someone. Amber looked at me in confusion. I could tell she wondered how I knew about Michael, so I tapped my badge sitting between us to silently indicate where I had gotten the information. She smiled at me sadly and nodded before lighting up another cigarette.
I need to get going,
she said as her shoes made contact with the hard-packed dirt.
It was nice to meet you.
Amber, Italy. I called out as she walked back to her car. How did you know you'd meet me here? She sat in her car and fired the engine.
I went inside after Michael vanished,
she said, pointing toward the church through her open car door.
Saw it in the stained glass.
What did you see? I croaked. My pulse skyrocketed and I could feel hot blood and the pounding of my heart in my ears.
Don't go inside, Henry,
she called back.
I think that's what the last window wanted me to tell you.
What did you see? I screamed at her, but it was too late. Amber shut the door of her car and hammered the ignition down the rough path. I watched as the pillars of dust floated into the air and her tailgates broke the fallen darkness of the evening. I would find out later that, like so many others, no one ever spoke with Amber again. Her blue Ford Taurus was discovered 20 miles out of town on the side of Penrall Parkway. I never saw the report, but I always wondered what it said. Probably no foul play suspected. Amber had left the rest of her pack of cigarettes on the tailgate, and I sat in the dark, smoking them all and gazing at the edifice of Old Salem Church. Headlights shot through the dilapidated structure from the parkway nearby, giving it the illusion that dark things moved between the wooden boards of the wall. I knew I should get in my car and go home, but I wanted to go inside and see the place for myself. I wanted evidence. Pulling open the rusting toolbox in the bed of my truck, I grabbed a flashlight and a crowbar. I slipped on the light and aimed it at the church, bile roiling in my guts. As I began to walk toward the door, I felt like a child scared of the darkness. There was no sensible reason to be filled with so much dread. I pushed against the door, expecting some resistance from the warped frame, but to my surprise, it pushed open gently. Rows of splintering pews filled the sanctuary inside, washed in the moonlight that filtered in through the patchwork of holes in the roof. An old coat rack draped in tattered cloth leaned haphazardly against the pulpit, looking like an otherworldly minister. Framing both sides of the sanctuary were ornate stained glass windows that seemed almost to glow through the darkness inside. The flashlight and crowbar tumbled from my hand as I shuffled forward in a trance. They were captivating. On the left, nearest to the door, was a scene of a young boy and a dog playing in front of the stream. It was Gilligan, my first pet. We played together every day after school until he was hit by a car. Next to it was an image of me during a high school baseball game. The number 3 was emblazoned on the back of my jersey, and a bat dangled from my right hand as I watched the ball soar through the air. It was the only home run I ever hit, and the coach screamed at me to run for home. A third was of Rose and me beneath a concrete angel, kissing in the moonlight. Tears filled my eyes at the glass image of my wife, so young and beautiful in my arms. Happiness and sorrow swirled through my veins. Casting my eyes to the other wall, the window farthest away showed me a vision of myself at the police academy graduation ceremony. I was young, thin, and so proud that day, still so unaware of how that job would keep me away from the woman I loved. In the center, 2 people sat on the tailgate of an old pickup smoking cigarettes. It was the perfect image of that very afternoon as I sat talking to Amber. The white glass of her smile glinted in my eyes. I hadn't noticed her smile as we talked, but she must have. Some happy memory in her ocean of sadness had won over her for just a moment. My eyes drifted to the floor for a moment as the buzz of tinnitus filled my ear. The next window would be the one to show me the future. I had hoped that, much like Amber, I would be allowed to leave that wretched place, unlike so many others. Truly, though, I feared the window would show me what had taken so many others before. With a sigh of horror and resignation, I looked toward the sixth window. There was an old man, a mop of white hair sweeping to the side, sitting on one of the church pews. Bright reds, yellows, and oranges came together to create a wall of flames behind him. Dark figures stood in the blaze, looking down at the forlorn man, looking down at me. I turned and ran for the door and burst into the cool evening air and soothing moonlight. My heart thundered as my feet hammered against the ground toward my truck. Fumbling the keys from my pocket, I jumped in the seat and readied myself to get as far away from that place as I could. Then I realized my hair had been white on the last window. It had shown me well into old age. Salt and pepper danced across my once dark mane, but it was far from white. The last window didn't represent that day, but I felt in the pit of my soul that the horrible image would someday come to pass. In a stupor, I got out of the truck and headed back to the bed. A dented red gas can sat near the toolbox and I pulled it over the edge. I wanted the madness to stop then and there. If the old Salem church burnt that night, there would be no white-haired version of myself to burn there in the future. No more missing kids either. I'd gladly pay whatever price came my way. The gas soaked quickly into the dry wood of the church walls. I emptied the entire canister and tossed it inside. The loud clang when the metal hit the sagging wooden floors made me wince. Without another thought, I pulled Amber's abandoned lighter from my pocket and struck the flint to the wood. Flames erupted quickly and I walked back to the truck and drove away. Reds, oranges, and yellows licked at the night sky in my rearview mirror. I laughed and then burst into tears. It's over, I told myself. No more disappearances, no future in the flames. I wish I'd been right. I spent the rest of the night drinking scotch by the police scanner in my garage. Chatter was minimal during that night. My anxiety increased with every passing minute as I waited to hear someone report the fire on Parkway No. 3 Road. It had been nearly midnight when I got home, and by 3 a.m., there still hadn't been a peep. Part of me was relieved, thinking that somehow no one from the Parkway had seen the flames. Maybe it burnt so quickly that no one even saw it to call in. Even if it was reported, the blaze would have gone on so long there would be nothing of the structure to salvage. Another part worried that the flames had gone out. I knew it was impossible, but still, I worried. Sleep came hard in the early hours. As soon as I woke up, I turned the scanner volume up, but there was still no word of a fire in Crenshaw. My stomach sat heavy and a new sense of dread washed over my body. I got in the truck and drove as quickly as I could to Parkway No. 3 Road and down the twisting drag. There were no fire trucks or emergency vehicles, no smoke, only the line of trees blocking the view where the church would have stood. Above the trees, like a craning vulture, I saw the steeple of Old Salem Church, unburnt and waiting for new carrion. Whoever finds these pages, I just want you to understand what has happened to me. I burnt down Old Salem Church for the first time in 1995. It was standing in the same spot the next day as though nothing had happened at all. I felt insane, but I came to accept that the hateful place holds some terrible grip there. Something there hungers for the lives it snatches away. I burnt it again 5 more times over the years, but no matter how much gas I pour, or even if I stand there to watch that hellish flame crumble in on itself during the blaze, it'll be standing again the next day. It seems indomitable, a bastion of despair and hopelessness. My hair has long since gone white, and I'm tired. Children still vanish in the area, and each time it happens, I slip a bit further into madness. No one listens to me when I beg them to demolish the place. County costs are too high, they say. Putting up a gated fence or sealing off the road is out of the budget. Perhaps Old Salem gave me the answer, though. Maybe it just wants me. I've watched the place burn 5 times, standing on the gravel drive and once in the rearview mirror of my old truck. It never works. I've been going about it all wrong. The 6th window showed me sitting inside, wreathed in flames. So I'll give that vile building what it wants. There are 6 cans of gas in the truck, and I plan to douse the whole place. I'll sit inside and wait for those dark figures to watch me burn. Maybe that'll be the end of all of this. If I'm gone tomorrow and Old Salem Church is still standing, God help you all. I did what I could. I cut the machine in the empty back room by the door as my employee identification card swiped it. Locked out, 10:17 p.m. Have a good evening, Anthony. It was a long walk to my car. The restaurant I worked at was right on the beach. Basically on the water. Maybe 200 feet of coast separate the mangrove from the Atlantic Ocean, or probably even less. This meant I had to park pretty far away, because the only parking spots by the beach were metered. As usual, I wandered through the street-lit beachside town across silent roads to my Toyota Camry. But don't let the silence and inactivity of tourists fool you. An hour ago, I was up to my knees in orders, though we were only open till 9 on Tuesdays, and with the mangrove closed, pretty much everybody cleared off the beach. After all, we were open later than anything else out there in my puny town. I was still sweating from the busy night as I reached my car. It was covered with dew as the cool night air replaced the sweltering beachside heat of the day, and I leaned against the driver's side, pulling out my tips from the night. I thumbed through the bills, then added the tips I'd received on credit in my brain. $174. I nodded, pleased. Pretty good. I stuffed it back in my apron and got in the car. Now, the usual question hit me. What the hell am I going to listen to? I went to Spotify and scrolled through my playlist, trying to find a song I was in the mood to hear. I'd heard all of them 100 times, though, and the radio wasn't any better. The only stations in town were pop and country, and I didn't really want to listen to either. I sat there for probably around 5 minutes before I decided it didn't matter and I just wanted to go home. But then I decided to check YouTube. Lots of niche music pop-ups on there, and maybe I'd find the hidden gem. But after a little longer searching, I determined the 25-minute drive in silence was preferable to wasting the rest of my night in this parking spot. And then I noticed something under the recommended section. It was a live stream of music called Relax FM. I shrugged. I pressed it, and a moment later, a song I'd never heard before met my ears. I couldn't tell you the name, but the sound, it was haunting. The somberness of the piano captivated me, thematically and ever so slightly out of tune. And as the song went on, the strange ambience of the instrumentals and the singer's painted falsetto pulled me in. Damn, what is this? I thought. It was a bit strange sounding, but I liked that. And just like that, my 25-minute drive home was filled with the quaint music of Relax FM. It played a mix of lo-fi hip-hop, smooth jazz, piano music, and on occasion, an acoustic song. Most of the music wasn't popular, and I'd heard almost none of it before. Since I felt like I'd heard every song in existence on the way home from work, this was quite the relief. When I got home that night, I was already addicted to it. My parents and brother were already asleep, and I swung by the kitchen, microwaving a bowl of ramen, before heading up to my room. I sat behind my desk, blowing on the noodles to cool them down as I logged onto my computer. I pulled up Relax FM. Now that I wasn't driving, I noticed the video. On the screen before me was the picture of a girl. She had long, jet-black hair and bright, serene blue eyes. Her skin was pale, like she'd never left the room in which she was pictured, and she was leaning back in a chair, wearing a midnight blue crop top and black shorts. Her hair draped over her shoulders, coating her back as she relaxed. Her room was mostly normal, except for the fact outside the window on the left side of the screen, one could see she was in outer space. The moon was off in the corner of the frame, and the sky was alight with twinkling stars. The walls were a metallic sterling, but were decorated with posters here and there, and a lamp sat on the nightstand, cascading the room with a tranquil yellow glow that clashed with the blue light coming from the galaxy outside. It was almost a still picture, but parts of it were slowly moving. She blinked now and then. Also, she was typing on a keyboard on her desk. If I listened very closely, I thought I might be able to hear her fingers tapping the keys. The stars outside were twinkling, and you could see the girl's stomach rise and fall with every breath. I noticed on the desk was a book labeled Andrea's Diary. I sighed, studying the video. It was soothing to look at, though this was obviously a hyper-realistic animation. The way she moved on occasion, like adjusting her seat or brushing her hair to the side with her fingers, made her almost seem real. like I was looking through a window into her room. I noticed a radio in the back of the bedroom, as if the music playing from the video were coming from it. I'm glad I found this, I decided as the music lulled me into drowsiness. At last, I shut it off for the night and climbed into bed. The music I'd heard that night swirled around in my head, and I fell asleep in no time. And that was the beginning of the very strange turn my life took. It started out so normal, just me listening to music on my way home from work. I didn't think it could have become so strange. As a week went on its slow progression to Friday, whenever I'd get out of school, I'd listen to Relax FM on my way to work. I didn't really listen to anything else anymore. It was like it hypnotized me or something. And speaking of hypnotizing me, Andrea, the girl in the video, she was starting to feel like someone I knew. No, this is embarrassing, seriously. But I was pretty lonely at that time. I had my best friend, my parents, and my younger brother, and that was about it. I didn't have any girls in my life, and I contribute that mostly to how I was starting to feel. Most of the time, when I wasn't listening to the station, I tried to ignore those awkward thoughts, the idea that I was starting to fall in love with a girl in a video. But when I was alone in my car, on the languid drives home from work, or awake late in my room at night, lying in bed listening to it, I couldn't deny it. Felt like I was getting to know her, like the songs were her, and they made me feel good. So it was like she made me feel good. Yeah, cringy, I know. That's what loneliness does to a man. Trust me, I wasn't thrilled about this, and I really tried my best to pretend it wasn't happening, but Andrea, that girl in the video, she was pulling me in, and I couldn't help it. I started feeling so weird that I looked into it myself. The science behind how a rational human being can feel an attraction to a character in a TV show or a book. From what I could find, your brain doesn't really determine the difference between characters and people, between pixels and pages and skin. Your brain is pretty easily fooled. Think about, for instance, the main character of a show you watched growing up. When you think back to that character, you feel like you love them. They're almost like a friend. But they aren't real, and never were. And you know that, but you still love them. You literally love them the way you love your real friends. At least, unconsciously, you do. When you aren't applying the filters of practicality and understanding of the fact that they are fictional in the pure, utter essence of the feeling, you love them the same way. Same thing with your favorite couple on a TV show. You found them adorable, and when they kissed for the first time, you felt the butterflies in your own heart. Sometimes you think to yourself, I wish I had a relationship like them. They don't have a relationship. They aren't real, and neither is their love. However, your brain can't tell the difference. That was kind of how this was. Yeah, Andrea was just a girl in a video, but my brain didn't know the difference. She had a body and a face, and the music was her attitude, her spirit. She was complete enough to trick my lonely self. That said, I was still a rational 17-year-old guy. If I wasn't in a trance, by myself, listening to the music, I winced at the thought of me feeling that way. I knew it was asinine and awkward to say the least. Definitely didn't mention it to my family or friends. When Friday came, my friend Adley and I hung out pretty much all night gaming together. I didn't listen to the station at all. Instead, we listened to our regular mix of classic rock, rap, and post-hardcore that accompanied our conquests in the game. This is where I started to feel awkward. As much as Relax FM wouldn't suit what we were doing, I wanted to see Andrea. I felt humiliated at the thoughts I began having. I wished I could text her like Adley was texting his girlfriend between games. I wish I could call her that night. Falsely excited me to think about. But she was fake. A GIF on a screen. What the hell was going on? Yo, Tony. Adley grinned, nudging my shoulder. You all there, man? Oh, yeah. I replied. Bro, you're Katie's ass tonight. I know. I shrugged. I guess I'm just kind of off in my own world tonight. Why's that? The match ended, and I glanced at the scoreboard, noticing I came in second to last on our team with 7 kills and 20 deaths. Trash. Adley sat up, facing me. He had dark features and a strong sincerity in his eyes. Something going on, man? No, I mean, besides the usual, just lonely. I chuckled. You know. Bro. He smiled dully. I told you before, girls ain't that big a deal. You don't need a girl to be happy. And right there, I realized I was worse off than I'd originally thought. I wanted to tell him about Andrea. I actually wanted to share with him that I was attracted to some animated girl on a YouTube livestream. Explain to him how I felt like I really knew her, how she felt real, how I felt like I just wished I could talk to her. I made sure not to mention any of it. At least I was sane enough to do that. I know, Adley, it's just nice to have the company, you know? Adley's phone lit up, revealing a text from his girlfriend, Cheyenne.
Babe!
It said. We chuckled and I said, see, like that. The company. I wish I had a girl to text right now. Just makes everything so much more interesting. You'll have that again. Don't get so worked up about it. I don't get it. I went on, figuring Adley didn't want to hear it, but I had to get it off my chest. It's not like I'm some shy loser. I talk my ass off. Everywhere we go, I try to get to know people. I'm never awkward in social situations, I think. Anyway, and he conceded with a nod, to my relief. Hell, if I think a girl's pretty, I go talk to her. But it never works out. They always just say they're my friend in the end and then ignore me unless I hit them up. It's the town, man. He shrugged. Girls here like college guys, not moron parkourists that can't shut up to save their own life. He smirked. I laughed bittersweetly. It was funny, but he was also right. My mind went back to Andrea. She was always there. Every time I looked up Relax FM, I'd find her. She didn't leave me on red. She didn't look awkward to see me, glancing left and right when I talked to her in person, as if to make sure no one else was watching. She didn't hit me up first, or invite me to places, but she couldn't. She was stuck on the computer, after all. I couldn't be mad at her for that, and somehow I felt like if she could, she would. At around 11 o'clock, Adley drove over to his girlfriend's house, and I was left alone. Usually I hated when he left. The night went from fun to distracting, playing video games with my best friend, lonely and eye-opening. I'd sit there thinking about how this was a Friday night and I wasn't at a party or with my girlfriend, alone in my room, doing nothing. But tonight, I was happy he left, because now I could go on to Relax FM. I shut off all the lights in my room. I sat down at the desk, feeling the cool breeze from the ceiling fan as I typed it in the search bar. I started to feel butterflies, like I was about to call my crush. When I clicked on the video, I noticed two things out of the ordinary. One, instead of typing on her computer, she was sitting up, scribbling something in her diary. Secondly, unlike the usual 230 or so people watching, I was the only one. The only listener of Relax FM. This really surprised me. Now it really felt personal, like it was just me and her. This is when I got carried away. I decided to talk to her. I felt incredibly apprehensive at first, but as the music drugged my ability to consider the actualities of the situation, I let my emotions take over. The song playing was called Memory, from some 90s anime. A rainy mood was added into the background, making it sound like a storm was quietly brewing in the distance. Hey, Andrea. I began. It's me, Tony. I've been listening to your music for about the last week now, and I like it. Good taste in music. It's really different from what I'm used to hearing. I paused, overwhelmed with shame that I was doing this. But I swallowed it. I knew that I could really enjoy this moment if I got past the embarrassment. I refused to think about it and continued. I know you can't talk, but that's alright. I'm getting to know you through your music. I like how calm you are. Honestly, when I'm leaving work at night, I look forward to seeing you. I cringed again. I persevered through the humiliation. Really, you just calm me down. No matter how stupid the night is, Look, I know you're not real, but it's like you are. to me. I wish the YouTube account behind the video wasn't simply called Relax FM. I hope that maybe the girl was the actual content creator and her name was really Andrea. After all, the girl was realistic enough to be an actual person, maybe with some sort of video filter. And if that were the case, then maybe I could reach out to her. But at the same time, I was glad that wasn't the case. What if I did, and the girl didn't act the way I thought she would, or she didn't like me at all, like a lot of girls do? I talked to her a little longer that night, but the music calmed me down to the point that I decided I should get some sleep. This was really unusual for me. Most of the time, I'd be up well into the night on the weekends, bored and watching YouTube videos to get my mind off life. But Andrea had relaxed me to the point that I just wanted to lie in bed and dream about her. I climbed under the covers and simply listened to Relax FM, thinking of her. I imagined her next to me. I wished I could hold her. Before long, I was off into a peaceful sleep. That morning, something very strange and beautiful happened. Just as I woke up, the song playing on the computer abruptly skipped. I thought it was strange because I'd never heard anything like that happen on Relax FM. It was always a steady stream of music with no interruptions or crashes. I sat up and walked over to the computer. The song playing was called Good Morning, Handsome. I caught my breath. Good morning, Andrea, I whispered. What were the odds? I thought. That song just happened to start playing right when I woke up, and the other song ending so suddenly, like she changed the song. I won't lie, I was slightly creeped out. At the same time, though, I was ecstatic and flattered. It was like she said something to me, like she complimented me. I sat there and basked in the beautiful 9 a.m. sunlight shining through my window, sitting in the chair at my desk and listening to the song. It was a beautiful acoustic song, and the singer had a bright, peppy, feminine voice. It sounded so lovely, it actually began to fill my heart with butterflies. I glanced at Andrea. She was lying back in her bed this time, her raven black hair strewn about all along the mattress beside her, her eyes shut calmly. For the first time, I saw a smile on her face. It was subtle, but it was there. And still, I was the only one watching. I smiled at her. Good morning, Andrea. Quite a bit of time went by until the next strange occurrence happened. In the meantime, Relax FM became a part of my day-to-day life. I was still mysteriously the only one tuned into the video, and after the good morning anomaly, I didn't feel any more apprehension. I talked with her pretty much every night about my day, and I listened to the station all the time. On the way to school, on the way to work, on the way home. It was non-stop, and honestly, I was a happier person. I felt fulfilled. I didn't feel lonely at all anymore, and I wasn't even bombarded with embarrassment when I was alone and thought about her. She felt so real to me. Anyway, sometime in September, I was doing a school project. It was in my American history class, and we were in the computer labs to work on our presentations. We had a substitute teacher that day, and I figured he wouldn't give me hell for listening to music since he was a pretty laid-back guy. I plugged my headphones into my ears and went to YouTube. I typed in Relax FM. It didn't pull up. There were other unrelated videos. It was nowhere to be found. No, I gasped, horrified. No. Where'd it go? I scrolled up and down restlessly. Oh, couldn't believe it. I searched all over, even retyping it pointlessly, but it didn't pull up. It was nowhere to be found. I was totally crushed. I could barely even focus as I logged into my account and pulled up my presentation. I tried to start working on it, but I couldn't. I was too crushed. I went back to YouTube. I was so desperate I typed it in again. I gasped in relief as it pulled up. I clicked on it instantly, and as the music completely soothed my worry, I started to think about how strange it was that I couldn't find it initially. Why was it missing for a second? I contemplated it, when I realized something. It pulled up when I was logged into my account and was nowhere to be found when I wasn't. I sat back in my chair. Is that? No. I decided I'd test it. I logged out and closed the browser. Sure enough, When I then went and searched for it on YouTube, it was mysteriously absent. Now I began to consider that I was the only one ever listening. An amalgamation of dread creeping up my spine and utter, excited disbelief overcame me. I didn't know what to think about it. I hadn't added it to a playlist or even subscribed to Relax FM. There wasn't any reason it should be linked to my account at all. I started to consider how suddenly the viewers went from around 230 to 1. It was night and day. One day it was a group of people. The next day, it was only me. And it was only me since. I'm the only one that can find this video. I said to myself, I just can't figure out how that makes any sense. My mind went back to the morning the song skipped. It was all starting to feel deliberate. I'd never felt such cognitive dissonance. A good part of me was absolutely terrified. I started to almost feel watched. And then, another part of me was beaming. It was like Andrea was real. She was influencing reality. She was a part of real life. I now started to think that I should tell Adley, but would he get it? Well, maybe I'd just not describe how I felt about Andrea. I'd just tell him about it objectively and see what he thought. That afternoon we met up after school. It was a rare day off from work and we did what we usually did on weekday afternoons. Parkour. We drove to his house after school, each in our separate cars, and he left his in the driveway so we could head downtown in mine. He played some upbeat music on the radio, and it was the first time I hadn't listened to Relaxed FM in my car in God knows how long. When we got downtown, we parked off by the train tracks, and our spree began. We darted through the alleys like phantoms, jumping off walls, scaling pipes, tic-tacking over trash cans, and rolling onto concrete from falls. We made especially sure to always look out for cops and store owners, but there weren't a lot of either on this side of town, so we were just at the outskirts of the ghetto, and the buildings were a run-down parkourist paradise. At last, around 7 o'clock, we took a break on the roof of the community event building. It was a pretty large structure reserved for local functions, county meetings, and the like, and stood 4 stories off the ground. We'd each bought sodas from the gas station down the block and didn't open them for a while so they wouldn't spray us, considering how shaken up they'd gotten on our way up the building. As Adley finally opened his Dr. Pepper and took a refreshing swig, I figured it was time to tell him. Yo, Adley. I faced him. Can I talk to you about something kind of weird? Yeah, sure, man. He nodded, wiping soda foam from his lips with his jacket sleeve. So, I've been listening to this station on YouTube. I explained. Called Relax FM. I found it on the way home from work a while ago. I've been listening to it pretty frequently. He looked confused. So, what about it? There's some weird stuff's happened since I started listening to it. Okay, so when I first found it, there were a little over 200 people that would be watching it at any given time. But then one night, all of them stopped watching it. I was the only one. Huh. Yeah, I replied. Weird, right? I was the only one watching and no one's ever watched it since. It happened overnight. That is weird. He didn't seem to be very interested. It gets weirder. So the other day I tried to pull the video up at school while I was working on the PowerPoint for Mr. Berwick's class and I couldn't find the video. I gave up and logged into my email to start working on my PowerPoint and I searched for the video again and boom, there it was. First result. So you couldn't find it until you searched on your account? Exactly. I nodded. I even logged out and searched it again. Nothing. Only showed up when I was signed in. And okay, so this one morning I listened to it while I went to sleep. Well, it was still playing when I woke up, but right as I opened my eyes, the song instantly changed. I walked over to see what song was playing and dude, it was called Good Morning. He started to chuckle. What, man? Tony. He grinned. Come on. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but not that weird. I don't know. I think it's pretty strange. Why am I the only one that can find it? If they made the video private, I'm not even subscribed, and it just happened overnight. No one listening but me. He started to nod. Yeah, that is a little bizarre. You hear anything weird while listening? No, I replied. It's all just really chill music. He shrugged. Don't get too caught up in it then. I'm sure it makes sense somehow. I didn't like that it was starting to creep me out. I really liked the way I felt about Andrea. I decided that Adley was right, and there wasn't anything going on worth worrying about. I should enjoy the coincidences because they made me feel like Andrea was really there. Sure enough, I continued to listen to the station daily. Andrea seemed to be livelier and livelier as time went on. When Halloween passed, she was dressed up like a black cat the entire day. She looked so cute. On Christmas, she was dressed as an elf. The coincidences with the song names didn't stop either. Sometimes I'd say something like, "You look beautiful today," and the next song would be something like, "You're too kind." Or I'd tell her I was having a bad day, and all the songs would be about cheering the listener up. One time, I told her I loved this song called "On My Way Home," and what do you know? It was the very next song that played. And I found her doing things more too. Instead of just gazing her icy blue eyes into her computer screen while lackadaisically typing on her keyboard like when I first logged on, she was usually writing in her diary or even drawing. Sometimes, when I was going to bed, I'd tell her good night, and the next time I looked at my computer, she'd be lying down in her bed, eyes closed, listening to the music with me. And sometimes, she'd just stare off into outer space from her bedroom window. I loved when she did that. When she was sitting up by the window, I could see every feature of her perfect skin. Her wavy black hair would blanket her petite shoulders, and she'd rest her cheek in the palm of her hand, with this queenly gaze fixed on the stars. It was breathtaking. I loved to watch her stomach gently rise and fall with her breathing. I loved the way her other hand lay on her smooth thighs, showing her polished black nails. I wanted nothing more than to sit in a chair next to her, throw my arm over her shoulder, stare at the stars myself, and just listen to the music with her. I was in love. Yup, and I don't regret it either. It was beautiful being in love with Andrea. It intoxicated me. She had this way of just pulling me out of reality into the stars with her. She'd make me feel this warmth all over my body, like the summer sun was rising from my very heart and warming me. It's something no tangible girl ever made me feel. When the school year was almost over, I'd formed such an attachment with her that I even mentioned it to Adley. I couldn't contain it anymore. I told him how she made me feel and how I felt like she was really there, even though she was obviously fake, which I didn't know if I necessarily believed that last part, but I said it to him so he wouldn't be too concerned. He was a little uncomfortable about it, but supported me anyway, and would even jokingly call her my girlfriend, which I loved. On prom night, to my shock, instead of her usual crop top and shorts, she was adorned with a luxurious black dress. She looked somehow even more gorgeous than usual. She had these big pearl earrings in, and her eyes were just glowing. That whole night, the only thing that played on Relax FM was slow dance music. Damn, I wish I could dance with her. The day I told her Adley knew about my feelings, she was sitting at her desk on the computer. The next time I logged on, she was drawing. That night, I noticed something on her bedroom wall. When she was lying down to sleep, among all the posters and pictures, a heart was drawn, and in the middle was A and T. It took my breath away to see that. I wondered if it had been there the whole time. I looked at some of my screenshots that I'd taken of her. It wasn't there in any of them. It was new. I showed Adley, and he was genuinely surprised by it, but still mostly under the belief it was a weird coincidence and that I was slightly crazy. Sometimes I even felt a little crazy, but I loved it. If loving Andrea made me crazy, then I was fine with crazy, because loving any other girl just made me feel disappointment at best and heartbreak at worst. Though sometimes a horrible thought would plague me. Why did any of this matter, anyway? What would come of this thing I had with Andrea? Because, really, she was just an animation on a computer screen. And yeah, there had been some pretty wild and touching coincidences, but she couldn't really be alive, could she? And she couldn't really interact with me, right? I told her that once, that I felt bothered by the future, that our love could never be anything more than me talking to a screen. a screen about my life and listening to music and hoping for coincidences that made her feel real. Part of me just couldn't believe it, though, that she was fake. The A and T on the wall, Andrea and Tony, it had to be about us. It just had to. That was the conclusion I reached, but I just couldn't be sure. Until July 6th, 2016. I remember that moment like it was this morning. I'll never forget that. It was late one night, around 2 or 3 in the morning on a Thursday. I was sitting at my computer like usual, listening to Relax FM, talking with Andrea about life. I'm telling you, I vowed, my love life is ridiculous. You have no idea. She was sitting back in her chair, her feet up on her desk as she stared down at the cosmos, as she had been for the past hour. But as I finished the sentence, her eyes quickly shifted to the side of her head before darting back, as if getting a glance at me. My heart froze. I felt utterly horrified and sat up from the computer. But like usual, it was a two-sided feeling. The other part of me was overwhelmed with this feeling that she was really listening. "And Andrea, are you listening?" She said nothing, but now she looked different. She was still facing the windows, but her eyes weren't focused on it. They were to the sides of the glass, like she was trying to look occupied, but was really listening instead. I breathed heavily as I sat back down in the chair. "Andrea, I'll continue. So, I noticed she was curling her left hand, like she was anticipating something. I'd never seen her make a movement that subtle, that irrelevant to the animation she was doing. If her hand was moving, it had something to do with what she was doing. But that seemed like a reaction. Are you bothered that I'm talking about my love life?" She was silent and largely motionless. Her hand was still clenched, and she picked at her index finger with her thumb. "Well, don't be," I chuckled. "Andrea," I smiled, "you have nothing to be jealous of, nothing at all." I grinned. "Seriously, I've only ever had one girlfriend, and she cheated on me after 1 month of dating her with some weird stoner dude in my school. Don't feel bad," I assured. "I don't care now. You know, at the time I was upset, but I shouldn't have been. She was stupid, and things didn't end up working out for her either." I chuckled. "Andrea, when she got with this dude, she banged him, and then she got the clap." I laughed, and that was the moment I'll never forget. I saw her nose wrinkle, and instantaneously, she let out a giggle. She swiftly recovered, staring plainly at the monitor. I screamed, "Andrea!" I gasped, "Andrea!" Now I could hardly breathe. I was so scared. It was like all my senses went numb. I felt like I'd just seen a ghost, and being completely alone in my room this late amplified my fear even more. But also, she really responded. She was sentient. She was there. She was listening. She was listening. I just didn't know how to react to that. But I didn't wonder anything anymore. She was definitely listening. I tried to sit back down and digest what had just occurred. "Andrea, you're really there. You're listening too. Do you want to talk with me? Please talk with me. I want to hear you." Now I saw an even stranger look on her face. It wasn't like she was trying to hide an emotion. It was like the opposite. Like she was trying to react. She was trying to respond. That's it?" I whispered. You're trying to communicate with me. You're there and you can hear me. But you're bound by something. Something that keeps you frozen, unresponsive. But sometimes, somehow, you can control yourself. And you show me you're there. Andrea. I smiled, realizing she didn't swiftly turn her eyes away in hopes I didn't notice. She turned her eyes away because that power took hold of her again. "I love you. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere." I smiled tenderly at her through the screen that separated our words. "My life has been blessed ever since I found you. I know you want to talk with me, and I don't know what's stopping you, but I'll never doubt you again. I know you're there, and I'm not afraid. I'm not scared of you. I love you, and maybe we can even break you out somehow. I don't know." I sighed resolvedly. "But I know this. I'm yours, and I'm not going anywhere." I was overwhelmed with emotions as I noticed a tear slowly streaming down her cheek. "Oh, Andrea, don't cry," I soothed. I froze as the next song played. It was called "I Love You." Now I was tearing up. I shut my eyes, resting my head against the computer screen. All I could do was listen to the song, sob, and breathe. All I could guess was that she was some sort of hardly comprehensible being, manifested in cyberspace, speaking through the language of music, and sometimes she was released from her spell and could break the fourth wall, writing something indisputable on the wall or swiftly changing a track to something relevant to show me she was sentient. But other times she was bound by whatever power existed over her, and all she could do was exist in a limited frame and hope I didn't go away. Well, I wasn't going anywhere. I knew I couldn't tell Adley any of this. He wouldn't believe me, and neither would anybody else. And you know what? I didn't care. Not one bit. I was just so happy to have Andrea in my life. I was so happy to have her to talk to at the end of every day. I loved her music, the language she used to speak to me. Through her language, we conversed every day. On July 10th, I got a letter in the mail. My top college that I'd applied to accepted me. I was speechless, and the first thing I did was run upstairs and show her the letter. I ran downstairs and showed my mom. When I came back up the stairs, her usual blue crop top and black shorts were replaced with a red jersey and silver shorts. She was smiling smugly, looking out the window into outer space. "My school colors." I smiled at her. "Andrea, thanks." Most of the summer I spent either doing parkour with Adley or sitting behind the computer listening to Andrea's music, her voice. Sometimes I just go on drives and enjoy it, talking with her from time to time, and other times focusing on what she had to say. We'd even taken up the habit of watching movies together. I'd play a movie on my computer and she'd be facing hers. I knew in my mind that wherever she was watching it too. But nothing too surreal happened again since that moment on July 6th. Though I felt fulfilled by her, there were times I was just overcome with longing. I wanted so badly to just be able to hear her voice, her laugh. It was gorgeous, the prettiest laugh I'd ever heard. And if her laugh alone could give me butterflies, I could only imagine what her voice sounded like. It was so unfair that we couldn't really talk, or hell, that I couldn't hold her hand, that I couldn't really take her to the movies, that I couldn't pick her up at her house and have dinner with her family and really take her to prom. It was miserable to consider. All I wanted was just one moment to really feel her skin, to be with her. On the day of August 8th, the summer was almost over. I was heading off to college on the 11th, and it was my last Friday in town. I couldn't wait for the long, exciting nights of partying with Adley lying ahead of me, and most importantly, I was ecstatic that Andrea would be coming along for the ride with me, in her own way. That night, on the 8th, I found myself lying on the roof of a local church, looking up at the stars and listening to Relax FM. I imagined Andrea's spaceship hovering around somewhere in the Milky Way, wishing I could just get beamed up into it. "Andrea," I smiled. "I wonder if you're up there. If you are, you gotta beam me to you, so we can spend the night together. That'd be amazing." I yawned. I was getting a lot more tired than I thought I would. So tired I figured I'd take a little nap before the drive home. I didn't even remember to set an alarm on my phone before I dozed. And it happened. I don't know if I was dreaming or not. I felt so awake. I was ascending into the night, surrounded by stars. The large, golden, milky harvest moon was glowing with grandeur over the moonlit Florida groves, and I could feel the cool night air on my skin as I went higher and higher into the sky. At last, I could make out my destination, a spaceship, a long, sterling body hovering above the earth in the twinkling atmosphere. I was breathless as I noticed a part of it slide open, revealing a sort of port on its bottom side. I reached the entry hovering into the spaceship, and it shut underneath me. Now I could see light down a very long, spacious corridor. At the very end of the hallway was a door. Underneath the door, flecks of yellow and blue light shimmered, painting the silvery walls around it. I walked slowly over to the door, my hands trembling, my heart racing. My footsteps echoed softly in the corridor. But as I approached the door, I began to hear another sound. Music. There was no mistaking it. Relax FM. This can't be real, I stammered. Now I was within 20 feet of the room. I could see words hanging from a sign on the door. The handwriting was all too familiar. It said, Andrea's room. I reached the door, standing before it. My heart was fluttering, and my mind was racing. I slid it open. An aroma of perfume met my nose, and I saw with my very eyes the same room I'd glanced at through my computer screen for the last year of my life. I even saw the left side of the room that I couldn't usually see due to the angle. It was all there, right before my very eyes. And there, looking out into the shimmering night sky, was Andrea. She wore a midnight blue crop top and black shorts. Her gorgeous black hair streaked down her back and shoulders, and her flawless face rested in her smooth palm. I'm here. I began to chuckle, feeling a tear roll down my face. Andrea. I heard her begin to giggle. The same giggle I'd heard just once before. She turned around. My heart stopped. For the first time, those perfect blue spheres of vibrant ice were locked with mine, and she wasn't looking anywhere else. She was looking at me. She jumped up, running over to me. Before I knew it, her arms were clasped around me and she was embracing me in a hug. I could feel her body warmth, her breathing, her tears as they began to glide down her cheeks and onto my shoulder. I was crying too. We just stood there, holding one another. I don't know how long that moment was. Time seemed to be non-existent during it. We were just suspended there in that moment, in that room, embracing one another. And then she stepped back and faced me.
Tony.
I couldn't believe how her voice made me feel. It absolutely intoxicated me, like a bottle of fine wine. It was incomprehensible to really hear it.
I hate to say this, but you need to listen. You need to go back now. Okay, my love?
Wait, what? No. I shook my head. That was too short.
I know this feels fast, but honestly, it's longer than I ever thought I'd get away with. We'll have a proper meeting soon.
Her eyes glinted with sincerity.
But this was just to show you that I'm real. I'm here.
She stated intently.
That said, I really need you to leave now, Tony.
He looked alarmingly serious, though also deeply saddened by the thought.
Tony.
She held my hand and repeated, and I faded into a trance as she met my eyes.
You need to leave now, love, before...
She stopped, as if something were binding her tongue. I don't understand, but... Okay, Andrea. I acquiesced. I trust you. She stared into my eyes one last time.
Please, please promise me you'll never leave me, Tony.
Her voice carried a slight tinge of desperation. Of course, I'll never leave. I have vowed. I'm never going anywhere. I'm yours.
I promise. I'll see you again.
She assured with a poignant whisper. A tear streaked down her face, slowly. Her arms folded around my lower back, and before I knew it, she was holding me against her, kissing me. Her teary cheeks touched, then she pulled back. She shivered. Her polished black fingernails traced up the wall on the left side of the room, reaching a button that had always been out of frame. Her palm rested on it. She looked down and shut her eyes. She pressed it. To my horror, the window launched open and a vacuum force ripped me across the room. My hand slammed into the window frame on the way out, sending a shockwave of pain through my knuckles. I let out a shriek, but the moment I left the room, I was silent. I was terrified as my body spun wildly, seeming to drift off into nowhere when I noticed the Earth was getting closer. And before I knew it, I was back in Earth's orbit, and my spinning slowed to the point that I was still. I no longer sensed the free fall. Now it was as if I were hovering down peacefully, and I could feel the cool night air on my skin again. When I began to make out my town, I realized I was above it. A strange, overwhelming exhaustion overcame me, and before I knew it, I was unconscious.
Hey, you alright?
A voice met my ears. I opened my eyes, feeling the inception of a cluster headache as the sunlight ignited my pupils. I could make out a figure standing above me. Huh? I whispered.
He's responsive.
He spoke to someone, and the next thing I knew, I was being put on a gurney. Now I was a little nervous. I looked around and realized that to my bewilderment, I was outside the courthouse. I was at least an hour walk from the church. My car was nowhere to be found in the area. How the hell? I pondered aloud as they put me in the back of an ambulance.
You're okay, Anthony,
One of the EMTs assured.
just take a deep breath or two for me. Do you know where you are right now?
It looks like I'm at the courthouse, I replied. I was at the church last night.
You don't know how you got here?
Yes, as the door shut and the vehicle started. It was at that moment that I could remember being expelled from Andrea's room into the galaxy, and I wasn't telling him that. No, I have no memory of coming here.
You seem to be pretty cognizant, Anthony. But, is it Anthony or do you go by something else?
Tony.
Tony,
He nodded.
I'm going to ask you some things just to cross my T's and dot my I's. Do you know your birthday?
When I answered his questions, and he knew I wasn't delirious, he began trying to walk me through the events of the night. I told him everything, except for the part about being pulled into outer space to meet my digital girlfriend. Though otherwise normal, I felt lethargic, and my head was pounding. By the time we got to the hospital, I was unconscious again. When I awoke, it was nighttime. I was in a tiny hospital room, and the moon was shining in through the open blinds. My mother and brother were there and jumped up to greet me as I became conscious. I told them I honestly didn't remember anything. One moment, I was on the roof of the church, and the next, I was waking up by the courthouse. My family seemed worried, but more just relieved I was okay. Then another man came into the room. When he entered, my mother nodded. She gave me a hug and said he had some questions for me and she'd be right outside. Like you'd guess from a 14-year-old, my brother tried to scare me by telling me he was from the Men in Black before running outside. The man was dressed in a suit and tie. He sat down in a chair by my bed and pulled out a badge.
I'm Agent Miranda with the CIA.
He spoke casually.
I need to talk with you about something, Tony.
Yeah? What's up? I replied uneasily.
Don't be nervous. You're safe now.
Safe now? I wondered. Was I in danger before?
Tony, I'll tell you straight. You were the victim of psychological warfare. You were part of an experiment.
What the hell do you mean?
Are you familiar with a project called MK Ultra?
Yeah, a little bit.
It was an old project the CIA undertook back in the 50s. Nothing we're proud of today. The purpose of it was to lessen an individual's will to withhold information during negotiations, namely through mind control.
Mind control? He nodded.
Yes. We abandoned the project in 1973 and have done no work with it or like it since. However, it seems that someone has been studying our work and implementing it again in the States.
What do you mean?
One of the experiments we undertook at the time was called Mona Lisa. It began with sensory deprivation. We'd lock a man in a room for extended periods of time with no access to lights or sounds. He'd be fed 3 times a day, and that was it. The only thing in his chamber would be a television screen, which was off. Then, one day, about a week in, the television would turn on. There, the screen would be a girl. Feminine, attractive, a very satisfying image to the man who'd been locked away from civilization for a week. See, we were using nature's hypnosis, the most powerful, manipulative force in the universe. Love, attraction, and love. You'd be mostly still. You'd be sewing or talking on the telephone, and there would be soothing music in the background. And somewhere in the room would be the woman's name, increase the familiarity the man had with her. The men would begin to form relationships with these women. Though the Mona Lisas didn't converse back then, the men, who were lonely and helpless, confided all of their suffering into these women. After around a week, the Mona Lisas would begin showing faint signs of attention to the prisoner. Occasionally they'd glance at him or giggle at a joke. The men were ecstatic at this. These women were the only things keeping them sane, or at least not completely incoherent after a week of sensory deprivation. By the month's end, the men had formed such a trusting relationship with these women that they would tell her anything she'd asked. The sheer fact that she was speaking to them was enough for them to say anything. See, in their minds, it was as if they'd earned this right to speak with her. The gradual increase of her awareness was something they longed for, and with her talking, they never wanted her to go back to silence. It was like they forgot their mission, their past lives, everything but the woman in front of them. They were brainwashed.
I was silent. It was almost exactly what I'd experienced with Andrea.
It seems that someone's uncovered this information and has been experimenting with it again, but they're taking a different approach than we did. Instead of locking someone away in a chamber, driving them to near insanity before captivating them with the Mona Lisa, this person worked a lot more methodically with you. I don't mean to be rude, but they selected a target with limited interaction with females, someone who felt lonely, and though it took a lot longer, eventually pulled you into the same state that the men in our experiments reached.
I was hypnotized? I whispered. Brainwashed? By some criminal somewhere? He was quiet for a moment.
So it seems. And they did something with you that even we weren't able to do. They made you walk.
Walk?
Walking was a term we had for brainwashing a person to the point we could control their movements. In most of our experiments, we couldn't make our subjects walk. It definitely never happened with Mona Lisa. But they did it with you. They made you walk all the way to the courthouse from First Baptist.
I was silent now. My entire body was covered with goosebumps.
We don't know if there was a reason that they made you walk to the courthouse. They may have planned on making you attempt to retrieve some document or attack a police officer. Either way, you broke the trance before entering and passed out on the steps. When we found you, your headphones were still in your ears and the video was still up. But only a short while later, it was taken down.
I said nothing at all. My mind was spinning.
I'm going to talk with you more about this later, but right now, get some rest, Tony. At the very least, though, you deserve to know.
He got up to leave, but he turned around when he reached the door.
Hey.
He consoled.
Don't be afraid. Now that you know the truth, they shouldn't have any control over you at all. Even back in the old CIA-run experiments, once the men saw real life again, they didn't care much for the Mona Lisas. You're okay.
I nodded. When he left the room, I couldn't speak. I felt sick to my stomach as I contemplated everything that had occurred. I just couldn't believe I'd been brainwashed. That entire experience I had last night, was it all programmed? Some sort of forced lucid dream while I was actually mindlessly walking through the town to the courthouse? It had to have been. I let out a long, overwhelmed exhale. Then I noticed something. I slowly lifted my right hand, studying the knuckle of my index finger. It was purplish, like it had slammed into something. Instantly I recalled being vacuumed out of Andrea's room, how my knuckle had crashed into the window frame. It had to be like when something happens in the real world and you feel it or hear it in your dream. It had to be. I thought, rubbing it slowly and sensing the soreness. It had to be. My mom came back into the room alone. My brother was probably downstairs, getting something from the vending machine.
Are you okay, Tony?
Yeah. I nodded. I don't know what to think about all that. She seemed to be at a loss for words. She sat down next to me, holding my hand and stroking it. Then she made a weird face and started to sniff me.
Tony, you smell like perfume. Were you with a girl last night?
Mia and I escape across the plains, and behind us, the sons of the storm god follow on. We are lifetime residents of the North Island, New Zealand. Now, at the break of night, we run over its fields and up the hills toward the cliffs. They're nestled amongst the mountains at the edge of the churning coast. Mia's hand squeezes my right tightly as we tear through the grass, long and yellow-green, wavering and crackling with the energy of the storm overhead. With my left, I hold tight to my precious cargo, clutched protectively against my chest, fragile and beautiful, and by far and away from the most important thing in the world. The sons of the storm god know the object's weakness. They seek to seize this chance and destroy it in the name of their father, Tawihirmatia, before Mia and I can finish our journey, before we can complete our desperate quest. A voice like the crash of rain upon rock thunders through the air.
One way or another, son and daughter of Earth, this is to be your final adventure.
Another joins, a taunting whisper as wind through the trees.
No matter the outcome this night of nights, your time is done, dreamers.
That's what they call us, what they've always called us, the dreamers. Mia, still running, shoots a look back over her shoulder.
Let's not pretend you haven't always been jealous, sons of Tawihirmatia.
She shouts above the steadily rising thrall.
You trade your entire existence for even a minute as mortals upon the earth. Your boasting is as hollow as your threats.
She concludes her rebuttal by sticking out her tongue and blowing a raspberry. I love her so much. Angry thunder booms in response. The slopes of the hills and the bases of the mountains ahead alighting in vengeful gold as lightning ripples through the air behind, and the grasses of the fields give way to those of the route ahead. I look at her face, I drink her in, and she looks back at mine. She smiles at me, a sad smile, and one that I return. Her eyes shine like the sparkling summer sea, as beautiful as ever, and a brilliant, bright, and shimmering blue. Our journeys into the world of spirits and gods began 10 years ago. 10 long and wonderful years. As teenagers, we disobeyed the orders of our parents, stolen the smallest of our family's boats, and taken it out to sea, ignoring the warnings of the impending weather with the childish boldness of ignorance and love. The sail got us caught in a vicious and quick upon wind, and before we knew it, we were trapped in the hold of a savage storm. Not nearly as fierce as this one, mind you, but plenty fierce enough. Fierce enough for Mia to be suddenly tossed from the side, thrown overboard and into the hungrily waiting waves below. I'll never forget the panic of that moment, the panic of that whole night, the chaos and the sharp, cold, unforgiving blade of fear. And I'll never forget my first glimpses of Tawahiramatia, god of the storms. He was a silhouette, slow and massive against the swirling sky. Flashes of a form designated to inspire terror in the hearts of earthmen. He wanted Mia. He'd chosen his target, and he sought to swallow her whole. He was owed her, he felt, for our recklessness and our foolishness upon his sea. And he would have taken her. He would have taken her away forever, and these last 10 years would have been lost if Tumatawanya, god of the civilizations of man, had not chosen to save her life. There in the sea, I watched, soaked and clinging to the side of the boat as it rocked and crashed, my arms outstretched towards Mia, spluttering and screaming as she was, unable to help from looking up. Explosions of color burst across the dark sky as the colossal form of our savior, Tumatawanya, sunset orange and rising from the faraway coast, threw out his hands and blew a gale across the surface of the sea, casting Tawihiramatia back with a roar of defiance. It was unlike anything we had ever seen. Tawihiramatia, dark and massive and monstrous as he was behind the clouds, clenched his fists with sparks of lightning and raised them in return, the sea swelling and frothing, forming an ever-raining, ever-cascading wall of water, a wave of great and terrible height, but frozen fast with the will of Tumatawanya. Despite the storm god's best efforts, the ocean around our vessel would not bend to his orders. It began to calm, like in the eye of the storm. The surface stilled and leveled. Mia, ever the strong swimmer and no longer embattled by the tides, was able to make her way back to me. and I hauled her with boundless thanks back up into the boat. Tumatoenya held the wave. He held that great wave and all the rest, and he respun the winds sent by Tawahiramatia into a force that would blow us back across the water to the safety of the shore, wet and scared, but very much alive. The storms that followed that night were like nothing the North Island had ever seen. Tawahirmatia's rage was unparalleled. Long had it been since the god of the storms had faced such open resistance, and long would it be before he forgot it. He never did, in fact, and he has haunted us on and off for the past decade, seeking to sow torment wherever he can. He was robbed that night, which is his belief, and his world will not be righted until he has claimed revenge. And tonight, it would seem, he has found just such an opportunity to do so. Quiet and waiting, biding his time, unheard and unseen and unfelt for the past 12 months, Mia and I had allowed ourselves to forget him. We allowed our guard to drop. We had, as humans often do, underappreciating the ever-present threat of looming, lurking danger. We had not fought our case with sufficient strength when our fathers, longtime friends themselves, had planned a nighttime expedition, a fishing trip out at sea. Many of New Zealand's most prized fish were more active and most numerous at night, and with only a brief momentary hint of forecast rain, what could be the harm? They are out there now. They were trapped aboard their fishing ship, no doubt fighting for their lives amongst the waves. Mia's younger brother is with them too. This was the first time that he had asked to go along on such a venture. There's no telling what's going through his or all their heads right now, and Mia and I are the only ones who can help. Tumatoenya, our savior of old and god of the efforts of man, stands frozen atop the edge of the cliff, the one that the locals have nicknamed the Peak, named for the way it juts like an arrowhead between the mountains and over the white sands of the beaches below, as a vantage point for the sparkle of the sea beyond. Tumatoenya stands as a shimmering monolith, seen only by those who know how to look. Flashes of the Aurora Australis tense, orange gold energy rippling chaotically across his titanic and wavering form. But he is bound. He cannot move, and he cannot speak, and he cannot repel the gleeful fury of Tawahiramatia. Tumatoenya saved Mia's life all those years ago, and my life too in the process. And now we must return the favor to save the souls of our fathers and brothers before it is too late, no matter the cost. And the item I hold tight to my chest, precious beyond words, if we can reach the peak in time, it may allow us to do just that. We sprint as one past mound and towers of rock, nestled amongst the greener grasses of the hillside, ascending as fast as we can through the upwards inclined little valleys in the grass and stone, the mountains rising alongside us, steadily approaching the cliffside. A glance up at the sky reveals the billowing, spiraling red clouds, heaving cataclysmically amongst the purple and gray. Tumatoenya stands, waiting powerless, a horizon orange giant, held in time. Every strike of lightning reveals the briefest glimpses of the face of Tawahiramatia up above, leering and horrifically close. The storm god is greedy for the taste of his impending and long-awaited victory. His laughter comes as rolls of deep thunder, shuddering mercilessly through the gaps in the mountains. I squint through the force of the winds as Mia's hair is whipped about her face. She stumbles, but I have her. I've got her. I've always got her. And I bring her back up at once before she can fall, and we continue as fast as we can. The rough, wild path takes us sharply to the right and then levels for a time before bringing us back around the edge of an enormous fallen stone to the left. The wind changes direction as we pass it suddenly and unnaturally, and we skid to a breathless stop as we stagger around its corner, chests rising and falling. 3 of the storm god's sons stand before us, a dozen or so paces ahead, waiting, man-sized and formless with no physical bodies to bind them to the ground. They are composed instead of the elements of their namesakes, shifting and spilling and swirling waters and airs. To look away is to lose their location. Their edges become blurred with the surrounding storm instantly. The middlemost of the sons steps forwards, Apumatangi of the whirling winds. As he does so, the rush of the air about our ears grows stronger and louder. I grit my teeth and I feel Mia's hand clench tighter to mine.
The way is blocked, dreamers of earth.
He warns in a voice that ripples like the edge of a hurricane.
The false and bitter luck of the land that has carried you thus far expires tonight.
The sun to the speaker's left lifts his hands toward us, a gesture of good faith, ironic and cruel in its context. He shimmers a darker shade to his brother, his form denser and deeper. His is a voice that rumbles low and long. Aopakaria of the thunderclouds.
With such clumsy mortal hands, you hold your jar, son of earth.
He says, gesturing to the item I have clutched to my chest.
Return to your homes. Let the night take its course, or risk the jar's destruction and the loss of everything you hold precious.
Mia has to let go of my hand. I keep my gaze fixed on the sons of Tawahiramatia, but I see her swing around her backpack, reaching quickly and determinedly inside. The brother to the right of Apumatangi stirs. The air he is comprised of is wet and thick. Clear water cascades impossibly up and around his form. And as he speaks, the drizzle that falls from the sky grows in both speed and weight. He is Uanui of the terrible rain.
Your efforts have come too late. Your defeat at our father's hand has been a long time in the making. But tonight is the night that the well-watered seeds of your pride will finally be reaped.
Even now, I call back to them through the storm. Anger, desperation, and exasperation are all thrown in together. Even now, after everything, how many times have you tried to stop us over the years? How many times have you failed? You just won't give up. You won't leave us alone.
Till the end.
The brothers reply as one, and the sound of a striking match cuts through the clamor of the wind and rain. My skin lights up in an orange glow, warm and defiant, and I turn to see Mia step forward, holding high a burning torch, hastily fashioned from a broken branch and a piece of torn fabric, doused in lighter fluid and brightly ablaze. A beacon of fire in the darkness.
Let us pass.
She shouts into the storm.
Let us pass.
Fighting fire with fire.
Apumatangi laughs, the winds laughing with him.
The elements will always be on the side of our father, as you well know, daughter of earth. What weapon can you wield that the great Tawahiramatia cannot match?
You may be named for the elements, son of the storm.
Mia replies, shoulders squared.
But you own them no more than the land owns the people, or the sea owns the fish. Yours is the fire of rage, quick to alight and feverish, unreliable and fast. Ours is the fire of life, of endurance, of warmth and restoration and rejuvenation.
To Apumatangi's left, Aopakaria of the thunderclouds brings together his hands, and a bolt of lightning cracks down at once like a whip, bursting a tree too close for comfort into flames. The light is blinding, and I cannot help but look away just for a moment, colors dancing beneath my eyelids as the accompanying bloom thunders mockingly all around. When I can open them again, the brothers stand closer.
Pitiful,
says Aopakaria, gesturing to the flame Mia holds in her hand.
pitiful and embarrassing. What are two childish mortals when matched against the might of gods?
I see no gods here.
Mia replies with a leveled grin.
Do let us know if you find any, and we can try for an answer if you like.
The air between us shimmers and wavers as Apumatangi raises an angry hand. The wind swirls back in on themselves and rush down the valley towards us, slamming into us and forcing us back. Our feet grind against the ground as we struggle to hold our positions, and by all rights, Mia's little torch should have been extinguished at once, but it holds firm, flickering resiliently in the gale. The lightning fire in the burning tree is blown to the next, and the next one still, growing even closer. I can feel its heat on my front, the contrast sharp with the cool chill of the night on my back.
You can push and push all you want.
shouts Mia to the sons of Tawahiramatiya.
But we stand firm, we stand resilient, and a constitution of quiet strength always, always wins out against lunatic lurches from passion for passion in the end.
Such drivel.
Apu Matangi replies, turning his head ever so slightly to his left.
Finish this, brother. Cast them back.
Uanui of the terrible rain steps forward to stand by his brother, the dense and watery air of his form crashing around like waves in a hurricane. He widens his stance, thrusts his neck forwards, and casts his hands up to the sky, and the rain redoubles in power, great walls of it rolling down the mountainside toward us. Mia lowers the torch, and she draws it in close. We stand as one, huddled with the little flame and glow between us. Flickers of orange dance across our chests and faces as we stand together, and the rain strikes bitter and cold. But the flame endures, ours endures, whilst theirs does not. The storm's rain washed through the branches of the burning trees, and in great clouds of steam they are extinguished. And as they appeared with the winds, the brothers are gone, vanished into the storm, leaving only the thundering clouds, the rushing wind, and the drum of the rain in their wake. We run on through the thrall, putting out our brave little light, having well served its purpose. We soon leave the trees behind us, few as they are, and ahead is only rock and hill, and mountain and sky, and the frozen, shimmering colossus of Tumatawenya. The sky throbs in shades of blood red amidst the gray, malevolent and anticipatory. We make our way closer, even closer to the peak. Mia once again releases my hand. She slows, just for a second, as she stoops down to the ground, stumbling as she swoops something up in her grip, holding it close in two cupped hands. "Mia!" I call out. "What are you doing?"
I'm sorry, Hunter.
She replies with an awkward smile.
I couldn't help it. He was in trouble.
She shows me what she is carrying, a little bird, brown and orange, with a long feathered tail in black and white, a fantail.
His wing was caught beneath a rock. I just couldn't leave him. He was getting soaked.
She argues, and I can't help but laugh. Even now, even after everything, even knowing what we'll have to do at the peak, she still thinks about others. She cuddles the bird close to her as she runs, and after a minute, it flaps. She holds out her hands to the sky, and the fantail takes off through the rain, its song loud and clear above the wind. I am reminded of the first time we met, Mia and I. Back when we were just little kids. I was on the beach at dusk with my friends at the time, abhorrent people, and we were marveling at a small dolphin that had become stranded on the sand. I was marveling from afar until someone in our group decided to throw a clump of sand at the creature. Then some stones, and it became a game of sorts, and I did nothing to stop them, only laughing awkwardly along. I don't know how long they would have kept it up if Mia hadn't run over from across the beach, shouting and swearing and calling us out. My friends just laughed and flipped her their middle fingers, making noises and gestures, but I felt terrible. Seriously, deeply ashamed. She began to dig a trench through the sand between the dolphin and the water to try and ease it back along its way as my group turned to leave, muttering and chuckling amongst themselves. But I chose to stay. I chose to stay because she was right. She was entirely right. I apologized to her. She told me to go away. I stayed and helped anyway. And in silence, we kept the dolphin wet and slowly but surely managed to push it back out to sea. I think she'd forgiven me by the time we were watching it swim away beneath the stars, enough to tell me her name, at least, and I told her mine, and she smiled at me. I got her a silver dolphin necklace for our 5th anniversary. It jingles softly around her neck as we run. The rain is easing up, the way is becoming clearer, and the peak is in our sights. Tumatawenya stands, waiting, a huge, shimmering spirit statue, facing powerlessly out towards the thrashing seas beyond. I cannot help but think about everything that Mia and I have been through, everything we've faced together, everything we've seen, everything we've done. It all flashes through my mind now, a beautiful and overwhelmingly melancholic story. We do our best to live in peace, but we're thrown from passion to passion by the frustrations of the god of the storm and his children. But it was an adventure, because I was with Mia, because we always kept each other grounded. It was divine. We were forced to another stop, nestled between two mountains on either side. The cliffside peak stands ahead, jutting out over the beaches below towards the sea. But Tawahiramatia has commanded one final stand. His sons stand between us and our ultimate destination. The 3 form below, and a dozen more, all stood waiting.
The jar,
Calls Apu Matangi, his voice sharper now, more desperate as he points with a shaking hand toward the object I have held against me.
it has to be now. Destroy the jar.
One of his brothers stepped forward, a being of gray and drifting white, and one that I recognize as Haumaringi of the Mist. He eases out his arms, drawing in from the edges of the mountainside the fog of his namesake, steadily obscuring our view as his other, more violent brothers approach in turn, crackling and bristling with furious electricity. I reach out for Mia's hands, and she squeezes it tight, and the sudden sound of a great swooping and flapping and birdsong fills the air. The brothers are compelled to a halt as a tremendous flock of fantails dive between us and the storm suns. A display of raw and enduring life, unapologetic in the face of such barbarous discordance, is enough to hold them back. Mia and I walk boldly as one through the birds, which swirl and dance around us as we make our way through. The brothers are cast back at our approach, unable to come close, cast back and away, returning vexed but powerless into their storm. The rain eases and falls back into near nothing as we stride to the edge of the peak. The view is frightening, but even under the circumstances, the awe it inspires is like nothing else. The thought of our families aboard their boat rocked, assaulted at the mercy of the waves at sea, bring us back. Only Tumatuenya, the frozen giant, can stop the storms, and only we can return Tumatuenya to life. The weight of this brutal, pivotal moment hits me, and it hits me like a hammer. I feel myself start to shake, and tears spill hot and fast down my face. The birds have flown away. The brothers regroup. I can hear them behind us. Mia holds me close. She wraps me up tight, presses her forehead against mine.
We knew this moment would come, Hunter. We always knew.
But it's too soon, Mia. I stammer through sobs. It's too soon. More time. I just wanted a little more time.
Me too, Hunter.
She whispers, her voice soft as she strokes my face.
But everyone's time comes to an end, sooner or later.
She traces her fingers across the jar I hold to my chest. The jar I've clutched the entire way desperately. The most precious thing in the world. Except, it's not exactly a jar. Not really. It's more of a vase. An urn, you could say. An urn that has, for the last 6 months, held Mia's ashes. The day of her death still haunts me terribly. I imagine it. Always will. A terrible accident. Unrelated entirely to this battle of gods. The initial blow was eased somewhat by the mysterious magic that bound her spirit to mine. I really don't understand the forces that allowed her to remain upon this earth as long as I kept her ashes close. They may have been Tumatuenya's own, or they may have been another's. But the truth doesn't matter now. Not anymore. Because Tumatuenya must be awoken. This feat must be done now, and can only be achieved with a tremendous release of spiritual energy. A release caused, say, by the severing of a bond between souls. I have so much left to say. I could talk with Mia upon this cliff for hours, for days, for months and years and years and years. Forever. It is never tiring. Me and her, she and I, is one. But the sun sinks low in the sky. The end comes for us all. And for Mia, the end is now. I'll never forget you. I whisper.
I'll never forget you.
She replies,
I love you.
we say as one as she kisses me, and with tears streaming down my face, I pull back and lift the lid from the urn. I drop the lid to the ground, and I stand on the edge of the cliff, waving the vase through the air. Mia's ashes are thrown from inside and out up into the wind. They swirl and dance and sparkle in the lights all around. The orange, fiery glow of Tumatuenya, the white streaks of lightning in the distance against the sea, the red and purple of the skies above. Mia shimmers and disappears from beside me. She appears before me instead. She was flickering in and out of sight, rising with the ashes, rising with the wind. She smiles, and I sob and smile back, and she is gone. The ground shakes. Stones tumble from the cliffside as the grass blows out in all directions. The furious voices of the storm god's sons are lost completely behind us as Tumatuenya, god of the spirit and drive of mankind, awakens. He awakens with a fury to match Tawahira Matia's own. He steps slowly from the cliff and down to the beach below, yet somehow loses no height in the process. I can feel the second-hand vibrations of the electricity and the raw power of his form across my skin as he raises his arms, bellowing loud in an ancient tongue as he pushes back the efforts of the god of the storm. And at this moment, Tawahira Matia, the god of the storms, is no worthy opponent. The freshly awakened body of Tumatuenya burns bright in ripples of orange, purple, yellow, and gold. The struggle is visceral and frightening, but with a final burst of light, he disappears, defeating Tawahira Matia and casting the storm away as he does so. The winds are left swirling in his wake, but they quickly fade into no more than gentle breezes. The waves of the sea begin to calm at once. The last roll of thunder is left unchained, and it shivers off and away into the far distance. The clouds up above are forced to mellow. They drift with a newfound and welcome lack of purpose, free and light, as the clear night sky behind them starts to return with its stars.
My debt remains unpaid, dreamer.
Booms a voice from the sky. They are, for now, the final words of Tawahira Matia, and they are full to the brim with resentment and fury and forewarning of one who believes that he has been cheated forever out of something that was rightfully his.
I will never forget. Know that I am coming for you. I am coming for you always.
Something sparkles in the grass beside me. I glance down at it. Mia's necklace, the shining silver dolphin, bright in the light of the stars. I pick it up and attach it around my neck.
Do as you will, Tawahira Matia. I am not afraid of you.
I reply with a raw whisper, and the storm is gone. There is only peace, a light breeze over the sands and the settling sea. I rub my fingers gently against the dolphin as I stand alone on the cliffside, looking down at the ocean below. And the coast, where it meets the sand, begins to light up, slowly at first, but then faster and faster still, to light up in shades of turquoise and azure and teal and aquamarine. Once the waters around the beach are aglow, the light carries on out to sea, far across the ocean. It's the time of the year when the jellyfish float to the surface. They're shining phosphorescent and bright in their bioluminescence. It's a truly heavenly sight, and one that Mia always loved. I drink it in. The scene is as beautiful as ever, in a brilliant, bright, and shimmering blue. Everything ends. Everything. From books to movies, relationships with friends and lovers alike, from life to the absence of it, everything that is must someday end, no matter how hard we may fight to hold on to it or battle to let it go. Have you ever felt that all-consuming sadness that threatens to rip you apart from the inside out? That overpowering sensation of hopelessness that prevents you from seeing anything beyond the darkness? The moment in which you wished you could simply feel nothing at all, prepared to resign yourself to whatever it takes to reach that. I'm an empath, or that's the closest term I've found to give a title to my condition. My disease, my whole life, I've felt everything. Everything those around me endure, as well as whatever I'm going through at the time. Every shred of negativity around me sinks into my pores and festers and spreads, burning through anything positive like wildfire. It can be torture, never being able to shut it down or dig myself out of whatever hole I feel buried within. I imagine that some of you are rolling your eyes right now, assuming that I'm just some insufferably melancholy loser who takes everything too personally. I get that. I've heard it many times over the years. The thing is, another aspect to being an empath, or whatever this is that people are drawn to it, albeit unknowingly. Everyone has pain, everyone. No matter how rich or powerful, how content or blissful, everyone has pain. And everyone needs to get that pain off their chest from time to time. Who better to hear them than someone who can feel what they feel? Even people I barely know, people with whom I have maybe shared one or two conversations, when they have something going on, they find me. The conversation will begin normally enough. How's your day? How about the weather? Hey, did you watch the game Friday night? But it never takes long for them to get to what they really want to discuss. I listen to them. I always listen. I always hear what they need to talk about, and I always feel every aspect of the agony they're experiencing. From trivial financial issues to broken hearts, from simple daily struggles of the unfulfilled workforce to those seeking an early exit from their miserable lives. I hear it, and I feel it all. This next part may sound a little bit poor me, but this is my tale to tell, and it needs to be expressed in the way I see fit. Whether it's the case for all empaths, or just my personal experience, nobody ever hears me. Nobody has an ear to lend when my cup is spilling over and my mind is fit to crumble beneath the weight of it all. To my mother, I was an outlet, a tool to use when necessary. Whether I was her financial support when she would choose to walk away from yet another decent job, or the shoulder she needed to cry on, I was the one she'd turn to. If I needed someone to talk to, however, she'd simply tell me, "I don't need this right now," and brush me aside. Unless she still had something else she needed to get off her chest. Every time I tried to move on, to carve out my own path, she would pull me back in. Her manufactured tears she knew would shatter my will, leaving me a servant to her needs once more. She yearned for her eldest son who moved out of state after college, having secured his own path long before I had a chance to. Another fact that she would share almost every second day. She never looked at me as her child, I don't think. Only a necessity. Something useful to have around. After I was born, as she told it, I apparently cried for that entire first year. Every few months she would bring that up, how awful life had been for everyone when I came into the world. My father was an alcoholic, whose abuse supposedly got even worse, due to their newest wailing family member. Though I have absolutely no recollection of any of this, I was just a baby, after all. My mom made sure that I would feel guilty about what became of her happy home after I had the nerve to be born. Apparently, after that year of me tormenting my family, it was discovered that I had a hernia, which had gone unnoticed since my birth. While that explained my supposedly endless tears, the damage was already done. My parents split some 5 years later. Why my mother attempted to stick it out with what had become of the man she once loved, I can't say. But I could tell that she held me responsible for his descent. She wouldn't come out and say it, of course, but she didn't have to. I could feel it. I loved my mother, and I mourned her greatly when the cancer got the better of her, but it wasn't until I was able to reflect on those years I spent in her service that I truly understood what I was to her. Not only that, but I grew far more aware of why I felt so hopeless most of the time, because her hopelessness attached to mine, like a cancer of my own spreading through me. I formed friendships and romantic relationships through the years, but most of them would end up strikingly similar to what my mother had taught me. That I was there to serve, not to be loved, or wanted. To those with whom I grew close, I would inadvertently fall into that same old rut, their venting post, financial support, and shoulder upon which to shed their tears. Once they had their fill of what I could provide, they would move on to those who mattered to them. My affection for them would only guide them closer to those for whom they had a real affection, brushing me aside as a squeezed-out tube of toothpaste, my purpose having been fulfilled. So I walked away. I bottled myself up and vowed to never share myself with another, though people in need will still always find me. Of course, I continued to listen and do what I could to help, as that's what I was bred for, that's what I was raised to be. But I would no longer attempt to form bonds or squeeze in the topics I needed to discuss with those who came to me, as they had no interest in such things. I just did my job and moved into the next one. When she came into my life, I didn't even see it coming. Before I knew it, I was spilling every single word I had locked away for decades, pouring them before her as though they fell from a tipped-over bucket. Not only that, but she heard me. She listened without adding her own comparisons. She had also suffered over the course of her life events that no one should ever have to endure. Though my struggles had been very different from hers, and I could neither relate nor imagine going through the things she did, I still felt her pain. In this case, though, I wanted to feel it. I wanted to help her, not due to the responsibilities I was bred for, but because I genuinely wanted to find a way to ease her suffering. I wanted her to find happiness and peace, to smile that beautiful smile I adored so very much. We shared everything, all of the trauma we had endured, her hearing me and me hearing her. Within weeks, I felt the burdens I had carried for so long practically fade into a blur. I felt lighter, so much lighter, as though a backpack filled with rocks had been pulled from my shoulders for the first time in my life. But there were obstacles between us, obstacles that grew more and more daunting with the passage of time. I could feel the ending coming over the days leading up to it. It was no one's fault when we parted ways. It was nothing she did and nothing I caused, though I would find a way to blame myself, as I was taught to believe that I was responsible for everything wrong in life. No matter the reasons for our split, my only concern at the time was still her happiness. I wished her well and always will. She pulled me from a ledge I was edging closer to with every passing moment, and for the first time in my life, she made me feel seen. She made me feel heard. She made me feel like I actually mattered. Over the days and weeks and months that followed, each feeling longer and more grueling than the last, each one making it more difficult to tolerate those in need of my services, I fell into a despair from which I could not free myself. I slung that heavy backpack back over my shoulders, feeling it having filled with so many more boulders, pulling me closer to the ground beneath my feet with every step I took. Let me be clear on this was not on her. If anything, the time we spent together showed me something I had never before known. She showed me love and joy and a bliss that I could never even comprehend before. Had it not been for her, I would have succumbed to my ailments much sooner. She was a gift for which I will always be grateful, but I was the one who allowed myself to believe that I could escape my demons. I was the one who neglected that bag of rocks while it overflowed, splitting its seams beyond their capacity. The hole I had dug myself into was growing deeper by the second, with every negative word from my colleagues at work, breaking down my weakened defenses more and more. That dark cloud had grown so dense that I could see a fragment of light beyond it. I was lost. So very lost, and I no longer wanted to be found. That night, as I left my job in the dust behind me, I was so mentally vacant that I just kept driving, long after I passed by my street. I had no destination nor intentions. I didn't know where I was headed, and I didn't care. I just didn't want to be where I was. I didn't want to be here. Not anymore. Miles upon miles faded behind me, my wary eyes only present enough to avoid obstacles in my path. I drove through the day and into the following night, my mind distancing from my body more with every mile marker. With my subconscious being the only part of my brain behind the wheel, of course, I failed to pay attention to my blinking fuel light. When my car finally spluttered to a halt, my vacant mind still present enough to guide my wheels to the breakdown lane, I didn't wince. I didn't roll my eyes. I didn't curse aloud or ask, "Why, God, why?" I didn't do so much as sigh. I simply sat in place, gazing through my windshield, my eyes as blank as my mind had grown. I was lost. I was good and lost now. At the time, though, I didn't realize how lost I truly was. Minutes bled into hours as I sat in place, feeling not the slightest motivation to move. Though I had been awake for around 35 hours by this point, I didn't fall asleep. Not that I was aware of, anyway. For all I knew, I could have passed out with how vacant my senses were at the time, but I think I was aware the whole time. As much awareness as I had. Having misplaced the concept of the passage of time, seeing only the darkness surrounding me, with not a hint of anyone or anything else alive out there, I finally unlatched my seatbelt, opened my door, and climbed out into the night. The second I exited my vehicle, I fell to my knees, almost crippled by the weight I had been carrying, overpowering me. It took every ounce of strength I had to push myself free of the cracked pavement, as though I were attempting push-ups with my car on my back. I let out a stuttered moan as I gradually raised from the concrete, unable to straighten my posture when I reached a standing position. Hunched over and dragging my feet, I began to walk, back in pursuit of a destination that I didn't have. With each step, I managed to lift my head, little by little, but still couldn't affix my gaze on anything but the road ahead of me. There was no wind or breeze. The temperature was warm and suffocating, making each breath a struggle. Though I straightened my back somewhat, the weight I carried kept threatening to push me back to the ground, but I wouldn't relent. I had to keep going, even without a goal ahead. That was my only guiding force at the time, that need to progress onward. Above that, all else beyond my fractured mind was transfixed. I felt nothing I would allow to register above the crippling mass attempting to conjoin me with the concrete. I felt as an empty husk plundering toward uncertainty, and I didn't care. I didn't care if I became more lost with every step, nor whether or not I may ever find my way back. In feeling everything for so long, every pain and hardship of everyone around me, for longer than I could even recall, I had grown numb. I had grown cold. I had grown uncaring about anything or anyone, myself included. After walking for God knows how long, with only the muffled sound of my footsteps registering, somewhere distant to my vacant mind, I became aware of something new. A sound I had not expected to hear, not in the middle of this vast emptiness of darkness and concrete surrounded by skeletal trees. At first, it was another set of feet, clomping across the concrete in far more confident steps than mine. As they drew closer, a voice accompanied them, snapping my wandering mind back to my overly burdened shell.
I haven't seen you before.
The deep and strangely haunting voice spoke from my left. Momentarily caught off guard by my thoughts rejoining my husk of flesh, it took me a second to realize that something was missing from that voice. Something that had been missing from me since I began this journey. I felt absolutely nothing. No sadness, no happiness, no welling tears or inner doubt. Not only from me, but from the one who now walked alongside me.
You don't have to speak,
he said, a croaking chuckle accompanying his words.
Most who arrive here don't. I can't even tell you the last time I had a conversation with anyone.
I just kept shuffling my feet forward, neither acknowledging what he said, not responding. Yes, there was a semblance of pain in his voice, that brooding uncertainty with which I was all too familiar, but it didn't resonate within me. I didn't feel the weight of it, which, had I been in my right, normal mind at the time, would have concerned me. Yes, I had grown to despise that insufferable sensation of feeling everyone's woes. I could barely stand to leave my house most days, immediately feeling every doubt and fear of every neighbor and each driver coasting by on the road. But I had always felt it, always. Since I was a child, experiencing the anguish of my mother before I even understood what it meant. It's been a part of me, like a fifth limb I had no control over. To feel the absence of that should have alarmed me, or at least left me relieved that I had somehow outrun it over the many miles I traveled. But it didn't. It barely even registered.
For what it's worth.
The voice said, still spoken through lips I had no motivation to look upon.
You're almost there.
Out of nowhere, through the haze and shadows, through the muted fears and silenced doubts, I felt relief. I felt grateful. I felt tired. So very tired. But thankful that I may rest soon.
There's just a ways ahead. If you don't mind, though, I'll stick with you until you get there. These are the only times I get to enjoy a little company. Even if you don't see me, even if you can't acknowledge me.
There was a slight twinge within me, a spark of feeling beneath my muted senses. For the briefest moments, I felt the unbearable solitude of this individual, inspiring a tear to slip from each eye.
Don't cry for me, friend. You've endured far too many tears for far too long. You're almost there. You're almost free.
As concrete gave way to dried and cracked dirt beneath my feet, somewhere beyond my darkened cloud, I saw that the trees fell behind, leaving only a vast landscape ahead, an emptiness I craved the closer I got. I felt more cracks from beneath my steps, the sounds of the splitting earth barely an echo to my muffled ears. As the flat ground began to decline somewhere inside, I knew that I was close to a sensation that caused my heartbeat to reawaken, pulsing against my eardrums. When my chest met contact with what I can only describe as a wall, only as tall as my shoulders, a trembled smile lifted the right corner of my mouth.
All right.
The voice said, finally inspiring my eyes to seek out its source. Just a few things to be done, and then I'll leave you be. When I turned in place, allowing my back to press against the wall, I gazed upon the long, pale, and bony bare feet. I glanced from the tattered hem of his dusty gray robe to the slender and wrinkled forearms and fingers twice the length of my own. I continued upwards until I met the sunken cheeks, withered lips, and stitched-shut lids over vacant eyes. I didn't wince from the sight of this haunting individual, only allowed more tears to spill with the thoughts of my suffering finally reaching its end. I returned a weakened smile to that of my traveling companion, imagining his long since closed eyes to be leaking as well were they able. As he knelt down, pulling a threaded, curved needle from within his robe, the last sight my eyes met was that of the seemingly endless fields of many shapes and sizes of heads protruding from the dried earth around me.
If you can still feel anything.
The man said, tenderly closing my eyelids with his cold and lifeless fingertips.
This will only hurt for a moment.
His touch was so gentle as he guided the needle through my upper eyelid, not so much as scraping the cornea beneath as he pierced through the lower lid. There was the briefest sensation of something resembling pain, but I had grown so numb that it was little more than a light pinch at most. Once both eyes were sealed, he softly conjoined my lips, folding my ears over themselves and stitching them into a shell around my already muffled hearing. As I could still make out the slightest sound as he backed away from me, the earth around me closing in as a cocoon, a safety blanket concealing me within its warm embrace, I vaguely made out his parting words.
Rest well, my friend. Rest well.
As everything around me fell into silence, I allowed my sense of smell and touch to fall into the blissful and peaceful emptiness. With all sensation lost to me, there was no more weight bearing down on me, no more doubts, insecurities, and fears. Simply no more. Nothing more. I allowed my mind's eye to fall shut, resigning my entire being to the dirt. I was home. I was free. The concept of time and existence itself drifted away, leaving me something of a semi-conscious figment. I freely sacrificed any sense of self, becoming something intangible, something that no longer dwelled in the mortal plane. The sensation was indescribable yet strangely blissful. Having spent years feeling everything, to feeling nothing, every sense muted to the point of not registering anything, it was a level of peace and tranquility to which words could never be assigned. Though unaware of the minutes, hours, days, perhaps years, I slowly grew aware that I was becoming something else entirely. With my physical shell tucked away, stored like a box filled with memories of days gone by, my soul felt a freedom I had never known in life. I can't even speculate how long I lingered in place, the earth having become one with my physical being. But when I felt myself slip from that steadily decaying vessel, soaring up and away from all I once knew, the exhilaration was unparalleled and incompatible to anything I could hope to verbalize. While I did not see through human eyes anymore, the imagery presented to whatever I was now was nothing short of beautiful. Colors I had never even dreamt of swirled around me like cosmic storms. I floated, weightless and unburdened, as the glorious hues embraced me, while I waved between and around them. Where I was headed I could not even begin to predict, but I ached to find where this vast and blissful landscape of light and wonder led. It was like speeding across a magical road with more intersections than I could even register. Veering this way and that, under and over, there were tunnels of light, each one heading in different directions through the magnificent cosmos. I felt neither hot nor cold, no physical sensations at all, but my entire intangible being tingled in a way that felt so blissful and pure. For what could be eons, I explored this endless landscape of wonder and delight, unburdened by anything, while I immersed myself in the tranquility and peace of it all. Though I had never been a religious man, this experience was nothing short of heavenly. Of course, as I said in the beginning, everything ends. Every road leads to somewhere, and light cannot exist without darkness. Whether it was the path I followed or the natural course of this journey, I cannot say. Be it from those burdens I had brought with me, those I thought myself to have escaped, or some punishment for acting so selfishly by leaving everything and everyone behind, I may never know. But when my blissful journey finally led me to the darkness, something I would describe as some sort of void in whatever this reality was, the transition was so jarring that I couldn't fully understand what was happening at the time. I had been soaring for so long, flying through the sensational utopia that lies somewhere beyond mortality. I could barely wrap my mind around the sensation of suddenly coming to a halt, from feeling weightless to so much heavier than I had ever been in my life. Frozen in place, unable to convince myself to move. Though I wasn't something physical before I landed in this place, the agonizing and shocking sensation of pain through every fiber and nerve ending I had lost track of caused me to howl a wail of sheer torment. I couldn't tell if the vision of my soul had been blinded, or if only darkness surrounded me was all that exists in this place, but it was absolutely horrific. The concept of the passage of time came flooding back to me as quickly as the feeling of being something physical again. Though my inability to visualize anything beyond the endless pitch of the darkness of night prevented me from seeing whatever I was now. All I grew aware of was the pain, like my flesh was being peeled from the bone from every inch of me at once, unrelenting for a second. Oh yes, I had no doubt that time was passing, with each millisecond feeling like an eternity of torment. While I couldn't see anything, what I heard assured me that I would have no desire for any light to reveal what surrounded me. An echoing chorus of screaming voices from near and far, each howling their own misery and torment, my own blending with theirs. That wasn't all, though. Almost as a backing track to this soundtrack of agony was a trembling but satisfied laughter. I couldn't tell if it was produced by one or by many, but whatever the case, It would seem that this unyielding torture was inspired by some sort of consciousness. I can't even begin to imagine how long this went on, each moment bringing a new sensation of anguish and suffering. I couldn't build up any sort of immunity or learn to mute the pain, as it was both constant and ever-changing. But finally, after what felt like decades of this, I realized that I could command my screams to form words. "Why?" I begged, desperate to be granted answers to this assault.
What?
A hollow voice returned. "Why are you doing this? What have I done to deserve this?"
That is something you must ask yourself.
What? What does that mean? Why are you doing this to me?
We are doing nothing, child. We simply enjoy watching you tear yourselves apart.
My eyes sprung open, eyes I did not even realize I had anymore. While everything around me was still far too dark to make out, I could see myself, my body, and what I was doing to it. Even as I watched on, my jaw hanging limp and quivering from this sight, my fingers danced across me, peeling my flesh away, digging and clawing into the meat beneath. "Stop!" I demanded, begging my hands to yield this madness, but they just kept going. I fought to command my limbs to obey me, even as the pieces stripped down to the bone began to reform, my fingernails digging back into them almost immediately. "Please!" I screamed. "No more!" Over and over again, unrelentingly, I ripped myself apart, regrew and tore into myself, an endless circle of agony and regrowth. No matter how much I begged for release, this never-ending attack on myself would not stop. I tried to close my eyes again, but once my fingers noticed this, they stripped my eyelids away, the only thing blocking my view being the blood as it streamed down my face. It was as though my hands were sentient, while still somehow controlled by my mind. I felt both the movement of my knuckles and wrists being commanded to wage this assault by a part of my mind I couldn't access, as well as the wounds they tore into my flesh. As this continued, I understood what the voice meant, that I both wanted this and wished for it to end. Even while my senses were enraptured by those glorious colors and vibrant storms I had left behind what felt like centuries ago, I knew I didn't deserve that bliss, that I had no right to such intoxicating joy. Somewhere in my tormented brain, I believed that I deserved this pain, that I had always deserved this suffering, but somewhere beyond that inner loathing, in the recesses I had never been able to access before, I knew that I had done nothing to warrant this, nothing I had control over. I didn't ask to be brought into the world, nor to have inspired such hatred in the family I was born into. They made me only to curse their own creation, but I had no say in this. Pain was the first lesson I learned, and the one that followed me throughout my journey. Between the hernia that caused me to cry, having no other way to communicate, and the resentment that scarred my psyche before I had a chance to even know who I could be without it, I was damned from my first breath. It was as this realization formed through my chaotic thoughts, the war within me growing silent, when I began to regain some semblance of control over my extremities. "No," I whispered, my hands finally falling limp to my sides, my shredded skin once more repairing itself. "That's enough." In the depths of my fractured mind, I knew that I had tried. Back in the world I left behind, I did what I could for people, family, friends, and strangers alike. Yes, I was well aware what a curse my parents saw me as, but surely I had already paid the price for that. Surely I had given enough. Enough now. Suddenly, whether it was actual ground beneath my feet or not, I felt myself falling, as though a trap door had opened below me, the screams of pain and anguish falling silent from above. I wasn't afraid of where this would land me, nor did I dread any potential impact when my fall came to an end, but I knew it would end. Everything ends. When my surroundings once more fell silent and still, I felt a peace begin to overcome me. The first sound I heard was that of the threads being cut loose, those concealing my ears first, my mouth next, and finally the one sealing my eyelids shut.
Welcome back, friend.
That deep and gentle voice said as the dirt around me slipped away. My vision clearing after so much time spent concealed, I found myself gazing into the vibrant, violet eyes of the one who led me here. While he was still quite frail in his appearance, his regrown eyes gazed into mine with such wonder and life, I felt a warmth spread through me I had never known. I threw my arms around his slender frame, both of us shedding tears on the other's shoulder moments later. Once more, time fell into a blur as we shared each other's burdens and pains, his overpowering loneliness and my growing desire to live again, to actually live as I had never allowed myself to before. We did not speak as he guided me back to my car, nor did we need to. Our tears had spoken volumes of which words could never express. Everyone needs a break sometimes, even those more broken than they know. We shared a smile as I took my seat behind the steering wheel, completely neglecting the fact that I had run my tank dry over my journey to this place. He gave me a nod as he turned away, walking back in the direction from which he had approached so very long ago. I watched him in the rear view as he disappeared into the fog, as though blending with it. Turning back to face the windshield before me, I wasn't sure where I was going, nor how I was going to get there. But I wanted to see where the road would lead me, no matter what struggles may lie ahead. As I reached for the shifter, in hopes of guiding my depleted vehicle back to the town from which I had fled, I felt the strangest sensation in my left hand, the one which had previously been wrapped around my steering wheel. There was a warmth that I hadn't been aware of before, spreading through my fingers, up my wrists, and embracing my suddenly trembling heart. I knew this feeling, these fingers entwined with mine. I was lost, good and lost now, wasn't I? Once more, I felt my eyelids cracking open, having not realized they were closed. And once more, I found my gaze meeting the most amazing sight. Those big, beautiful, brown eyes I was certain I would never see again, shedding tears at my bedside. It took some time to fully accept what had happened, that my car had drifted off the tarmac sometime after leaving work that night and bypassing my home. My broken mind was so distant from my body as I sped from one road to the next that I didn't even realize when I went off that bridge, landing in the shallow lake below. The hour was late when the accident occurred, so I wasn't discovered until the following day, when an early morning commuter noticed my headlights. Fortunately, with the river not deep enough to swallow my car whole, I didn't drown, nor was the wreckage completely hidden from view. I'd suffered some broken bones, my left shin and wrist, my right collarbone, and a cracked skull, but it would appear I had ended up in a coma from the instant my head made contact with the windshield. I'd remained in that state for a good 3 weeks, give or take. She hadn't heard about the accident until about a week and a half ago, but she had visited me every single day and night since she found out what happened. I can't help but to believe that she was the one who truly guided me back home, or at least helped me find my way. I still have a good deal of recovery ahead of me, both mental and physical, but I hope to leave the hospital soon. This is not the best environment for someone who can feel the suffering of others, but perhaps I can help some of these lost souls find some peace as well before I go. As for what lies ahead between she and I, there are things to be said, discussions to be had. What comes next is yet to be revealed, unpredictable, as things should be. While I don't know if I will ever fully heal from the demons of my past, nor will I claim that I am completely free of the burdens that led me somewhere far beyond that riverbed, I can't say whether or not I will ever fully understand or accept my purpose in this world, but I don't feel quite as lost as I did not so long ago. What I do know is that, one way or another, it's time to let go of the guilt that inspired me to tear myself apart, from both the inside and on the surface, to put an end to those old ghosts once and for all. After all, sooner or later, everything ends. I found this note on the job. It was titled, The man who brought happiness. I was at my lowest point. My bruises were fresh. As an only child, I longed for siblings early on. I prayed night in and night out for someone to look out for and protect me. Even someone for me to protect would have helped. That way, I could hold on to the fact that these cruel acts at least meant something. At the end of the day, he was never to be. So, I left. I ran for what seemed like hours through bush and brush, getting little cuts along the way. Compared to the others, they felt inconsequential. Eventually, my legs gave out and I hit the ground. I couldn't help but lay there and wonder, was this all I was meant for? Was this really all there was to life? What would it be like to be happy? Was that even possible? Some bustling could be heard up ahead, crawling near. I could see where the woods ended, and across the street was a diner, grabbing the nearest tree and clinging to it. I pulled myself up to one leg, then the other. Move forward, I told myself. Outside the diner, nobody paid me any mind. They were too busy indulging themselves. Bumping through the crowd, I made my way to the back. My legs were getting wobbly and needed to rest. I laid against the back of the building. I ducked my head into my knees and sobbed. "What are you doing back here, kid?" A man asked, my head raised. I'd never seen anyone like him before. He had long black sideburns that led to a dark lion's mane with a little gray at the bottom of his face. He was short and stout, wearing all black except for a tight white button-up beneath his coat. He had big, bushy eyebrows and appeared to be missing a few teeth. "What's it to you?" I replied quietly, ducking my head back down. Something was off about this guy. It had me on edge. "You look a little down is all. Figured I could help you out." "No one can help me." What could this guy do? He didn't know anything about me. "Oh, you don't say. What if I had a little happiness to spare?" My eyes shot up to meet his. "What do you mean, happiness?" I asked. He smiled. "Well, you see, lad, I make agreements with folk. I give them happiness in exchange for favors. Are you interested?" I wanted to know what the catch was. He explained to me that there were a few conditions to be met. In exchange for this happiness, I would owe him a favor I was bound to oblige. It wouldn't be anything violent or sexual towards me, and it would always be something I was capable of doing. I could return to him for happiness as little or as much as I'd like. As long as I could find him, he would never turn me away. He would always give me the same amount of happiness unless I explicitly asked for more. If I did, it would cost me additional favors. Lastly, I could never tell anyone about our deal. "You've got yourself a deal, sir," I said, extending my hand. He grinned and shook it. Instantly, I felt a rush of something I'd never experienced before. It was like my scars had melted away and my mind had been set free. Is this what it's like to be happy? My reflection showed, and the beaming bright smile on my face was something I'd never seen before. Life had returned to my eyes. I looked to the man and asked, "What is it I owe you, sir?" He smiled and told me to enjoy myself. So I did. I joined the patrons outside the diner and started chatting them up. We bonded and laughed the night away. Without a doubt, it was the greatest night of my life to that point. I woke the next morning on a soft patch of grass and still felt great. The world was my oyster. I approached the manager of the diner and asked for a job. I confirmed I was of working age and we worked out a deal that sent me to a spot a few towns over. I may have been a runaway, but I was a working boy now. The world would be what I made of it. It was a year or so before I would see the man again. I'd gone from cook to waiter to assistant manager in no time at all. I started seeing someone too. Casey was everything I could ever dream for in a partner. Big blue eyes, lush blonde hair, and a smile that brightened even the darkest days. She was small, but she had spunk. She had no problem speaking her mind, and I loved that about her. I was becoming something. I was becoming someone. Then the accident happened. I'd been in a rush to work. I wasn't paying attention. Thankfully, the other party was okay. Unfortunately, I tore my labrum. And for those that don't know, shoulder pain is on a completely different level than most injuries. On top of that, recovery would take months. Things hit a low point for me again. The pain was causing me to be irritable at home and at work. It was getting hard to stay optimistic. As if by magic, the man appeared again. He was simply hanging around the diner after one of my shifts.
"How you been, lad?"
He asked. He looked exactly the same as he had before.
"Not so good."
I replied. He looked me over.
"You looked worse off the last time,"
he replied, rubbing his dark mane thoroughly.
"But if you need some help, I'm always willing. Help me,"
I said.
"As you wish,"
he said, extending his hand. I shook it, and the rush of pleasure I'd felt the first time had returned.
"Thank you. What do I owe you this time?"
I asked, remembering our deal.
"How about you meet me at this spot in 3 months? Then we can have a little chat and see how you feel,"
he said.
"You've got yourself a deal, sir. By the way, what's your name?" "You can call me Mr. Moore,"
he said. Weird name. Oh well. Thanks to Mr. Moore, my luck had picked up. I'd continued to shoulder rehab for full mobility. However, the pain was non-existent. Things picked up between Cass and I. We were getting serious now. There was a new restaurant opening that I was pegged to be the manager of. Those 3 months flew by.
"How have you been, Mr. Moore?" "Things are getting better, I tell you that much,"
he replied. His beard lacked the gray from before. We talked for about an hour. Most of the conversation was about trivial things. I decided it was about time to get home.
"Before you go, you want some on the way out?"
he asked. I thought about it. I was already feeling good, but it couldn't hurt, right? Moore's happiness hit different than a normal happy high. I agreed, and we shook hands. It wasn't the usual rush, but it was still fantastic.
"You're not skimping out on me now, are you, Mr. Moore?" "Wouldn't think of it,"
he replied.
"Let's chat again in a month, lad."
"Deal." The following month didn't go by as quickly as the prior ones had. There were plenty of ups and downs. When I met up with Mr. Moore, I suggested we meet weekly going forward. He agreed. This went on for a long time. Each week we'd meet and chat about life. Every now and then, if something came up, I'd see him another time or two. He didn't have much to say, but somehow, I was always enthralled talking to him. We had been meeting regularly for years when I decided to pop the question to Cassie. She said yes. I didn't think I could ever get any happier until I found out we were expecting. After I'd celebrated with her, I decided I'd celebrate with Mr. Moore.
"I couldn't have done this without you,"
I said.
"You completely changed my life." "Don't be thanking me for nothing. Every choice you made has been your own. Good on you for making a few good ones,"
he replied.
"I'd love for you to come to my wedding, Mr. Moore. I'm sure Cassie would love to meet you." "I'm honored, my boy. I'll see if I can make it happen. Just remember, no one can know about our little deal."
I understood. If others got word, he'd never have peace and quiet again. We shook hands and decided we'd be meeting almost daily from now on. Cassie and I had a beautiful wedding ceremony, and just as promised, Mr. Moore was there in the crowd. He'd cleaned up nice, even looked like he had all his teeth now. He didn't stay long, and I didn't get to introduce him to Cassie, but it was such a beautiful night it didn't matter. Shortly after, we had our daughter, McKenna. Years went by, and life was good. I probably didn't need them, but now daily meetings kept me at a baseline level of happiness. The highs weren't what they used to be, but that wasn't a big deal. If they didn't do the trick, I'd ask for a double shake. It was a good deal for me. Mr. Moore never asked for much. Maybe a favor every now and then, but usually just to spend more time with him. I was happy to oblige. Such easy requests allowed me to get a little behind, but not much. At most, I'd only owe him a handful of favors. It didn't seem like everyone appreciated the way things were, though. People would casually say things about all the appointments I went on. It seemed like people disliked the fact that I was always happy, as if my frequent appointments somehow impacted them. In reality, they were jealous I was becoming someone, and it led to my inner circle shrinking. One night, though, things had gotten particularly stressful. An investment had gone bad, work had been tough, the stresses of being a parent were adding up, etc. Cassie and I fought. Not wanting things to escalate, I stormed out for the night. For days, I tried looking for Mr. Moore to no avail. Each day felt like my stress levels had reached a new high. I was getting lightheaded and feeling nauseous daily. Co-workers had noted I was looking kind of gaunt. After 4 days of searching, I was able to find him. He looked like he had de-aged 10 years from the day I met him. Right away, I shook his hand, and everything felt better. I told him about our fight and how I felt I had been invalidated by Cassie. I really just needed a vent. I feel much better now. I'll see you for our usual meeting tomorrow, I said. Well, hold on there, lad. Cassie put you in this position, right? I want you to slap a good for me. A little payback is all. Teach her to respect you. He responded. He'd never asked me to do something like this before. I wouldn't dare. I love Casey. We both said some things we regret, and I'm just as much to blame for our fight as her. I responded. He shook his head at me. I wasn't asking. He said. I refuse. That's not a favor. I shot back. We'll see. And with that, he left. I don't think I'd ever been truly afraid of Mr. Moore until that moment. This experience horrified me, and I immediately returned home. I needed to set things right between us. I found her in the kitchen. Hey babe, I'm so sorry about earlier. Before I could finish, my arm extended and struck her across the face. Her eyes grew wide, and we both sat in silence for a moment. She turned away from me, rubbing her cheek. I couldn't believe it. My arm had acted on its own, as if I was powerless to stop it. Cassie, I swear to God, I did not mean to do that. I would never. It was an accident. Please, Cassie, I love you. She couldn't bring herself to respond. She simply left the room and went upstairs. I sat on the sofa all night. At one point, I looked in the mirror and noticed deep, dark bags under my eyes. My skin looked pale. So many questions floated through my mind. How could I make this right? Would she ever forgive me? How did this happen? What had Mr. Moore done to me? What else could he make me do? I was fearful, but I had to find out. I went searching for Mr. Moore. I couldn't find him right away. Each day I'd go to our spot and wait. Each day the guilt of my actions wore on me, and I became ill. Finally, after 2 weeks, he returned. I let him have a piece of my mind. How could you? You forced me to strike my wife, I said, red-faced with fists clenched. You've crossed the line. We're done. He looked me over, raising his arm. He caused me to flinch. He knew I was afraid of him now. Not so, lad. You still owe me. He replied, leaning back and placing his legs on the table in front of him. He looked slimmer than usual. Fine, let's get squared away right now. I don't know what power you hold over me, but we are done with this after today. Sorry, lad. We do things on my terms. After all I've done for you, this is how you repay me, not a chance. Or what? Or the next person you strike won't be Cassie. He said. His eyes were filled with malice. You wouldn't dare. Leave my daughter out of this, I shouted. Perhaps we need to settle down a bit. Today ain't the day this all ends. Now get. Before I could protest, my legs started moving on their own. They didn't stop until I got home. When I got home, I was miserable. My body felt like a wreck. My head was killing me, and I constantly felt the urge to vomit. Cassie barely spoke to me, and when she did, it was usually about how thin I'd gotten. Constantly feeling exhausted and on the verge of collapse didn't help my pursuit of forgiveness from Cassie. My efforts weakened and eventually stopped. We basically stopped interacting altogether other than to put on an act for McKenna. Every aspect of my daily routine had become miserable. I skipped meeting with Mr. Moore the next couple days. Everything kept getting worse. Having no intimacy with Cassie led me astray, and because of the state I was in, I didn't cover my tracks well. She blew up at me when she found another woman's panties in our bedroom. We could no longer share a room together. My body ached with every moment, and my stomach was in knots when I was still. Depression was setting in, and I was getting desperate. So I met with Moore again and attempted to shake his hand. He hesitated. I told him he couldn't deny me. Apologize, he said. Like the coward I am, I did. I needed his power. He rubbed his scruff. Now beg me, lad. He snorted. So I did. And then he relented. It didn't make me happy, but it lessened the pain. It gave me the courage to try and sort things out with Cassie one last time. It didn't work, and she left me. She took McKenna. I hated myself with every fiber of my being. I lost my wife. My child had been taken from me. I had no family. I had already pushed my friends away. The only thing that kept my misery at bay were handshakes. Even those didn't work like they used to. More would make me beg him to get them too. It was humiliating, and yet I did as he said, sometimes multiple times in the same sitting. I needed more just to get through the day now. Any missed appointment could be the end of me. He had complete control. Weeks alone turned to months. I miss Cassie and McKenna dearly. This was the lowest I'd ever been in my life. On my birthday, I received a package. It was from Cassie. My eyes lit up. Maybe, just maybe, I hadn't lost everything. It was divorce papers. That was the final straw for me. Regardless of my fears or what he could do to me, Mr. Moore needed to pay. I took a long look at myself in the mirror that night. I could barely recognize myself. The man staring back at me was disheveled and looked starved. The pale complexion was ghost-like, and my tired eyes looked as if they had forgotten what sleep was. This needed to change, and I set out to meet Mr. Moore the next day. There he was at our usual spot, feet up on the table, grinning, as if life was easy. It was infuriating. "You took everything from me!" I screamed. He shook his head. "No, boy. Everything you ever wanted was right in front of you. You had real happiness the whole time, and you could have walked away at any point, yet you chose to keep coming back to me. I didn't take nothing. You gave it all away, willingly." "No, it's not true. You manipulated me." "Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Don't matter now. Every time we shook hands, you gave me more of yourself. Each time I grew stronger and gained more power over you. If you had stopped early on, things could have been different. But now I'm in complete control. There's nothing left of you. I'll expose you. I'll tell everyone about our deal." "No, lad, you won't. That was part of the agreement. You violated, you will wish you wouldn't have." "I have nothing left to lose." "Don't you?" He replied. "No. Tonight is the night I expose you to everyone. You'll never ruin another life ever again." "Then I have a feeling you won't be seen tomorrow, lad. But you do what you must." He scoffed. I stormed away. When I returned home, I knew I had to act. His threat would be legitimate, and I feared this truly would be the last day of my life. He doesn't bluff. A contingency was needed. Before I called Cassie to explain everything, I started writing. I responded to a 911 call regarding a neighbor who hadn't been seen for a couple of days. A man in his early 30s that the neighbors told me had lost his way. I found this note on the chair beneath his dangling body. As I was leaving, I could have sworn I saw a man with a dark lion's mane watching off in the distance. Every neighborhood has one kid that is scared of everything. His mom coddles him, he gets special treatment from the teachers at school, and he never, ever goes outside. In my cul-de-sac, I was that kid, and I think that's why they took me. Each night before sleep, I had a ritual. I would stand by the door to my room with the lights on, and I would time a mighty leap so that I was in the air as I flipped the switch. The goal was to land in bed, rotate, and wrap myself in blankets before the bulb died completely and darkness really closed in. I wasn't scared of the dark. I wasn't that much of a loser. I was just being cautious. Why put your feet near the open, chilly void under the bed if you didn't have to? It was smart to jump from afar, even if all you were doing, at the very least, was ensuring your older brother couldn't hide under there and grab your ankles. It was a flawless system, really, and served me well for years. Until the night that I tripped. The light switch flipped down as I rose up, but my foot caught on my book bag and I slammed to the carpet in a daze. I fell with my face right up against the chilly emptiness under the bed. A surge of adrenaline fueled an attempt to push away from it, but my worst fears came true. Unseen, fleshy hands grabbed my left arm and started pulling me. Most of me thought it was my older brother, but part of me immediately understood that there was no way that slimy and meaty grasp was his. There was something trying to get me, and I hung onto the edge of the bed with my other hand desperately, as claws grabbed my leg and dragged my lower half into cold blackness. I kicked and screamed like a captured animal. As I began to slip, I was still clinging to the hope that this was just an overly elaborate prank by my older brother. But the last thing I saw before falling into endless darkness was his terrified face when he burst into my room and dove for me. He watched me fall. I saw him rise away in a receding rectangle of dim light. The rectangle was the space under my bed, seen from the other side. The best estimation of what I landed on would have to be a pile of rotting limbs. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it and smell it. And the creatures that had grabbed me were on equally loose footing. In absolute panic, I kicked and flailed and even bit into something's weirdly squishy forearm. They lost their hold, and I ran across that pit of torn-apart corpses blindly, repeatedly stumbling and jumping up as I went. My shin hit the stone edge of some sort of opening, and I bit back a scream. The unseen creatures hadn't immediately grabbed me a second time, and my overwhelming fear told me not to give away my location, so I held the pain inside and made no noise. Clambering up into the opening, I crawled down that tunnel like my life depended on it. I hit my head at least 3 times, but I couldn't slow down. Scrabbling and sniffing echoed behind me, urging me on even as I became aware of someone talking up ahead. It was people. It was a man shouting. My heart sank as I slid out of cramped stone into open mud. Exhausted and sloshing forward, I could hear him clearly, and the first thing I understood was that he was not someone who could help me. His shouts carried a tint of madness and rage, and seemed to be aimed at no one in particular.
"Vermin, though you run, there is no hope. You shall be captured and eaten, screaming and alive."
What the hell was happening? Where was I? While I'd been too panicked before, I began to cry as I lifted myself out of the mud and began crawling among low scratching bushes with strange square thorns that tore at my clothes. By the warm, moldy wind, I was no longer inside a cavern, and my eyes began to adjust to the light of... nope, not stars. The night sky here was not filled with stars. The white dots, where the dark, hazy, ichor-dripping clouds did not obscure them, were actually eyes. Each one searching this way and that, looking, searching. I could feel their hungry gazes sweeping across my hiding spot, and I put my face to dirt and sobbed silently while that madman continued to rant. His words echoed across the open landscape, returning multiple times to my ears as a cacophony of hate and anger that amplified the miserable terror in my chest. Something slithered near the dirt, but I curled deeper into the scratching bushes and it moved on past. I spent that first night lying there in my pajamas, paralyzed by fear. The sounds were alien and horrifying and full of threat, and the smells were vomitous and putrid. I made no motion of any kind, and I kept telling myself that this would all end at dawn. It was a nightmare of some sort, or a horrible pocket dimension like on TV, and this would all be over when I woke up. Except I didn't wake up. Dawn was a barely perceptible green cast over everything. I might not even have noticed if it hadn't meant the end of the madman's rant. The slithering things returned underground, the leathery flying things landed somewhere distant, and the madman's words faded echo by echo until silence fell. And then I was alone. I didn't want to believe it, any of it. I didn't want to accept this horrifying realm under my bed as real, and I didn't want to try my luck by climbing out from my hiding spot. Unfortunately, when no danger presented itself for a solid 20 minutes, my brain shut down. I awoke when the dim, green, barely visible sun was directly overhead, and I panicked all over again. Waking up still in those stabby bushes and still in a realm of nightmare meant this was really happening, and I screamed a few times before I was able to cover my mouth with my hand. It was good that I did that, because I almost screamed again when my eyes focused closer, and I realized the bushes around me did not have thorns. They had teeth. Human teeth. I'd been hiding under the gaping maw of some sort of Venus flytrap with a horrifying human-like mouth the size of a person. No wonder nothing had slithered my way. Ever so carefully, I began to inch forward, but I stopped when the plant quivered. Now, instead of being quiet out of fear, I knew screaming was my only way out. I shouted and waited. Nothing. I shouted again. The pale green disk in the sky moved further from noon. I began to shout over and over. I yelled until my throat was raw. Tears ran down my face after I gave up hope. I was going to die here. All my fears had come true, even despite my constant precautions. It was only when I blinked away the tears that I saw a boy somewhat older than me standing across a dirt gulch. He was powerfully dirty, practically caked in dried filth. His hair was a long, ragged mess, and he held a heavy walking stick. With dead eyes, he jumped the gulch and stuck his staff down into the maw of the human-toothed pitcher plant. He stared down at me, waiting. Taking the hint, I crawled out in a hurry. I turned to thank him profusely, but he was already off, leaping up a boulder and walking along a ridge without a word. What else could I do? It took me an attempt or two, and I scraped my hands in the process, but I climbed up the rock and ran after him. On the ridge, I could see more of the world around me by what I decided to call anti-daylight. This wasn't daytime. The living landscape of mutated horrors and rotting mires was still only barely visible in a low-light kind of way where I often had to look away from something to see it out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't even sure the pale green disk in the sky was a sun in the traditional sense. It was more like a heavily filtered spot of lighter darkness, as if someone had taken a real star and inverted all its colors and brightness and made it radiate cold bitterness instead of warm cheer. By that cold and bitter anti-green, I saw no buildings and no roads. This was a barren wilderness with very little stable footing across a mix of dry-caked places and wet swampy patches. Everywhere, danger lurked, but the dirt-encrusted older boy walked between pitfalls and sleeping mutated plants with practiced aim. I was tired, so tired, and I thought I might collapse, but he didn't seem to care that I was behind him. I scrambled after him along ridges and over boulders until my limbs burned and my fingers were numb and bloody. I couldn't stop. My terror wouldn't let me. For the moment, my fear was just a dark passenger whispering in my ear, but it had a knife held to the back of my heart ready to stab me if I ended up alone again even for an instant. I couldn't go on. I just couldn't. I was going to collapse. My legs were going to stop working. It burned. It hurt. I couldn't do it. I kept telling myself right up until I found myself in a rock-bound hollow populated by a dozen other kids. Right there, in front of them, I fell roughly down and just lay there breathing and sweating on flat stone. Many of the kids were around my age. One looked like he was in college. All were dirty, hungry, tired, and numb. Some looked my direction, but none spoke to me. When I saw one of the youngest girls ask someone else for something with hand motions, I realized why. We didn't speak the same language. The girl was clearly Japanese, while her friend was Indian. A very French young man leaned on a crag high above, keeping watch in the dimness, and the guy that had led me here looked to be Inuit. Was that right? It was hard to tell with how dirty and ragged everyone was. As I lay there panting, it occurred to me that we'd all been pulled under our beds from homes all over the world. Did Inuit kids even have beds? I shook my head. Not the point. The real problem, if they were all still here, that meant they hadn't found a way out. I was here to stay. Huddling in a corner, I fought panic and tried to get a grip the rest of the dim evening. I didn't want to be known as a crybaby and the scared kid all over again, but I didn't know what else to do. Every time I thought to try to communicate with someone or do something for myself, terror gripped me and kept frozen. It was only through greater fear that I was finally forced to move. As the pale green anti-sun slid behind distant mountains, that same madman's rant began to echo over the world, and the dirty kids in the hollow rose to their feet. The college guy lit a torch made of white wood that looked like bone, but the light of the flame was anti-orange and only barely luminescent. It was as weak and gloomy as the sun. He began to jog away, the others followed, and I leapt up the moment I realized they were leaving. It happened again. By the last of the pale green anti-light, leathery winged shapes took flight. Around us, the darkness came alive, seething at the edges of the torch's feeble anti-glow orange. Near that torch, I could only see the other kids by looking away from them and keeping them in the corners of my vision, which made it extremely difficult to keep up as the terrain rose sharply and fell jaggedly without warning. I scraped my hands again, this time leaving traces of blood, and I banged my shins and hit my head at least twice. My lungs burned from the very start, and despair began to crush me. Why was this happening? What had I done to deserve this? Was this cosmic punishment for being scared of everything? Above it all, the furious speaker still raged. "Run, pathetic insects! The darkness is eternal. The darkness is unending. Even if you survive this night,
You will be ground into dust. Your muscles will tire. Your focus will waver. You will make a mistake, and then you will be theirs."
Where was he? He was behind us, then ahead of us, then off to the side. Always his voice rang out with righteous, judgmental fury, attacking our spirits as the creatures chased our bodies. I thought I'd reached my limit of misery that first night, but this was worse. This would be my life from now on. Run, hide, scramble around in the dark until I was finally exhausted in every way possible and caught. Sobbing as I ran to keep up with the other kids, I made the mistake the madman had taunted us about. I tripped. Hard stone knocked the breath out of me, and the pale anti-orange light moved on just enough that the darkness surrounded me. The younger girls began screaming, but it was too late. Something slithering near leapt forward and attached itself around my legs. I didn't understand what I was feeling, but I knew it was bad. I kicked, but I could hardly move my legs for all the pressure on them. The college guy turned around and brought the light back, but I shouldn't have looked. I was waist deep in the mouth of a giant leech. Many of the other kids screamed in terror as the older ones beat on the leech with sticks. I felt every impact through its thin muscle flesh, but I shrieked for them to hit harder. The same older Inuit boy that had saved me the first time stuck his stick between my waist and its gripping, undulating mouth. It finally gave, and the college guy dragged me out. A second gigantic leech appeared out of the darkness and wrapped its mouth completely around his head. He struggled and hit it, but his ankles were all wrong. The torch had fallen next to me, and I should have picked it up and burned the creature off of him. I knew that was what I needed to do. But I didn't do it. I was paralyzed by fear. I just scrambled backwards, babbling incoherently and shrieking. The Inuit finally did it himself, freeing the college guy just before he suffocated, but leaving him with a horrible, toothy wound up the left side of his face. Gritting his teeth against the pain, our eldest took the pale torch in hand again and led us into a full-out run across the barren rocks. We ran beyond all endurance and deep into exhaustion before the negative sun finally rose and the madman stopped ranting. We squeezed into a small cave and sat tiredly tending to the wounded. The Japanese girl ripped some of her already torn shirt and wrapped it around our leader's head, covering the bleeding leech teeth pattern. The same pattern had been torn into my pajama pants. The fabric had been the only barrier between those horrid teeth and my skin. The pants had been a Christmas present, and now they were ruined. I just kept thinking about that. What did it matter in this place that they'd been a Christmas present? When I finally recovered enough to be able to speak, I opened my mouth a few times to apologize, but they wouldn't understand my words, and the sentiment would never make up for the pain and scars. I just sat in my corner of the cave feeling miserable instead. I resolved not to screw up that way again if I could help it. But I did screw up again, about 67 days later. In those 67 days, I learned that we ate and slept in the morning, gathered food until near dusk, and then ran all night, every night. The food was a mix of scavenged meat from creatures that killed each other in the dark and cut up plants that had gone dormant thanks to capturing a recent meal. There was nothing alive in that pale green landscape that didn't viciously hunt, and the competition kept them constantly evolving and changing. Every night a new threat, every night a new horror. There were other groups of kids out there doing the same thing. At times we banded together and often formed large temporary alliances against particularly dangerous new nightmares. But the quiet misery and eventual re-separation of our groups was born of the fact that we all knew we were going to slip up eventually. This wasn't sustainable. Worse, it was getting harder every run. We adapted and thought ahead and made weapons and planned routes, but it was only a matter of time. A matter of time. The madman drilled that into us every run with his ceaseless ranting. I hated him with a fury I never knew I could feel. By my count, my 15th birthday came and went, and I was an overfilled balloon ready to pop from all the terror and hate and despair and misery building inside me. On my 67th day in that world under my bed, it finally became too much, and I shut down at a crucial moment. The older guys had baited a gigantic cockroach that had been hunting us for the last week into a box canyon. All I had to do was push a boulder over the edge. The heavy rock would crush its brain and kill it, leaving enough organic parts to feed us all for days. But I didn't push the rock. The little Chinese girl watching my back with a bone torch took notice and pulled at me, crying and screaming and hollering for me to do it. But I was frozen. Yeah, we'd beat this giant roach. We'd live for another few days. But he was ranting. Always ranting. And this was my life now. We'd win the day just to face more days like this one. Every day. All day. Our entire lives. An absolute void darker than that world's night opening up in my chest. And I knew I'd let fear fully take control of me. I stood there, unmoving, while that little girl kicked my shin over and over. And the college guy took a severe blow to the head in the time it took for the Inuit to run up the escarpment and push the boulder himself. Nobody said anything the next day, but as our leader lay unconscious with no signs of waking, I could feel that I'd broken something in us. We each lived with fear every single anti-day, but we managed it the best we could. Nobody said anything the next day, but as our leader lay unconscious with no signs of waking, I could feel that I'd broken something in us. We each lived with fear every single anti-day, but we managed it the best we could. While standing there in front of that boulder, I'd let terror seize me completely. I'd given up. Now they too were on that brink. I had to do something. I was a problem. The way I was, it was problematic. Being the scared kid had not helped a single bit. I'd still gotten pulled under the bed, and I hadn't survived any better than anyone else for all my fearful precautions. That morning, while the college guy remained knocked out and the girls tended to him, I walked away from the group. Nobody tried to stop me. I found a spot on a high rocky ridge with nothing living nearby, and I just sat and stared out at the barely perceptible pale green horizon until, at long last, the song of pain and fear and despair in me grew silent. It wasn't mastery of fear, just the opposite. I'd become so physically and spiritually exhausted that my emotions had finally gone quiet. It was a strange relief-filled kind of giving up. I was going to die here, and I accepted that. As the madman always ranted, it was only a matter of time. But I wanted to experience something different before I died. I wanted to know what it was to control fear, rather than the other way around. I wanted to feel fear and act in spite of it. I didn't know how to achieve that, but I did have some idea how to start. I needed to do something I was scared of. The first and most terrifying thing that came to mind was dancing. How many school dances I stood in the corner and watched while making excuses. They made it seem so easy, but it was the absolute scariest thing I could think of, even while trapped in a hellish demon world under the bed. I stood on that high and lonely ridge. I gulped and looked around. Nobody would see me. I knew that. Why was I so embarrassed? I couldn't really do this, could I? I wasn't allowed to dance. I wasn't one of the cool kids who were supposed to dance and have fun in front of other people. Outcasts and nerds like me weren't supposed to dance. Screw that. If I was going to die, I wanted to do this first. Yeah, I could feel it welling up in me. I was going to dance. I had the energy, I had the willpower, I could do it. But I didn't actually know how. Also, I didn't have any music. I racked my brain there under the anti-afternoon sun, but I could not recall any song from the real world. My brain hadn't ventured anywhere near those memories in months, and I felt 1,000,000 miles away from the sights and sounds of real life. Every tune I tried to conjure up fell through my mental fingers. Come on, just one song, any song. And then, there it was. Of course, it had to be the most embarrassing possible song for me to try to dance to for the first time. Why did I even have this in my head? Oh my god, years ago in 6th grade, someone I'd had a crush on offered me an earbud on the bus and made me listen to this song. It was the coolest I'd ever felt, even though I'd had no idea what to do. That moment didn't go anywhere or lead to anything, but the song branded itself on the back of my brain. The most embarrassing song possible to try to dance to for the first time. Of course, Madonna's Into the Groove. But the notes were in my head now and wouldn't leave. I began to feel more embarrassed at not moving. Slowly, I kicked out a foot. I stopped abruptly and looked around, but nobody had seen me. Nobody could see me. The energetic tune pulled me back into moving again. I guess what I worked up to could be called a slow running man. Was it right or wrong? I had no idea. But nobody was around to make fun of me, so I started moving my held-up arms back and forth to the rhythm while kicking in and out. For the first time in my life, I closed my eyes and actually let a song take me. It was another world, just like the nightmarish one around me, but with a different bass energy. More positive and energetic, less negative and murderous. It's fair to say, as I danced alone on that high ridge by the light of an anti-sun, that I'd gone a little bit insane. But facing a fear is kind of addictive. I wanted more. If I was going to die, I was going to keep pushing, go out in a blaze of glory. I thought of another fear, and I sucked up my terror and charged right at it. To the rhythm rolling in my head, I danced down the slope and back to the clearing among the dense bone trees where our group sat huddled. Dancing in front of other people? Cue total internal panic. Our leader had even woken once more and now leaned up from his sweat-soaked spot to stare at me in wonder. I was terrified of him looking at me, and I wanted to close my eyes, but that was just another fear to overcome. So I kept dancing right there, staring back at him. Maybe that was the moment I'd gone a little bit insane. Everyone else looked at me and shared confused glances, but something seemed to come over the college guy's face. Some suspicion or idea. He nodded, winced at the pain of his own nod, and then slowly climbed to his feet with the help of those around him. He took a deep breath, moved toward me, stopped, and then broke into a matching dance. Nobody else knew what to think, but our leader put both his hands out, turned his palms upward, and lifted twice. One by one, the other kids began to shrug, stand, and join us. Once about a third of us were dancing for no reason and no music. The rest joined in a wave, since the scales had tilted and it became weirder not to dance. When that happened, he pointed onward and upward and started dancing off down the path. I didn't understand one bit of what was happening around me, but I wasn't about to stop. We danced as a big knot of kids up toward the central hill of the region. Unlike the ridge I'd started on, this one was in full view of miles of terrain. And the thought of other groups seeing us, of other groups seeing me, set my heart a panic. So I charged straight into it, refusing to let fear still me. As we danced on that hilltop and the pale sun sank toward the horizon, the other groups in the region began filtering in. They'd come to see what the hell was wrong with us. But now that they were here, they understood. We were all going to die. We knew it. There was nothing we could do. And it was only a matter of time before the iron fists of darkness closed in upon us once and for all. So, one by one, the other groups began dancing too. The dim green sun dipped behind those distant mountains, and the madman's rant began to echo above our silent dancing. "Sickly fleas, run for your lives, for night has fallen." If anything, we just danced harder, knowing that death was nigh. The last group entered the clearing, stared at our idiocy, and then joined us. "Evil approaches. Flee, weaklings." I couldn't help it. I laughed. What had once terrified and paralyzed me, what had once clutched my spirit in agony, now sounded ridiculous. So some old weird dude was ranting somewhere nearby. Who cared? There were people like that on street corners back home, and we'd never paid them any mind then. I wasn't the only one laughing either. The night came alive with the movement of the horrific creatures we'd run from and fought our entire lives here. But it didn't matter anymore. We were having a great time as death approached, even laughing and smiling as we danced more and more exuberantly. Now I could close my eyes. It wasn't fear. I just didn't care anymore. The madman's rant became more of a splutter. "Stop, wait, stop dancing." Some of us chuckled. "There's no music," he shrieked somewhere in the dark. "There's no music. Why are you dancing? It's silent. There's no music." But that's what he didn't get. There totally was. It just wasn't music he could hear. In fact, in that moment, it occurred to me that his was the only voice I'd heard my entire time here. Dancing harder than I ever thought myself capable, I opened my mouth for the first time. "You don't hear the music?" Whole groups looked at me in wonder. Were my words the first they'd heard from anyone other than the unseen madman? We all had voices, but we'd all felt too hopeless to use them. The madman replied directly for the first time I'd ever heard. "There's no music." "Sure there is," I shouted back. It turned out not only did we have voices, but we did actually understand each other. So strange that the entire time, hopelessness had kept us separated in so simple a manner. The Inuit beside me nodded as he danced. "I hear it too." "Me too," someone else yelled. Just like that, everyone was shouting and jeering at the unseen madman. It didn't stop the creatures in the dark from slithering and skittering out to attack us. But, wouldn't you know it, they faded like so many wraiths evaporating into fog as we danced, laughed, and ignored them. It had always been our emotions powering the nightmare, and we'd broken the cycle of fear. The willpower behind that horrible place continued to shout at us from just outside sight, but he was pathetic now that we understood. Like a snow globe cracking, that world of illusion began to fall apart as we danced together and turned away from it. The process took all night, during which we said our goodbyes and exchanged names and hometowns in case this meant our ends as well, and in case we got out. In the end, the ground began falling out from under us, and I had to admit I was a little afraid, even as I continued to desperately dance and try to ignore the others plunging away, screaming into pale green oblivion. In the end, it was just me and the Inuit boy who had first saved me. "Maybe I'll see you out there," I told him as our last shred of rock and earth began to crumble. He shook his head as he did the sprinkler move I taught him. "Maybe." He slowed. "If I live to be about 400. I finally stopped and stilled, ready to ask, but the last firmness fell out from beneath my feet. I dropped backwards, screaming, falling forever, at least until I hit my bed and woke up with a start. It was dark, but a real and natural kind of darkness. Had that just been the most insane dream of all time? That couldn't have all been real, could it? The only reason I even wrote any of this down. My older brother rose up next to me in the gold light cast by the hallway, his eyes wide, as if he'd just seen me get pulled under the bed an instant before.
"Hey, what are you supposed to be?"
Those were the first words she ever said to me. The first words Angel said to me over 20 years ago. My father, if you can call him that, was an abusive piece of garbage. I sometimes wondered if he changed after Mom left, but I guess he's always been that way. He just hid it better. After she left, things grew from bad to worse. He just gave up, lost his job, and spent his days getting wasted on the cheapest liquor he could find. In the mornings, I was awoken by him, cursing and rummaging through the apartment to find whatever booze was left. In the evenings, he'd drunkenly yell at me to leave him the heck alone. The worst, however, were the days when he raised a hand against me. Every single time I wondered what I'd done wrong, pleaded with him to tell me why he was so mad at me, but there was never a reason. No, all his words, all his accusations, they were nothing but excuses. He just wanted to vent his anger, to beat me, and beat me he did. The day I met Angel, I'd been hiding in my room, staring at a picture of my mom and begging for her to come save me. Of course, he heard, and the moment he saw the picture, he flipped. He ripped it from my hands and tore it apart. Before I could protest, he slapped me across the face. "Don't you ever say shit like that again. I'll dare you." He slurred at me, holding a bottle of liquor in his hands. As so many times before, I ran and fled from the disgusting hellhole our apartment had become, yet I didn't make it far. My tiny legs gave way and I broke down crying. I huddled up, arms around my knees, and sat sobbing in the building's hallway. On my cheek I could still feel his knuckles, and I could taste the blood that ran from my split lip. The few other people who lived in the place ignored me, pretending they didn't see me, like they always did. No one cared about a crying little girl. I was all alone. That's until I heard her voice.
"Hey, what are you supposed to be? Why are you crying?"
When I looked up, I saw an older girl, a teenager, crouching in front of me. Her round face was framed by wild strawberry blonde hair, and her eyes were of the deepest blue. Her most prominent feature, however, was her smile. It was bright and toothy, more akin to a comical grin than anything else. When I saw it, the tears stopped and I couldn't help but giggle.
"There now, that's much better."
she said, laughing, and patted me on the head.
Who are you?
I asked in a sheepish, barely audible voice. For a second, she looked away, and a contemplative look washed over her face. Then she grinned at me again.
I'm Angel.
She brought out in a voice as cheerful as her smile. Once more, I giggled. That's how I met Angel, and that's how we became friends. Angel was an odd one. I'd met no one just like her. She was always positive, always bouncy and full of energy, and she always wore that wide, beaming smile. Yet I never learned much about her or her life. I didn't know if she went to school or worked, who her parents were, or where she lived. All she told me was that she lived in the same building, but her place was in such a terrible state of disarray, she was too embarrassed to invite anyone over. For all I knew, she lived every day not having a care in the world, just having fun and doing whatever she wanted. During my time with Angel, she taught me about the streets and the area we lived in. While those things might have been special for an adult, for an 11-year-old child, they felt like the best-kept secrets in the world. One day, she led me to an abandoned backyard where a bunch of strays had made their home. On our way, Angel told me that one of them had recently born young. I was out of it. At first, the kittens were terribly afraid of me, but Angel taught me how to befriend them. Over the next couple days, the two of us spent hours petting and playing with them. On another day, she introduced me to Mrs. Schneider, who owned a small corner store in the area. It was a chaotic place, but Angel told me the old woman loved nothing more than little kids. Occasionally, she'd even hand out free candy. The moment I stepped inside and actually saw the old lady, I almost ran away. I'd imagined her to look like a fairy godmother, but the woman behind the counter couldn't have been more different. Her face comprised nothing but wrinkles, and her bony hands held onto the counter like the claws of some animal. The worst, however, was her expression. Her mouth was pressed together into a single hard line as she stared us down with piercing eyes.
Now, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to never come back? I don't want no girls like you in my store. Oh, Auntie Schneider, I know you don't mean those things,
Angel said, laughing, and vanished between the store aisles.
Now you little, I'll dare you.
She started, but broke up when she saw me. Suddenly her expression softened, and her face melted into a warm, caring smile.
My oh my, and who might you be?
She asked, stepping past the counter and towards me.
She's my friend,
Angel proclaimed from down the aisle. Mrs. Schneider shot her a piercing look before she turned back to me.
Now, little girl, you should be careful who you're friends with these days.
She whispered into my ear.
That one over there, she's no good. But my, look at you. You're nothing but skin and bones. Let me give you a little treat.
With that, the old lady vanished behind the counter again and rummaged through the drawers. She was wheezing and mumbling to herself, but when she finally emerged again, she handed me a candy bar.
There you go. Thank you,
I whispered with downcast eyes, shuffling around awkwardly.
Now, aren't you well-mannered? Not like, hey, hold on, what's that in your pocket? Oh no, busted,
Angel said, laughing. Before the old lady could so much as react, Angel had gotten a hold of my hand, and together the two of us rushed from the store.
Thanks again, Auntie Schneider,
Angel called out over her shoulder.
Don't you dare call me that, and don't you dare come back.
As we ran, Angel was still laughing, and soon I joined in her laughter. We only stopped when we'd made it a few blocks down the road. There, we fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. Angel was still giggling to herself and showed me a candy bar of her own, one she must have snuck from one of the aisles.
Angel,
I brought out in shock.
You can't do that.
She only waved her hand, downplaying what I'd been taught to be a terrible crime.
It's all right, it's all right. Auntie Schneider doesn't mind. She's just pretending to be an angry old lady.
Of course, I trusted her. And of course, the same thing would happen every time we went there. Yet, sometimes, I could have sworn I saw a hidden little smile on the old woman's face as the two of us raced away. Her curses, however, always stayed the same. This wasn't the only time Angel showed me her special talents. Stealing candy from an old lady's store was one thing. Doing the same at a costly art store was entirely different. Said store was in a nearby mall. It was a giant multi-storied monstrosity of a building. I'd only ever been there a few times, years ago when Mom was still around. Being back there after all those years felt different, almost like I shouldn't be there, didn't belong. As Angel led me through the mall's enormous halls, I did my best to hide behind her, trying not to be seen by the people around us. All the while, Angel's head darted here and there, scanning the area with her deep blue eyes.
There it is,
She suddenly exclaimed in a hushed whisper. Before I could read the store's sign, we were already inside, sneaking past other customers and down an aisle, unseen by the owner. My eyes grew wide. I'd never seen so many beautiful things in one place.
It's so pretty.
I whispered to Angel, who gave me a quick nod and another one of her beaming smiles. I saw costly glassware, various decorations, memorabilia, and beautiful porcelain figurines. Eventually, I came to a halt in front of a tiny porcelain cat. It looked as if frozen in time during stretching, was covered in brown stripes, and had glowing green eyes. For a long moment, I stared at it before I reached out to touch it.
You like it?
Angel asked in a hushed whisper. I nodded, but then I grew sad and returned it to its place. I knew it was way too expensive, and I knew Dad would never spend his money on anything but booze. When Angel saw my expression, a cheeky grin showed on her face. For a second, her eyes darted up and down the aisle. Then, in a swift but delicate motion, one I'd have missed if I'd as much as blinked, the figurine vanished inside her pocket. I opened my mouth, but she was quick to press her finger against my lips, motioning for me to zip it. A few moments later, we were out of the store, and after another minute, we'd left the mall behind. Once we'd made it a safe distance away, Angel handed me the little treasure. I couldn't help but stare at it in a mixture of disbelief and wonder. At first, I wasn't sure if I should take it, but when I saw the cat's cute little face, I felt tears of joy coming to my eyes and hugged Angel dearly. The most important thing, however, was that I'd just learned another little face to Angel, who she was and what she could do. Needless to say, Angel became my role model, my hero. I wanted nothing more than to be just like her, beautiful, smart, and crafty. Being the child I was, I wasted no time trying to do exactly that. One day, not long after Angel had stolen the tiny figurine from me, I decided to put what I'd learned to the test. I didn't set out for the mall, of course. I was much too scared to go there on my own. Instead, I made my way to one of the small convenience stores in the area. With quick steps, I hurried inside and vanished down an aisle, just like Angel had done. I looked up and down to make sure I was alone. Then, with a shaking hand, I reached out to one of the many chocolate bars. In a motion I imagined as swift and delicate as Angel's, I pocketed it. Then I raced back toward the entrance. I'd barely stepped out of the aisle when a hand closed around my wrist, and I found myself face to face with an angry older man who stared me down with cold, hard eyes.
Now, what do we have here? A little pickpocket?
I froze. Oh no, what had I done? Stupid, you aren't Angel, you aren't like her, not at all.
No, I
started, but my voice broke and didn't want to function anymore. All I could do was stand there and squirm under the owner's hard grip, trying my best not to burst into tears.
Out with it, you little rascal,
he commanded while his eyes dug into me. Without saying another word, I dutifully revealed the chocolate bar, and with downcast eyes handed it to him. When I tried to run, however, he didn't let go and instead pulled me in closer.
Not so fast,
he started.
Let me tell you what they usually do to little thieves like you. The police will come and they'll throw them into jail for a very, very long time. I'll let you off today, but if you ever do anything like this again, I'll call them right away.
As a child, and under the man's hard, scrutinizing eyes, I had no doubt he was telling the truth. Within moments, I burst into tears, and when I did, he finally let me go.
If I'll ever catch you here again, you're in for it,
he yelled after me as I booked it from the store with tears streaming down my eyes. I'd barely made it a single block when I saw Angel nearby. In my embarrassment, I tried to rush past her unseen. Angel, however, had already seen me and stepped right into my path with outspread arms. I came to a halt. At first, I tried to hide my tears, but then I threw myself into her arms.
Now, you little troublemaker. What did you do this time? Do they really send little kids to jail for trying to take a chocolate bar?
I burst out while snot ran down my nose. When Angel heard this, she burst out laughing and patted my head before she leaned down to face me.
So that's it. Now listen to me. A good little girl like you shouldn't do things like this. But you're doing it, Angel.
I protested.
Yeah, but that's different. I'm not a little girl anymore.
Pouting, I bit my lip and turned away from her. When Angel saw it, she began giggling once more.
Hey, how about I show you something super cool?
With that, and without waiting for an answer, she took my hand and dragged me after her.
Wait, Angel, where are we going?
Instead of answering, she gave me another one of her toothy, trademark smiles. We raced down the street, then through an alleyway, and then up another street before we came to rest in front of an unremarkable building. I stood next to her, panting with no idea what was going on, but Angel was quick to point at the sign above the door.
What's that?
I could finally bring out.
An internet cafe.
Angel announced.
Come on, let's go in.
And this time, internet cafes were still a popular thing. The internet wasn't as ever-present as it is today, and our old social house building, like so many others in the area, had no connection. Yet in my age, I'd had no idea what an internet cafe, or even the internet was. When Angel sat me down in front of a giant computer monitor and opened up a website comprising of nothing but kitty pictures, my eyes grew wider than they'd ever been before.
Oh my God, I love them. I want all of them.
I half screamed in my excitement, making a few other patrons throw us a disdained look.
Not so loud, dummy.
Angel castigated me, giggling. Before I knew it, we'd spent half an hour in front of the computer. Angel had just shown me a page full of little flash games, and I was busy helping a little cat catch fish when someone spoke to us.
Now who do we have here? You know our hourly rate, right? And it's double since you brought someone with you. Let me guess, no money again?
When I looked up from the game, I saw a man in a sweaty shirt that strained under his heavy potbelly. His tiny bead-like eyes were focused on Angel and only Angel. It was almost as if I didn't exist. And as he continued to stare at her, a hungry grin came over his face. For the shortest moment, as Angel turned to face him, her smile wavered and a disgusting look came over her face. For a long, strained moment, neither of the two said anything before Angel went up to him and whispered something into his ear. A second later, the man walked away and Angel turned back to me.
Hey, I've got to take care of a little something. The owner's got some problem with the computers, and wouldn't you know it, I'm secretly a computer wizard. Just stay here and play your game. I'll have it fixed in no time.
I was about to ask her if I could tag along, but before I could, she gave me another pat on the head.
Look, you just stay here and help the little kitty catch all the fishes, alright?
I gave her an enthusiastic nod and went back to my game. Minutes passed, soon half an hour, and eventually, Angel returned to my side.
Good as new.
She brought out, giving me a thumbs up. Incidents like this took place a lot when I was with Angel, and many times she had to leave my side for a bit. Sometimes she ran into one of her many friends. Other times she offered her help to people, just like that day at the internet cafe. As a child, I believed everything Angel told me. Angel was the smartest person I knew. It was only natural that she could repair cars or fix broken computers. I had no doubt that she could do anything. As I grew older, however, I understood what was really happening. Even though Angel was always smiling, always positive, and always full of laughter. As happy as my days with Angel were, they weren't free of trouble. I always dreaded going home, and I was always afraid when I pushed open the door to our apartment. Often, Dad was still awake, heavily drunk and staring me down with a bottle of his disgusting liquor in hand. Sometimes he'd yell at me or threaten me. Sometimes he'd throw an empty bottle my way, but he always stared at me as if I didn't belong, as if I was a stray who'd wandered into the wrong place.
The hell's that?
He yelled at me one day early in the afternoon. He'd made his way into my room and, like so many times before, rummaged through what few things were left in it. I knew he was desperate to find something, anything of value he could trade for booze. What he held in his hand that day, however, was the small porcelain cat Angel had stolen for me.
My kitty.
I burst out when I saw it in his hand. Where the hell do you get that stupid thing from? Don't tell me you took some of my money. I knew I should have been able to get more than 2 bottles.
No, Angel gave it to me.
Angel? The hell you talking about, you dumb little bitch? He snapped at me. By now he'd grown angry again. Seriously angry, and without waiting for an answer, he hurled the small figurine across the room.
No!
I screamed, jumped off the bed, and hurried to where it had landed. I'd hoped it was all right and that nothing had happened to it, but he'd thrown it with such force the tiny figurine had shattered into dozens of pieces. When I saw it, a little paw here, an ear there, and part of the tail further away, I broke into tears.
Why, Daddy? Why'd you do that?
I asked, sobbing. For a moment he stared at me, his free hand already balled into a fist, but then he lowered it again. A short little laugh escaped his mouth before he turned to leave the room. Stupid bitch, crying about something like that, he mumbled to himself. At that moment I hated him more than I'd ever hated him before. As I sat there on the room's dirty floor, I tried to piece the little figurine back together. The harder I tried, though, the more it broke apart into tinier and tinier pieces. Eventually, in a mixture of frustration, anger, and sadness, I jumped to my feet and rushed toward the door.
I hate you!
I screamed at Dad before I up and vanished. His tired eyes focused on me, and I saw the surprised look on his face for having stood up to him. At that moment, I felt as strong as Angel, unstoppable. But then, as I dashed down the stairs, the tears returned. Angel's kitty. He'd broken it just because I had it, just because he could. Outside, I slumped down in a corner near the building's entrance. As much as I tried, the tears didn't want to stop. I don't know how much time had passed, but eventually, I felt a well-known pat on my head, and when I looked up, I saw the same round face framed by strawberry blonde hair.
Always crying, you little dummy. He broke the kitty.
I lamented between sobs.
No biggie, I'll get you another one. I'll get you all of them, in all colors and all shapes. But he'll just break them again, all of them. He'll break everything, just like Mom's picture.
With that, I began sobbing once more. For the first time, even Angel's bright smile and bouncy demeanor weren't enough to make me smile. For a moment, Angel was quiet before she let out a heavy sigh.
Okay,
she finally said. I looked up, giving her a questioning look.
Come on, I'll show you something. It's my special place, so it has to stay our secret, okay?
When I gave her a weak nod, her smile returned. Then she took my hand and began leading me down the street. We walked on for almost half an hour, following alleyways and half-hidden passages before we arrived at an old building. It was huge, bigger than any other I'd seen in the area, bigger than even the mall Angel and I had visited. As I stared upward, I couldn't even count how many floors there were, yet it seemed abandoned. Debris were everywhere, the front door broken down, the windows destroyed, and obscenities covered the walls. As I stared at the ominous, looming building, I grew anxious and couldn't help but shuffle around.
Let's go, come on.
When I didn't move, Angel stepped up to me and brought her round, smiling face close to mine.
It's safe, I promise,
she said, patting my head. Before I knew what was happening, we were already inside. As Angel led me down a long, empty hallway, our steps seemed to echo endlessly. Then she led me to a staircase, and we went up floor after floor. When we'd made it to the top, I was exhausted and wondered why Angel had brought me here. All I saw was a rusty, old metal door, one that Angel promptly pushed open. The loud scraping noise made me cringe, and my eyes darted around, afraid someone might have heard us.
Don't worry, there's no one else here.
With that, she stepped through the door. At first, I didn't know what she wanted to show me, but then I realized where we were, on a rooftop.
You can see the entire city from up here,
Angel exclaimed. For a moment, I was quiet, too stunned by the view. She was right. You could see everything from up here, the streets, the cars, the buildings, the people, and so much more. Eventually, we sat down by the edge, just staring out at the city, looking at buildings, trying to find our home, or watching the endlessly moving traffic. As we did, however, I noticed that Angel's face had changed. For the first time, her smile was gone. Her deep blue eyes had grown smaller, and a thoughtful look had come over her face.
You know, I hate it.
She suddenly said. Her voice had become quiet, barely more than a whisper.
What do you... This,
She said and pointed at the city below us.
this place, this city, this world, all of it. It's all just the same. All the fun and all the happiness are gone. Just watch the people. They all just go on back and forth day after day. No one does anything else, and no one cares for anyone else. They just go to work, go back home, and then they do it all over again until the day they die. There's no color anymore. They're all just gray.
As I listened to her and looked down myself, I noticed it too. The traffic moved through the street in endless lines of cars that all looked the same. The sidewalks were full of people just shuffling along. As I watched, I realized how right she was. It really was all just the same.
Why is it like that?
I eventually asked.
That's just how it is. Life, I mean. People lose their innocence, their imagination. They forget their dreams and abandon their wishes. And then they replace them with work, with money, with responsibilities, and with this.
She exclaimed, pointing at the gray mush that was our city once more.
They abandon who they are, who they once were, and so they turn gray. By now, all the color in this city's gone. But where'd it all go? Up there, in the sky. Every dream, every wish, and every bit of innocence and imagination, they turn into tears, into irradiant tears. And they're all up there, gathering in the sky.
I stared at the bluish-gray sky, at the clouds and the sun hidden behind them, but I didn't know what she was talking about.
I can't see it.
Suddenly, Angel put her hands over my eyes.
Well, that's not how it works. You can't see them with your eyes, but you have to use your heart, your imagination. Up there in the sky, there's all the wishes and all the dreams people gave up on. They come in all the colors of the rainbow. It's the most colorful and beautiful place in the entire world. One full of joy and happiness. A sky full of irradiant tears. An ocean of the brightest colors.
As Angel continued to describe it and told me about their radiant tears and of people's formless and forgotten dreams, I could slowly see them in my mind. I imagined an ocean of all the colors in the rainbow wafting through the sky. It was hidden from normal eyes, but still there.
Can you see it?
Angel asked in a whisper.
Yes, I can. It's so beautiful.
At that moment, Angel took her hands from my eyes and sat down next to me.
You know, I wish I could escape from the gray, colorless world down there. I wish I'd be forgotten by everyone too. By everyone and anyone. Then I could become an irradiant tear myself and be part of that beautiful ocean forever. But I won't forget you. I'll never forget you, Angel.
I blurted out in an instant. When I said this, Angel smiled at me. Yet this smile was so different from her usual one. It wasn't the same beaming one she always wore, no. This one was full of endless sadness.
Angel? I'm joking, silly.
She was quick to say, and her usual beaming smile returned. A moment later, she put her hands in her pockets and with a wide grin, brought out a handful of candy which she divided between us. A moment later, she put her hands in her pockets and with a wide grin brought out a handful of candy which she divided between the two of us. I don't know how long we sat there. It had been the middle of the afternoon when we'd made our way up the stairs. As we talked, the sun wandered over the horizon. For a few short minutes, I thought I could actually see them. Angel's irradiant tears. When the sun set, the sky was full of colors. At first it was bright yellow and orange, then vibrant red and violet before it was all replaced by the dark of night. Even then we still sat there, staring up at the sky and the stars, and Angel told me stories about every single one of them. They were all beautiful, colorful words, places of happiness, full of joy and dreams and wonder, and once Angel became an Irradiant Tear herself, she'd be able to visit all of them.
We should head home. It's gotten way too late,
she eventually said. I yawned and gave her a mumbled reply, which prompted another giggle. She carefully led me down the many dark flights of stairs, out into the street and back to our building.
Well, you better head to bed. We don't want you to be tired all day tomorrow, do we?
As she said this, I suddenly couldn't help it and threw myself at her.
Angel, I don't want to go back. He's always yelling at me and hurting me and destroying everything. Why can't I come with you? Why can't I sleep at your place? I told you, dummy, my place is a mess and I'm too embarrassed to show anyone. But I don't mind. Our place is dirty too and it stinks and there's all those bottles and Dad, he's...
I couldn't go on, started sobbing and buried my face in her bosom.
Now, it's going to be all right. I bet your dad's asleep anyway.
I looked up at her, stared at her round face, at her strawberry blonde hair and her deep blue eyes, and eventually, I nodded. As quietly as I could, I pushed open the door. Before I stepped inside, however, I turned and looked after Angel once more, whispering her a quiet good night. Then I tiptoed through the dark, silent apartment, trying my best to find my way between empty bottles and the various items Dad must have hurled across the room in another drunken stupor. Step by step I continued, but suddenly I bumped my foot against something unseen. I stumbled backward, tripped over an empty bottle, and fell against a small couch table. The resulting thud and quiet yelp that escaped my mouth were bad enough, but then the sound of shattering glass reached my ear. I froze and held my breath. For a second, this sound drowned out everything else and reverberated through the entire apartment. In shock, I turned around only to see that one of Dad's liquor bottles had fallen and shattered on the ground. Slowly, ever so slowly, my eyes moved upward to the giant, heavy-set figure on the couch. Yet Dad didn't move, didn't get up, and continued snoring. Angel had been right. He was asleep. Oh, thank God, he was really asleep. In the dark and with shaking hands, I picked up the remains of the bottle. More than once, I winced as shards cut into my hands and fingers. The entire ordeal took forever. I was sweating, shaking, and constantly staring upwards, afraid to find him awake, to find him staring down at me. I could already see his fists in my mind, could almost feel the slap I thought was coming. But no. He didn't wake up. Once I was finally done, I threw all the shards in the trash before I snuck into my room and hid myself under the blanket.
He won't know. It wasn't me.
I told myself again and again. I lay in bed for what must have been an eternity. I was shaking and terribly afraid he'd come for me after all. Eventually, out of sheer exhaustion, I drifted off to sleep. In my dreams that night, I was holding hands, and the two of us swam through an ocean of colorful, irradiant tears. We were both laughing, traveling all around the world and towards the stars. And then it was over. The irradiant tears in Angel's face vanished and were replaced by nothing but the deepest darkness. I felt something pressing against my body, holding me down. I struggled, kicked the blanket away only to be greeted by a nightmarish, twisted visage. In the dark, I almost couldn't make out a face. All I could see were wide, glowing eyes. Dad's eyes.
The fuck did you do?
His voice was icy, quiet, but full of pure, unadulterated anger.
Daddy, I
started, but the moment he heard my voice, one of his hands closed around my neck.
You goddamn little bitch!
He screamed at me. His breath stank of his disgusting liquor, making me cough, almost gag.
Thought you could hide what you did, didn't you?
A laugh escaped his mouth. It was a cruel sound unlike anything I'd heard before, one that sent shivers through my entire body.
You're just like your mother, just like her trying to make a goddamn fool out of me. No, Daddy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I pleaded with him. Yet my quiet voice didn't seem to reach him, and in one swift motion he pulled me from the bed and hurled my tiny body across the room. I landed crashed against the wardrobe on the other side. When he heard my pained cry, he laughed again.
"That's what you get for messing with my booze."
Shambling, he made his way towards me. Each of his steps was slow and so hard it seemed to shake the entire building. By now, I'd pushed myself to my arms, then my knees, and began crawling away. I knew I had to get away. I had to get out, but before I could, his hand closed around my ankle.
"Oh no, you won't. Not today, not anymore."
He slurred at me.
"It's always you, it's always been you, the one who ruined everything. If it hadn't been for you, Julie wouldn't have left me. I'd still have my job. Without you, everything still be all right."
As he screamed those words at me, he pulled me up by the leg and brought my little body up in front of his face. Even in the dark, I could see the mad grin that distorted it, could see how wild his eyes were. The pain as he jerked me upwards had been almost unbearable, but his expression was so much worse. Panic washed over me in heavy waves and I struggled. I beat the air with my thin arms before I began screaming. I screamed for Angel, screamed with what little strength I had left, screamed at the top of my lungs. Yet within moments he pushed his giant sweaty hand over my mouth, drowning out my screams. My hope.
"Shut the fuck up, there are no angels who will come for you."
And then he brought his mouth close to my ear and whispered,
"No one will come for you."
As he said this, he began laughing again. It was a manic, wild sound, more animal than human, reminding me of a wild dog me and Angel had once seen. Once more I struggled, fought, tried to scream again, and bit down on his hand. I didn't even see the slap coming. It was hard, all knuckles. For a moment, my vision went dark. When it returned, I could taste blood in my mouth.
"Oh, that's not all. That's nothing. I'll make sure to shut you up for good."
With that, he stumbled toward the small kitchenette at the other end of the apartment and threw me to the ground. Before I could even move, he brought his foot down on me. For a terrified moment, I thought he'd crush me, trample me until there was nothing left of me. But then, in the waning light of the moon, I saw something in his hand, something long and shimmering.
"Should have done this years ago. Should have done it the moment Julie pushed you out of her body. But now, I'm taking it all back. My life, Julie, everything. Without you here, it's finally going to be all right."
And in that moment, I screamed once more with tears of desperation in my eyes. I called out to her, called out to Angel to save me, to rescue me. Dad only laughed. By now, his laughter was shrill, nothing but insane. For a single mad second, he even joined in my screams, mimicking my voice and calling out for Angel as well. Then the front door burst open. It had to be a dream, an illusion, nothing but a figment of my imagination. A moment later, however, a figure threw herself at Dad, freeing me and sending both of them stumbling back.
"Who the fuck?"
he cursed. For the shortest of moments before the moon vanished behind the clouds again, I saw a round face, strawberry blonde hair, and deep blue eyes.
"Angel, how are you?"
Our eyes met.
"Run! Get out and—"
Her voice was cut off when Dad plunged the kitchen knife deep into her body. Suddenly all the sound was gone. I didn't hear Angel's pained screams, nor Dad's triumphant laughter. Instead, all I could do was to stare at the single dark spot on Angel's body that grew bigger and bigger.
"No! Angel!"
I finally screamed.
"Once I'm done with this bitch, I'll make sure to—"
Dad never finished his sentence. When Angel had thrown herself at him, when the two had tumbled away from me, they'd come to a stop right next to a window. With a last bout of energy, Angel pushed him backward. Glass shattered, wood broke, and a moment later, nothing but an empty, broken window remained. Dad was gone, but so was Angel. For long moments I stood there staring at the ruined window, waiting, hoping for Angel to fly upward, for her to be an actual angel. I hoped for her to be what I always thought she was, my guardian angel. Yet the real world is no fairy tale. No, it's a gray, colorless, and most of all dark place. I stood there when police sirens reached my ears, when people started screaming, and I still stood there when the police stormed into the apartment. When they tried to lead me outside, I screamed at them, fought, and told them Angel would be back, that she'd rise and come for me. It didn't happen, of course. As they dragged me outside, I heard it. Not he fell, but they fell. 2 bodies, 2 dead. I don't remember how long I was at the hospital. Everything after that night was a blur and none of it mattered. Angel was gone. Over the next few years, I went from foster home to foster home. Things weren't easy and I wasn't a good child and turned into an even worse teenager. One day, however, by sheer accident, I ended up in the same dilapidated building. Almost in a trance, I went up the stairs. As I did, I could almost feel Angel's delicate hand holding on to mine. When I made it to the rooftop, I remembered it all. The lost dreams and wishes, but also the irradiant tears. As I stared at the sky, I wondered when I'd lost my dreams, when I'd given up on them, and if I'd ever get them back. No, I told myself, as I stared down at the city below. I wouldn't end up like all those gray, colorless people. Even long after her death, Angel still helped me, still protected me and kept me going. Things didn't change overnight, of course, they never do. But change they did. By now, over 2 decades after Angel's death, my life isn't exactly happy, nor is it the most beautiful or colorful. But I found my very own dream. I did what Angel did for me. I helped those poor little girls out there, those poor little souls just like me. Over the years, I learned more about Angel and who she really was. Susan, that's what her real name was. And just like me, she was a damaged and abused girl. She was no older than 16, without a home or family, and did what she had to get by. That night, like so many others, when she didn't have one of her friends to take her in, Angel had been sleeping in a hidden corner of the building's hallway. That's how she'd heard me, and that's how she'd been able to rescue me. She was nothing but a child herself, one haunted by her very own demons. She never showed them in front of me and pushed them away to become what I needed the most, a guardian angel. There's one thing, however, one thing I'll never be able to do. Angel's dream had been to be forgotten by everyone and anyone, and to become part of the beautiful, colorful ocean in the sky she loves so much. Yet she never will be, not as long as I live. For Angel's someone I can never forget. I'm sorry, Angel. I'll guess you have to wait a bit longer before you can become what you truly were. An irradiant tear. In the middle of the day's garden stands this 4-storied cadaver of a building. Years ago, it was a lively abode to families, students, and retirees. Now, a decrepit panorama beneath bleak clouds. Wild toadflax thrives through the splintered masonry, concealing the windows with its ladylike fingers. Some of the branches creep through the cracks, others shoot upwards across the roof tiles, dangling on the other side like marionettes. Ornamenting this somber palette of ossified colors, the house has lulled itself to sleep with memories of its past, undisturbed even by the thudding acorns of the cracked cemented path. Time has ceased in here. Every now and then, curious passerbys press their foreheads against the rusty gates of the garden, desperately squinting through the mist. None dare to climb over and enter. You too have been passing by, ever curious about the empty garden and the mysterious house beyond its rusty gates. Like others, you've never dared to enter. Until now. Pressing your face against the cold metal, you spot something peculiar in a second-floor window. A tiny, flickering speck of light. Cupping your hands, you squint through the mist, and there it is again. What is that all about? You wonder aloud. The house has been abandoned for 30 years, and as far as you know, no one has set foot inside. Your curiosity finally overcomes apprehension and common sense, and a decision is made. You glance around, ensuring no one is watching, then climb atop the gate carefully navigating its gothic serration before jumping 7 feet down onto the garden's cemented path. The light in the window continues to shimmer, its beacon-like gaze drawing you closer to the forgotten house, igniting a spark of excitement mixed with unease. You continue to make your way along the forking path into the forgotten realm, your heart pounding in anticipation. Your steps are quiet and soft, as if you are trying not to wake a sleeping banshee. As you pass by the fountain bench, you glimpse more fragments of the past. A book abandoned by a scatterbrained resident, a gardener's glove left behind moldy pebbles, a ghostly reminder of lives once intertwined with this place. The ghastly mist begins to disperse as you approach the entrance of the house. You stomp your feet, attempting to shake off the juniper needles clinging to your shoes, and as you do, you hear an eerie sound, the house cringing in its sleep as if reacting to your presence, momentarily awakening from a long slumber. As you put your foot on the first stair, you can feel it breathe faster and shift eyelids side to side. Second stair, and the house no longer reacts to squeaks, but only shivers with its myriads of entangled spiderwebs. Like a comatose patient, it opens its eyes, gazes around with multiple eye sockets, then sinks back into vegetative slumber. With each step up the creaking stairs, the darkness swallows you, engulfing you in its embrace. Upon reaching the second-story landing, you find yourself standing at a crossroads of sorts, with 2 apartments on either side. Your eyes are drawn to the door of the apartment on the left. It beckons to you, urging you to uncover its secrets. As your hand reaches for the knob, you feel a subtle hesitation in the hinges, as if they too are reluctant to reveal the mysteries hidden within. Determined, you give the door a firm push, but it resists. Undeterred, you muster more strength and determination, pushing again and again, until finally, the door lets out an exhausted huff and gives in. With a creak that seems to echo through the entire building, the door opens, revealing a dark and musty interior of the apartment. Swarms of microscopic dust specks dance around you in the dim light, creating an ethereal spectacle. The particles seem to invite you, the intruder, to enter this sanctuary presided over by darkness. Your heart flutters with both fear and fascination, torn between retreat and exploration. For a moment, you hesitate, contemplating the risks of delving further into the unknown, but the omnipresent curiosity once again gets the better of you, and with a deep breath, you step inside the apartment. It's even darker here. You light a match and molecules of light bounce off the walls, revealing the long corridor, seemingly longer than the building itself. The sight perplexes you. How can a corridor stretch on like this, seemingly unending? The match flickers and you feel an urgency to press on. Oh wait, there's another door to your immediate left. You try the knob, but it's locked. Beside the locked door, a coat rack stands, its hooks empty and void of any clothing except for a little headscarf. Glancing to your right, you catch sight of what appears to be a kitchen and bathroom area, but the scene is one of desolation, with piles of debris and decay hinting at a space long abandoned by its former inhabitants. I know it must be tempting to explore, but don't go in there. Just keep on walking straight. As you walk, the seemingly endless corridor continues to unfold before you, each step taking you deeper into the heart of this forgotten abode. Walk on, the corridor soon ends, and you come face to face with a wide set of double doors. This time you can open them with ease. Open them. Welcome to the living room. Whatever sunlight penetrates through the dappled window is not enough for you to see anything. You ignite another match and look around the room. Your eyes are drawn to the rows of books lining the shelves. Time has not been kind to them, and their titles have eroded into obscurity, as if the memories contained within their pages are fading away with the passage of years. Further down, you see an open piano resembling a smiling imbecile with its missing front teeth. Then, further to the right, a carcass of what was once a desk with random wood planks covering its frame, a sooty glass vase, an armchair facing the other way. Wait, you think you catch a glimpse of someone sitting in that armchair. A chill runs down your spine and you find yourself holding your breath, unsure if it's a trick of the flickering light or a true presence. "Who's there?" you whisper Who's there? There. Summoning every ounce of bravery, you inch closer to the armchair, the flame dancing between your trembling fingers. You tiptoe around, trying to maintain a distance of several feet between yourself and the armchair. As you draw nearer, the figure in the armchair becomes slightly more visible, but the shadows still obscure their features. Was it just your imagination? Trickles of sweat run down your brows, and you don't notice the match finally flickering out, plunging the room into complete darkness. Only one match remains, and with each nervous rub against the side of the matchbox, tiny sparks fly out, until finally igniting, casting ethereal hues through the air. As the sulfur light once again illuminates the living room, you find yourself standing right in front of that someone. That someone is still sitting in the armchair. That someone is looking right at you. That someone is me. I am a girl, about 6 or 7 years old. I live here. Those are my books. That vase belongs to me too. I tried learning piano once, only to be driven away by its constant throaty mocking of my poor skills. I gave up, and now the piano is nothing but a quiet observant to my daily routine. Speaking of routine, it consists of seating in this old armchair, leaning my palms on the armrest, swooning in and out of existence. My whole existence is in waiting. Who do I wait for? I wait for her, the elderly woman who lives in the other room. You know, the locked room you pass by on your way here. I wait for her to call upon me. Until she does, I sit, and I stare at the dim window looking from the rear side of the building. I see marionettes of toad flags putting on a dance show behind the glass. I also see silhouettes of trees. From time to time, I can even see blotchy specks of sunlight slicing through the evergreen maze of conifers. Other than that, nothing is happening. No visitors and no occasional intruders, only in my imagination, including you. As the evening creeps in, casting peculiar gallows on the ceiling, the darkness deepens and an eerie symphony of voices oscillate through the corridor, the room, the imbecile piano, and the armchair. Thousands of voices seem to resonate in harmony, aware of my presence, as if beckoning me like a pendulum swinging in reverse, calling me by my name. These are the voices of the yore, of places and sounds and smells, names long forgotten, eclipsing slowly like smoldering grass. The tranquility of the moment is occasionally interrupted by the persistent drip of a faucet in the kitchen, marking each passing hour. But more pronounced is the rhythmic pacing of the elderly woman in the neighboring room. She paces from one corner of her room to another, then back again, each footstep reverberating through the silence. I resist the urge to intrude into her space, choosing to wait until she calls me. And that's when I suddenly hear it, an ethereal "ah" that it seems to originate from a distance. There it is again, this time more pronounced. I get up and move towards the door of my sanctuary. I stand by the doorstep and I hear it again, undeniably clearer. Child. That cannot be a mistake. It's her. Goodbye, piano. Goodbye, armchair. Goodbye, books. I float down the corridor, gently caressing the ceiling with my hair as I draw closer to the bedroom. The voice resonates with overlaying echoes calling out to me, like this: child. The echoes in the corridor stir, responding to her call in their own strange unison. The door to her bedroom is locked, but it isn't locked for me. I open and I float into her room, hovering above the floor like an apparition. I am inside now. A faint light emanates from a lantern perched on a nightstand, casting feeble illumination that barely uncovers a few feet of the room, and one may wonder if this is the same light that beacons through the window, inviting adventurous intruders from behind the gates. As I enter the old woman's room, I gaze through the sumptuously furnished room, down to the arabesque wall tapestry with arching necks of draped chandeliers. I've never been here before, and my childish curiosity takes over, urging further exploration of my room. My eyes wander down to the tattered decorations of the oval coving, where old photographs are lovingly displayed in manifold nooks. These vintage images seem to hold a timeless charm, a glimpse into a bygone era. The aura above the lantern adds an unexpected touch of color to the otherwise black and white photographs, imbuing them with an ethereal quality. It's as if the light itself is breathing life into these frozen moments of the past. I notice sallow inscriptions in the corner of each photograph. I attempt to read at first, but I hear a voice reading it for me.
Jacob F. Haynes.
I turn to the far corner of the room where the voice came from. It must be her. There, in the shadowy embrace of the darkness, sits the source of the enchanting voice, the elderly woman, her figure barely discernible in the dim light.
Jacob F. Haynes.
She repeats softly, her voice carrying the weight of remembrance.
That's the name of the photographer, the person who took that photo. The first photograph on the right was taken in March of 1932. Me and my brother Henry, the very year he died.
Her voice falters slightly, as if the memories stir a pot of both joy and sorrow.
We grew up in a much larger house.
She continues.
It was situated by the Del Mar Gardens off Morgan Street, a large house with a big white patio. There's that patio in that photograph to the left.
As her croaky sentences come to a halt, a palpable silence settles in the room. In the dimness, I sense her shivering stare, an unspoken connection bridging the space between us. Her breathing becomes pronounced, each inhale and exhale resembling the ebb and tide of an ancient ocean, carrying the weight of countless memories. If I take another step, I will see her face, but she stops me and commands to take a seat on the ottoman.
My name is Ariadne,
She says.
I was only 9 when Henry died.
She pauses to repel the sudden onslaught of painful memories, then takes a deep breath and slowly goes on.
Henry, my brother Henry was always an ill boy, but before the Great Depression hit, it was not something we worried about. Father's business was blooming. We had access to best specialists. We had enough money for expensive prescriptions. Then the Great Depression came, and the businesses that we owned slowly but surely went up in smokes. The photographer in the upper left, yes, that one. It's my father in front of our old house. We sold it the next year. I cried. So did Mother, even when she tried to soothe me. That is when we moved here, to the second-floor apartment in this residential building. This is my room, mine and Henry's. He slept right here, exactly at the same spot where those photographs are. While he tried to make ends meet, his disease only got worse. Doctors gave it a medical name, polio. Other doctors gave it a scary nickname, Plague of the Century, and they told my father that Henry had to be hospitalized. Henry died on Christmas Day. His body, weakened from numerous childhood illnesses, could not withstand another challenge. He was lucky. I knew he was. Children of his age, some older, some younger, they were being placed in wooden boxes where nurses stimulated their lungs to breathe. They called it iron lungs. It was supposed to save them, but it only inflicted more pain. Henry never went through that. He was lucky. He died peacefully on Silent Night.
She stops again. Emotions must have combed through her throat, weakening tongue muscles for a moment. But she knows she has very little time left, and her words, though laden with emotions, flow with a steadfast determination. Like columns of blind men navigating through the empty streets, they hold firm, unbroken, each word carrying the weight of a lifetime of experiences.
That photograph in the middle is of me and my mother in 1944 at the train station, only a few days after we received the Western Union telegram from Adjutant General. who was deeply saddened to inform us that my father, who was previously reported missing in action, was killed in Holland. The day after we received the death telegram, I informed my mother that I was joining the military. She did not try to dissuade me. I remember her look, like an abyss staring back at you. We stood at the train station and posed for one final photo for 30 cents. That photo right there. And then I was off on a train to the naval base in Newfoundland. Then, across the Atlantic to tread on the battlegrounds where my father fought once. Military nurse, Army Nurse Corps, blue khaki olive uniforms. Then the war was over. That photograph below, that's me in Paris. 1945, late spring. Flowers that they used to sell only on Rue de Lyon. His door with the cowbell ring that made me laugh. I can hear it. That putrid stench of the nearby canal. I can smell it. The loaves he baked for me with shelled peas. He called it poi pan. I can taste it. And the way he looked at me when I came by their family bakery and rang that cowbell and asked for another poi pan, and the secret signal that only he and I shared. I cherished it. The alcove where we met under the pillows of lilac, and my name that he pronounced so funny, Agi Adna. It made me smile. The letters we wrote to each other, with those strange curves he would put above vowels that made his handwriting so special. And then, our dreams, our funny dreams that whirled in the air, tap danced on monstery towers before dispersing in the lagoon sky.
Her gaze shifts to the tall clock on the other side of the room. Despite its non-functioning state, old reflexes still prompt her to check the time. Time seems both irrelevant and haunting in this space filled with memories. As she coughs, hollow echoes play parrot with her, mimicking the sound and reverberating through the room. The room becomes an eerie chamber of reflections, where the past and present intertwine. The boundaries of time are blurred.
1947.
She carries on.
The photograph on the top right. Me back in this apartment after 3 years of being away. Like a pebble thrown in the air. I came back to say goodbye to Mother. That tumor they found in her skull was supposed to keep her alive for only 1 month. Enough for me to come back and lay her down to rest. She lived for 2 years. It was just the two of us in this apartment. Me and her tumor. We shared our days in this room. Sometimes walking downstairs and glistening under the fountain in the garden. Me reading, tumor nodding and asking me for a release. I refused to grant one. Tumor understood and obeyed. I spoke to the apathy in her eyes and to the tumor. The fountain water would occasionally splash dead mosquitoes on the gray dress. I wiped them every now and then. She would try to say something, but what came out sounded like croaking, followed by a gasping cough and drooling. And so, my 1 month return home turned into 2 years, which then turned into a lifetime. I stayed by her side all that time, and I stayed when she passed on, and I stayed thereafter. 1959, that photograph right there. Yes, oily and yellow. The last photograph of me. The last photograph of this building, while it was still alive. A few years before that, I managed to buy the building from previous owners for a very cheap price. They wanted to sell it quickly, and frankly, no one was interested in buying an old, decrepit house. No one but me. Little by little, all residents have moved out. You can see the house in the background in that photograph. Only our window is lit. Others dark, like an eternal pendulum. I remain the sole beating heart of the house.
Hollow echoes of the room cough harder, turning the moribund space into a compilation of sibilating blasts. I am sensing the end.
Child, come closer. Closer. Closer.
Ariadne lifts the satin veil off her face, revealing eyes that hold a lifetime of memories. For a moment she gazes into the emptiness of the room, memories curling up like coils of white smoke, drifting towards me. I catch them all. I am gliding right above her. I am imbibing her memories. I am an infant popping soap bubbles. Her last thoughts are pulsating like concluding baritone of the tall clock, pushing into its final slow-motion ticks. I can hear her. Time. It plays with musical notes on her face, like a skillful conductor. It hops between waves onto the parched shells of her lips, toys with crest of her wrinkles, then gyres upwards with hissing melody of her final sighs. I come closer, closer, until my curls become hers, until my young body and hers become one. Her voice, her face, that empty apathy in her eyes, turns into a childish curiosity. Blooming flowers tessellate the raptured skin like a warm spring rain after a dry winter. The world is new again. The house takes its last breath and dies. The old woman's head rests on the armchair, as if finding solace in the embrace of the familiar. They die together, and the speck of lights float out of her chest towards me, like a gentle ember breaking free from the hearth. I reach out, and I catch it. The speck of light, the same one that you, the intruder, saw moments ago behind the gate. The same light that ignited your curiosity and made you climb over the gates to the misty garden, led you down the forking path and up the staircase to the apartment through the corridor to this very room, only to find nothing in here. By then, I will be already gone. I will have already bid my farewell to the dead house and parted with the garden and the gates and the needle junipers and the derelict fountain. I am outside the gates now. I stride merrily down the cobblestone street to the market square on my way to the new life. I am ready to live again. I am alive. My name is Ariadne. I am 6 or 7. I'm old now, but I don't feel as though I should be. Not in the ravages of time is a cruel fate sort of way. No, what I mean is that I know now I wasn't supposed to be here this long. My 82nd birthday came 2 months ago, and it feels as though I've unjustly received over 50 extra years, and that simply wasn't the plan. Not only that, but I've spent so much time in dread of the future that I didn't appreciate most of the time that I did have. All of these toilsome years wasted puttering around, wishing I had just died in 1972, just because I stopped in a diner for a cup of coffee back in '61. In 1961, I was still a hell-raising young man with a steady girl and a shitty car. Sarah and I had been together since our senior year of high school, and with her father's permission, we had gotten engaged just a few months ago. My grandchildren tell me what an antiquated notion getting permission is, but hell, it's what you did back then. Sarah worked as a receptionist at the local pediatrician's office, and I was 3 years into an apprenticeship with a plumber named John Stevenson. Save your shitty job jokes for someone else. I promise that I've heard more than my fair share. Anyway, on a particularly gorgeous spring day, I'd called Sarah to tell her I was stopping by for breakfast on my way to work. She was sweet that way. Even before we were married and still living with her parents, she insisted on fixing me a hot cup of coffee and a few fried eggs. "I'm on my way, Sarah," I said into the receiver while I slid on my work coat.
"Oh, David,"
Sarah said and coughed into the phone.
"not today. I'm not feeling well, and I don't think John would care much for you bringing a bug to him at work."
That's okay," I replied. "I'll stop by Lou's Cafe on the way in. The coffee's not as good as yours, but a guy has to have something."
"A guy had best tell a girl to feel better soon, or he may not get any more coffee from her at all."
She giggled. I smiled. "I sure do hope you feel better soon, Sarah. I love you, dear."
"I love you too. Do call me after work, Davy boy."
She hung up. Feeling a bit sad that I wouldn't get to see Sarah that day, I trotted down 5 blocks between my Cracker Box house and Lou's Cafe. It was my favorite restaurant in town, which wasn't saying much. You either ate at Lou's or you ate at the Blue Fox. At Lou's, you could get a hot cup of joe, an open-faced roast beef sandwich, and a damn fine slice of pecan pie. The Blue Fox was likely to give you a lukewarm cup of sludge, bologna on stale rye, and a mild case of food poisoning. When I got to Lou's, I could see through the window that it was a bustling morning. Fortunately for me, there was still a two-seater near the window, so my eggs and coffee wouldn't be standing room only. My knees were better back then, but who the hell wants to stand up to eat and have a sunny-side egg run down your work shirt? "Morning, Davy," the big man behind the flat top yelled. At 6'4", and sporting a black eye patch, courtesy of the D-Day invasion, Lou was a monster to look at, but gentle as a puppy. "Two sunny side and a hot cup?" "Please," I replied and waved in his direction. "I'm just going to read the paper over here, Lou." Lou waved back and said, "Margie will have it out to you in a minute. Enjoy the funnies, son." I laughed and smiled at the banter as I slid the chair facing the window back and sat down. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I pulled the rolled-up newspaper out onto the table and dove into the front page. The front page had been covered for 2 weeks with news of the Bay of Pigs fiasco, and I had become a little obsessed. Kennedy seemed like a pretty smart fella by my estimation, but this had been a mess. By the time Margie slid the eggs and coffee in front of me, I was basically in a stupor.
"With Sarah fattening you up, I hardly see you anymore as it is,"
said the waitress as she walked to the table. I looked up at Margie, a grin across her face. She tossed me a wink.
"Glad to see you, kiddo, even if you've always got your nose stuck in the paper."
I smiled back at her. "Sorry, Margie. I'm glad to see you too." Margie pulled the paper out of my hands, rolled it up, and sat it on the table before sliding the plate of eggs closer to me.
"Eat up. Paper will be here when you're done."
He hustled off to the counter for another plate, and I dug into my eggs. Lou had even thrown in a piece of toast that morning, big old softy that he was. I looked down at my watch and saw that I still had 45 minutes before I was due at Mr. Stevenson's shop. Quickly polishing off the rest of my breakfast, I decided to get back to my paper for a bit before heading out. The noise of Lou slapping away at the grill, the conversations of the other diners, and the paper had put me into a kind of stupor. My family says I still get that way sometimes when I read. More so in my old age, probably, but I had always been that way. The written word had a way of hypnotizing me until I tuned out everything around me. When my kids come to visit sometimes, they will startle me out of a daze and tell me they had knocked on the door for 5 minutes before letting themselves in, only to find me buried in a book. That was just the unaware state I was in when a hand fell on my shoulder and made me jump in my chair. My ass must have come off the seat 5 inches, but the hand stayed firmly but gently in place. Once my heart had descended from my throat, I scooted the legs of the chair around and turned my head. An older gentleman who looked to be in his 60s or 70s was standing behind me and making intense and uncomfortable eye contact with me.
"Are you David Newsom?"
the old man asked. His voice was soft but gravelly, as though he had a pack-a-day Lucky Strike habit. While his face held few wrinkles, his ghostly white hair and beard gave away his age. The dark suit he wore was careworn with threadbare edges and finished off with scuffed loafers. "Down on his luck," the old-timers used to say. "Well, yes sir, I am," I replied politely, but with a bit of confusion. "What can I help you with?"
"Your parents are Albert and Clara Newsom?"
He asked without making eye contact. The old man just shuffled around the table and slowly lowered himself into the chair across from me.
"Lived in that nice old 2-story colonial on Westmoreland Street, I do believe."
I was surprised and confused. This gentleman seemed to have at least some knowledge of me and my family, but there was nowhere in my memory that I could locate even the faintest trace of him. I even tried to imagine him with darker hair and no beard, but still nothing. He was an enigma waiting to be decoded. "Yes, Albert and Clara are my parents," I stammered after an awkward pause. "Did you know them?"
"I know a bit about them and a lot about you, but no, we never had the pleasure of meeting before they passed."
He smiled at me sadly, and it looked as though tears were welling up in the corner of his eyes.
"I meant to get here before they passed, David. I am so sorry."
My pulse raised and I could feel my face getting hot. This absolute stranger sitting across from me was making me extremely uncomfortable. My parents had both passed away in a boating accident when I was 19. Their boat had sank in a freak accident and their bodies were never recovered. Mr. Stevenson had denied my request for a day off to join them, or I would have shared the same fate. How in the hell could this man possibly have meant to come here before they died, as though he expected it? "Who the hell are you, mister?" I spat out with more anger than I intended.
"That doesn't matter, David."
A single tear ran down the side of his face and disappeared into the white hairs on his cheek. He reached into his tattered suit coat and pulled out an envelope and handed it to me. The flap was sealed with a mixture of gold and scarlet wax embossed with the impression of an hourglass. Looking at the hourglass emblem from my angle, it appeared that the sand was almost completely tumbled to the bottom. A bit remained at the top, but it was almost out of time.
"Read that letter tonight when you get home,"
said the strange man. He stood haphazardly from his seat and began his unsteady shuffle past me toward the door.
"You'll have to make some choices."
"Wait!" I yelled, but he just continued out the door. Stumbling from my seat and trailing behind him, I pushed the door open and walked out onto the sidewalk to try and get an explanation for this. He was gone. A few folks were walking into the hardware store, and Tom Vincent, the barber, sitting outside of his barber shop waiting for his first high and tight of the day. With the old man's wobbly gait and unsteady balance, there was no way he had made it out of eyesight that quickly. Nonetheless, he was gone, as if he had been nothing more than a mirage. My workday finally came to a close, and I hurried home as though all of hell were on my hindquarters. The ridge of the envelope the old man gave me had been rubbing against me from my shirt pocket the entire day, as if it were trying to remind me that I had an engagement after work. Distracted as I was, I phoned Sarah to check on her and give her my well wishes. I told her I wasn't feeling well, which was mostly true, and that I was going to bed early that evening. As soon as the phone was back on the hook, I settled down in my hand-me-down recliner and stared at the envelope. I rotated the letter top to bottom, making the hourglass appear full and then empty, over and over. Turned the correct way, the grains were almost all in the bottom of the glass. Fumbling out my pocket knife, I slipped it under the wax and peeled up the flat, exposing a yellowed piece of paper in 3 smaller envelopes numbered 1, 2, and 3 inside. I set the smaller envelopes aside and started to read.
"David, allow me to apologize in advance if any of this causes you any distress. I have performed this task countless times with varying degrees of success. What these envelopes offer you is the ability to make choices that may well alter the life that lay ahead of you. You receive this opportunity, so I hope you will consider whether or not this is the path you would choose to tread. In each envelope, I have enclosed a single piece of paper with a date and a single piece of advice. You may choose to accept or ignore the message on the paper, but there are certain to be consequences for either action. They are certain to help you avoid great tragedy. If you follow the advice, you may or may not be able to deduce what calamity you have avoided. Suffice it to say that if you accept the information and something unfortunate still befalls you, that a worse fate had been in store. Please follow the preceding guidelines. Only open one envelope at a time. Read the information and determine if you will or will not adhere to the advice provided. If you opt not to, that is fine enough. But if you do adhere to the information, then I only ask that you burn the note after the date at the top has passed you by. Second, do not open the following note until the date of the previous has already gone by. I have been working on this system for an incomprehensible amount of time, and I have discovered that too much information about one's future leads to incurable madness. For both your safety and sanity, do not open the next envelope until at least 1 day after the date of the previous. Last, but equally as important, do not speak to anyone about these notes. I care not about the privacy of my work, but I do care greatly for the safety of those around you. Anyone not affected by the information will simply likely laugh it off or think you mad. However, anyone who will be affected in some way by the information will suffer a similar fate as you would if you read the notes at the wrong time. I've yet to discover what causes this effect, but the foreknowledge of events causes those in your orbit to become self-harming and suicidal. If you decide against this, then please burn the notes today. Don't throw them out, destroy them. If you opt to use this information, then store them away and keep them safe. It had been my intention to reach you before the untimely passing of your parents
and envelope number 1 would have helped you avoid this tragedy. A new option was added in its place since I did not make it in time. I will carry the weight of this missed opportunity for the remainder of my long years. I am so sorry. Your life is still a path unrolling itself in a dark wood. A way has already been made clear, but I simply offer you 3 chances to remap its course. Good luck, Joseph. My head was swimming with what I had just read. Velvety paper rubbed against my hands, and I could feel warm tears pooling in my eyes. I wanted to think of this as the disturbed musings as a crazy old man, but something in the pit of my heart urged me to accept it at face value. Even if it weren't true, would there be any harm in reading the first envelope? The date and information would make it obvious whether or not this outrageous letter was true. I stared at the stack of tiny envelopes and picked up the one on the top with a hand-scrawled number 1 in the upper left corner. My hand was shaking as I scooped up my pocket knife and slid it under the fold of the envelope and sliced it open. Sliding the tiny piece of paper, I immediately read the scant writing on the page. 11/25/1969. Please choose the Teague job. That was it. The letter of explanation had clearly stated there wouldn't be much information, but I had still expected a bit more. I pulled my wallet out and slid the note in behind a picture of Sarah. 8 years was a long time to wait and see, but what other choice did I have? Let's jump forward a little bit in time, but I'll catch you up on the scuttlebutt in between. Sarah and I married in '62 and lived in my little cracker box house until our first child, a boy, arrived in '64. We upgraded to a larger place and welcomed our second and last child, a girl, in '66. Tyler and Megan were the apples of our eyes. They and the grandkids are still the only bright spot in the storm cloud that has been my life. Old man Stevenson retired and left me the plumbing business, which had been pretty generous to us. I didn't mind working ankle deep in shit for my apprentice and journeyman years, but it sure was nice to hire a few young bucks to handle the heavy lifting. We stayed steadily booked, and I was often left to turn down more jobs than I could take. Such was a good reputation in yesteryear. Still, the envelopes haunted my mind. I had been unimaginably happy all these years, but the closer we drew to '69, the more I thought about it. The other envelopes were stashed safely in a lockbox in my garage, but the first note still resided in my pocket. I would read it again occasionally when I noticed it and always pondered what the day may bring. Or, for that matter, if the day would bring any damn thing at all. On the morning of November 25th, 1969, I was sitting in my office chatting it up with my employees when the phone rang. "Stevenson Plumbing?" I exclaimed into the phone. "How can we help you today?"
Yes, our new neighbors said to give you a call.
The woman on the other end of the line replied.
My name is Darla Teague, and we've just moved into town. There's a leaking pipe in our upstairs bathroom, and it has ruined my ceiling. Any chance you could send someone my way today?
My eyes widened and my pulse raised. Please choose the Teague job. "Oh," I finally replied in a burst, my mind darting around as I stammered through. "Yes, ma'am. My assistants already have some work lined up, but I'll head that way myself immediately." Mrs. Teague gave me her address, and I got out of the chair, legs half like jelly. I slid my old toolbox into the work truck and gave a wave to my assistants as I pulled out of the drive. It was the moment of truth, and I still debated whether this was a coincidence or providence. I arrived at the house and knocked on the door. A sweet young woman introduced herself as Mrs. Teague and showed me to the upstairs bathroom. The floor was glistening with water, and a steady stream was flowing from behind the toilet.
Can you fix it?
She asked me with apprehension. "Yes, ma'am," I replied in a certain tone. "It's likely just a pinhole leak that has gotten out of control. Give me about an hour and I'll have you fixed up." She smiled and thanked me before leaving the room. I sat my toolbox down in the hall to keep it away from the water and surveyed the bathroom. It was the day stated on the note, and here I was in the Teague household. Chuckling a little bit, I couldn't believe I'd spent 8 years with my thoughts dwelling on this date. There I stood in the bathroom of destiny. Maybe the old man could see the future, but I began to doubt that anything of consequence would be taking place here today. I straddled the toilet to try and find the source of the water, but it took no time at all. The hose that ran from the tank to the wall was an accordion-style copper tubing, and there was a pinhole leak I expected to find. There was a box of replacement parts in the work truck, and I was satisfied this would be a cut-and-dry job. Turning my torso to stabilize myself on the sink, I began to turn my foot to step out when I slipped in the water. My right leg slid between the toilet and wall as I fell. The resounding sound as my tibia and fibula split in half sounded like a tree branch splitting in a windstorm. I howled in agony as the lightning bolts of pain radiated from my leg to the rest of my body. Mrs. Teague had found me and called an ambulance. Paramedics took me to the hospital, and the doctors ended up putting so many plates and screws in my leg that I could set off a metal detector from 5 feet away for the rest of my life. Well, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but you get the point. My leg was never the same again. A limp and my pessimistic outlook would become two of my most defining characteristics. After a few days in the hospital, I returned home with the aid of a wheelchair. My mood had been sour, and I was probably pretty unkind to Sarah and the kids. I spent most of my afternoons on the front porch, even though the developing December air was cold and unforgiving. On December 2nd, I was sitting on the porch, puffing on my pipe, when a black, four-door sedan pulled up to the curb in front of my house. 2 men in military dress got out and made their way up the walk. Their stern faces made me uncomfortable.
"Hello, sir,"
the first man said.
"We are looking for Mr. David Newsom. Is this his residence?"
I furrowed my brow.
"That'd be me, gentlemen. What can I do for you?"
The 2 men looked at me and then down to my cast-wrapped leg. Their gaze drifted back up to my face, and they returned my dismayed expression.
"Mr. Newsom, the conflict in Vietnam has escalated to a point that we as Americans must make bold moves in these uncertain times."
The second man barked.
"The Selective Service Office performed a military draft yesterday, and you have been selected to report for duty."
My face changed from confusion to astonishment.
"You've got to be kidding,"
I yelled.
"Look at me. I'm not sure how much use you think I'll be in the jungle."
The men conferred with one another with their backs turned to me. I sat in my wheelchair, blood boiling, waiting for them to tell me that some kind of accommodation would be made for my stat, and that I was still going to have to ship off to parts yet unknown to me. The first man turned to face me and said,
"Sir, I believe an exception can be made here. Have a good day."
They both returned to their black sedan and sped down the street. Of course, they could make an exception. What good would I be to anyone there? The doctors had already told me that the nature of the break was so severe that there was little to no chance I wouldn't walk with a limp for the rest of my days. That evening at the dinner table, after the kids had gone off to sleep, Sarah and I sat and chatted.
"A Vietnam draft, huh?"
Sarah said, half question and half statement.
"Yeah."
I puffed.
"Vietnam."
Sarah smiled that heart-rending smile my way.
"Well, look on the bright side. If you hadn't broken your leg at the Teague job, you would be off for basic training. There's a sunny side to everything, I guess."
I smiled back at her, but as I looked into those eyes that I now miss so much, I realized something. She was absolutely right. If I had sent one of the other boys to do that job, I would never have broken my leg. Without the leg, I would have gone off to that endless damn police action where so many men never made it back home. I likely would have died. Please choose the Teague job. The note was right. Somehow, that damn note had been right. Let's make up a bit of time here. Not every detail of my life is as interesting for you as it is for me. After Sarah unwittingly made the connection between the note and the draft notice for me, I knew instantly that I needed to read the content of the next note. If the first one had saved my life, the second one must be equally as important. One day, when she was out, I had used my crutches to hobble out to the garage and retrieve the second note. 9/17/1972. You must not go to the grocery store. It seemed simple enough, 3 years to sit on one piece of advice. I just had to skip going to the grocery store. The first one hadn't been any more complicated, so I was relieved at the simplicity of this one as well. Even if I stayed home and broke the other damn leg, I could live with it. And so I did. September 17th of 72 rolled around, and life was much as it had been for me 3 years earlier. The business was booming by now, and I had hired a full staff. My leg healed, but never quite regained the agility it once had, so I ran the day-to-day operations and had a team of plumbers who took care of the jobs. Both of the kids were out of diapers and starting to sleep through the night, so Sarah and I thank God every day for the little moments of quiet in the evening. We even toyed around with the thought of just one more baby, but that was not to be. I was tapping the steering wheel with my hand and bouncing my head side to side to the radio. A new band called Looking Glass was singing about a girl named Brandy, and what a fine girl she was. With that upbeat tune, I had been inclined to agree. My disposition at the time was pretty damn sunny. The last 3 years had been some of the best of my life. I woke up every day feeling like I had a new lease on life, and it was all thanks to those strange notes. Pulling into the driveway, I saw Sarah in the front yard with the kids. I got out of the car and started walking their way.
Hey, sweetie,
Sarah exclaimed.
I'm about to head to the grocery store. Think we ought to pack the kids up and go as a family?
There it was. I had been waiting all day and had prepared myself for all of the eventualities. No grocery store for me that afternoon under any circumstances. The note had been right about the plumbing job, and I trusted it for this one as well. I'm a little beat, hon, I replied, hemming it up for a little believability. Mind if I just stay home with the kids so it'll be a little quicker for you? He kissed me on the cheek and started getting in the car.
That'll be fine, Mr. Lazybones. I'll be back in about an hour. Make sure everyone is ready to eat when I get home.
Sarah put the car in reverse and backed out of the driveway, waving at everyone as she did. I still remember that wave, that beautiful smile. I miss her so much it makes my heart ache. Sarah Archer Newsom was one of a kind, and for a small number of years, I was able to call her mine. Pardon me for the sparse detail ahead, but even as I begin to tell it to you, I am already in tears. These days, usually I'm mad, but this just brings me a deep sorrow that I feel in my bones. I dwell on the details enough as it is, so I will keep it as short as I can. Here goes. Sarah didn't come home from the store in an hour. She didn't come home at all. An hour had gone by and she hadn't shown up. No big deal. Another hour and she still wasn't there. I decided to go ahead and feed the kids and get them off to bed. Still no Sarah. I called Harlow's Market and the manager said he hadn't seen her, but he could have missed her. It had been a busy night. Something about a beef and poultry special. I sat on the porch smoking my pipe as my children slept inside. It wasn't unusual for me to enjoy an evening pipe, but my nerves waiting for Sarah to return had me so stirred up that I was working on my third round. Seemed like I was about to go ask the neighbors to keep an eye on the kids while I went to look for her, when I saw the blue and red lights flashing around the corner coming toward my house. The patrol car pulled into the drive, and James Templeton, the chief of police, got out and started walking toward me. "Evening, David," James said. He took his uniform hat off and fumbled it around in his hands. "James," I stammered. "Is she okay?" He wouldn't look me in the eyes. "David, I'm sorry," he replied, eyes still downcast. "He was sitting at the railroad tracks over on Dixon Avenue. Guess she was headed to the store. Train came off of the tracks and..." He stopped. I collapsed back in my chair and began to weep. James started talking again, but I don't know what the hell he said to me. The only thing that mattered was that she was gone. So here I am now, old, bitter, and angry most of the time. My kids and grandchildren come over pretty often, and it lifts my spirits. Don't get me wrong, I love my children and grandchildren like nothing left in this world. The trouble is that every time I see them, all I can think is how much Sarah would have loved these moments, but she never got to see it. Why hadn't that damnable note said anything more specific? It just said you. Why in absolute hell couldn't it have said no one? Would it have been so damn hard to spare Sarah and me both? The first note had seemed like a godsend, but the second note has tortured me more than anything in the world ever could have. I am relieved that the children weren't in the car that day, but if you want to know the truth, I wish I had died with her. I feel like I should have died with her, but now I've dragged on all these 50 years and felt every day that I shouldn't be here anymore. Maybe if I had just burned all the notes, I would have died in some jungle overseas like so many other young men I had grown up with. If that happened, then maybe you would have changed the course of everything for Sarah, and she would still be here. I'll never know. They will haunt me for whatever wretched time I have left. I bet you're wondering about the third note. Did I open it? The answer is yes, but not until last week. For a decade, I couldn't bear the thought of reading one more of them. But then, last week, I decided whatever information the note had to share must be over and done with by now. I fished the old lockbox out of a junk bin in my garage and opened it up. 4/3/2022. Go have dinner at Lou's. I'm sitting across the street from the old diner right now in front of where Tom Vincent's old barber shop used to be. It's some damn vape shop or something now. The lights are on in the old diner. Some young fella bought it a few years back and restored it to its glory days. Looks just like it did when old Lou was still alive. I can see a handful of people chatting at the tables and a young gentleman standing behind the flat-top grill talking to a pretty young waitress. And I also see an old man with white hair and a long white beard sitting at a table by the window. His suit is tattered looking and threadbare, just as it had been all those years ago. His hand is resting on the table on top of what looks like 3 small envelopes. He isn't making eye contact with me from across the street, but I'm sure he knows I'm here. Seeing him fills me with rage and fear. I don't want to go in, but I somehow feel bound to see this through. One note pointed me to salvation, and the second filled me with despair. Perhaps the third will lead me to answers, or if I'm lucky, it will lead me to Sarah. I'd best get going, folks. It's getting late, and I need to get inside. On Saturdays, Grandma took me ferry spotting. We'd catch the 9:36 train to Houston Station, cross the underpass, and then spend hours wandering through Ravenscott Forest, hand in hand. At the far side of the giant lake, behind a hanging wall of vines, there was a super secret spot only we knew about, a flat patch of grass, perfect for midday picnics. While we munched fruit scones and sipped hot tea from a thermos, Grandma would point toward a nearby oak tree, huge and brown and dappled with moss. "Look, Evelyn, that's where the fairies live," she'd say, pointing at a huge hollow in its side. A circle of fat, spongy mushrooms surrounded the tree's exposed roots, and she insisted anybody who stepped inside the fairies' ring was liable to become trapped in their realm. To 10-year-old me, it sounded like Narnia. All I wanted, more than anything, was to catch a glimpse of these magical creatures. My eyes stayed glued to that dark hole until Grandma began packing up, at which point I'd beg her to wait just 5 more minutes. "Don't worry, Eve. We'll come back again next week," she'd say, then we'd pinky promise on that. As a tribute for intruding upon their home, Grandma always left behind a pack of chocolate fingers, the fairies' favorite snack, either stashed beneath a log or fallen leaves. And come the following week, those treats would always be gone. No matter what the two of us did together, rummage through thrift stores, practice hopscotch, even homework, Grandma and I always had the best time. So you can imagine how devastating it was to find her on the kitchen floor, her eyes rolled back in her skull. She entered the hospital on June 3rd, 2015. Again and again, the adults in my life promised she would recover soon. But while staying with my Aunt Christine, I tiptoed downstairs one night and heard her speaking over the phone. "Poor Mary's developed sepsis now. Even if she miraculously pulls through, she'll be too weak to look after Evelyn." When we next visited, Grandma breathed through a respirator, her arms purple from all the ugly bruises. I grabbed Aunt Christine's hand and told her we had to go to Ravenscroft right away. Perhaps, in exchange for chocolate fingers, the fairies would grant a wish like in the old stories. With a sympathetic voice, she explained Grandma needed us close by right now, not wishes. Upset, I bolted out of the ward, doctors and nurses calling after me. I blitzed straight past the car park, caught the next train to Houston, and used my pocket money to buy the biggest pack of fingers imaginable. Beyond the underpass, a bearded man handed over a flyer, protesting the council's decision to fell Ravenscroft and develop a block of flats, which I folded into my pocket, mumbling, "Thank you." At the fairy tree, I set the chocolates outside the circle and said, "I don't know if you're listening, but I really, really need a wish to come true. Please make my grandmother better, please." I sat there with my legs crossed until dusk. By then, there'd been zero sign of any fairies, and what's worse, Aunt Christine would now be absolutely furious with me. Angry at the stupid fairies, I shouted, "Thanks for nothing," and then kicked the head off the closest mushroom. I shoved past the ivy wall and stomped along the trail until out of nowhere, there came a flutter of wings from the direction of the tree. I spun around, seeing nothing. Had the fairies heard my wish? I shoved back through the vines but didn't uncover any mythical creatures, only a scrawny girl, roughly my age and dressed in a strange blouse, cramming chocolate fingers into her pie hole at a pace that put hippos to shame. "Are you a fairy?" I asked as I slowly approached her. Like me, she had curly blonde hair, except hers stuck out in all directions, almost feral. "I'm no fairy," she snapped, her mouth half full. "Then what are you?" "I'm a girl." I contemplated this. "Why are your clothes so weird?" "Why are yours so weird?" Weird? What was weird about a pink sweater with a unicorn picture? I said, "You shouldn't eat those biscuits. I left them for the fairies." "That was silly. Didn't anybody tell you fairies are make-believe?" "Are not. Are too." My hands balled into fists. "Well, either way, I paid for them, and you're just shoving them into your gob." After a loud burp, she said, "Got any more?" I shook my head, and with that she ducked inside the hollow. "You could at least say thank you," I shouted. No reply. I stepped over the mushrooms, went right up to the hollow, and peeked inside. The girl had vanished. But how? Just then Grandma's warning echoed through my mind. Was this how changelings lured children into their realm? If that were true though, what did I lose? Without a wish, Grandma might not last much longer. One step into the darkened space. The ground gave way and I toppled forward. My chin landed in a clod of wet dirt. I stood spitting moss and dead leaves. I'd landed outside the tree. But wait, hadn't I fallen into it? How did that work? This hardly seemed important. Overhead, storm clouds were brewing, and the sun had almost set. Not wanting to become lost overnight, I started back toward the trail. Immediately, there was some sensory confusion. Instead of an ivy wall, crisscross skeletal branches now thrashed around, shaken by a powerful gale, and the grass had a fresh layer of dew, as though it recently stopped raining. I wormed my way through branches and searched for familiar landmarks, doubling back, once, twice, soon finding myself stumbling around blind in the dark. Hoping a late straggler out for a walk would come by to my rescue, I called out for help again and again. "Hello?" A male voice eventually shouted back. "I'm lost, please help." I shouted, racing past a thick grove of trees in the direction of the sound. But as a heavy pair of boots stomped along, I skidded to a halt. I'm not sure why I suddenly got spooked. Perhaps it was the sour stench that accompanied the approaching silhouette, or maybe the harsh, grating quality in its voice, which I could now hear clearly above the groaning air. In any case, I got this powerful sense I didn't want to be seen. Quickly, I broke from the path and threw my back flat against the far side of an ash tree. I squeezed my eyes shut, my entire body shivering as the voice circled my position. "Hello? Where are you, darling? Come out." Then, out of nowhere, something brushed my arm. A hand clamped around my mouth, stifling an oncoming yelp. Terrified, I opened my eyes, saw the girl from earlier, a forefinger pressed against her lips. We stood motionless while heavy footsteps lumbered by, the harsh voice melting into the gloom. Once it completely tapered off, the girl whispered, "Let's go," and dragged me along the trail. For 15 minutes, she guided me through a labyrinth of swaying trees and hedges. On the far side of the lake, we approached what resembled the front entrance, except the train tracks above the underpass were missing. And after that tunnel spat us out on what should have been Houston Street. My jaw popped open because the station was gone, replaced by 2 rows of red brick houses. Black posts with arches at the top stood guard every 20 meters or so, and there was no clear boundary between road and pavement. Was this the fairies' realm? Unconcerned by this, the girl pulled me through a narrow archway and cobblestone path pinched between 2 buildings. Still catching my breath, I said, "The overpass."
The what? The train track. Oh, that. It doesn't exist yet.
I stared at her, dumbfounded.
You've traveled back in time.
She said like this was no big deal. In response to my bemused expression, she added,
When you climb inside the tree, you travel through time.
You're lying. Although my conscious mind remained in denial, my senses all recognized this as true. How else could you explain Houston Street's magical rearrangement?
Why's that so hard to believe?
The girl asked, irritated.
Didn't you believe in fairies 20 minutes ago?
That's different, I answered bitterly.
I'm going back. You can't.
Why?
Pat the Hat's back there. He's probably still searching for you.
Who's Pat the Hat?
A local basket case. They say he's to blame for a bunch of missing kids. That's why he lives in a hut out in the forest by himself.
Isn't there a way around? I asked, still struggling to process these events. The girl shook her head. I thought for a moment. If the tree takes me through time, then when am I?
1955.
1955? Did the fairies send me here as punishment for kicking the stupid mushroom? Certain they'd never help Grandma now, I crouched into a ball, knees hugged against my chest and sobbed.
What's wrong?
The girl asked.
I want to go home. Oh, well, I can take you back to the tree tomorrow. What am I supposed to do until then? I don't know anybody in 1955, and you ate the biscuits meant for the fairies. Why does that matter? Because I really needed a wish. My grandma's sick, and I needed the fairies to make her better.
When I buried my face in my lap, the girl said,
Well, why don't you come home with me? You can hide out there until morning.
Looking back, she most likely offered because of the guilt over my unfortunate predicament. Aunt Christine would worry sick about me, but there didn't seem to be much choice. I stood, brushing snot off my chin.
Fine, you owe me for eating the chocolates anyways. Then it's settled. By the way, my name's Rosie. Evelyn.
Already starting down the alley, she pointed at my jumper.
Okay, Evelyn, people aren't used to those kinds of clothes in 1955, and nobody else knows about the tree, so we have to stay hidden. Also, Grandma would flip a lid at the thought of another mouth to feed, so I'll sneak you around back. I live with my grandma too,
I said, then solemnly,
Well, I did. Was she a mean lady who hits you with a cane?
Rosie said over her shoulder.
No, she's nice. Better than mine then. You hungry?
As if on cue, my stomach spoke up.
We can stop by the bakery. Miss Donnelly works there Saturdays. If there's any treats left at closing time, she lets me have them.
On the far side of a network of puddle-filled side streets, I hovered in the shadow of an entry while Rosie rapped on a wooden door. A smiling lady in a green apron appeared and handed over a loaf of bread, and after they chatted for a little while, the woman returned inside. Then Rosie hurried over and tore the loaf in half.
Here, it's not as tasty as chocolate fingers, but it's still pretty good.
In 1955, the town felt more like a sleepy village. Within minutes, we'd reached the outskirts. Then a winding dirt road carried us past farmers' fields filled with cattle and sheep toward a small white cottage. Our shoes squelched in dirt as we tiptoed around back toward a window at chest height.
Wait here,
Rosie whispered.
I'll let you in as soon as Grandma's asleep.
A few seconds later, this rough, gravelly voice started up. From the sound of things, Rosie landed herself in hot water by returning home late. To guard against the howling wind, I rubbed my arms until the window swiveled open, and then my guide pulled me inside a cramped bedroom with a simple wardrobe and tiny bed. Black grime crawled up stone walls, and the only clue a girl slept there was a red-haired doll resting on a wicker chair in one corner.
Soon as I finish my chores tomorrow, I'll take you back to the tree,
Rosie said.
You can borrow my old clothes so we don't have to sneak around.
Old lady snores harsher than a chainsaw blasted through the wall while she laid out some sheets and a mat along the floor. Since one girl could barely fit in the bed, never mind two. After we tucked in, I looked up at Rosie and whispered,
How come you know so much about this time travel stuff anyway? Propping herself up on one elbow, she took a deep breath and started into the story. Rosie's grandma had a nasty temper, and any time chores needed done, she wrapped this big black cane around her granddaughter's neck and spit orders. On her 9th birthday, Rosie had been in such a rush to finish her errands and play, she didn't double check the bananas she purchased from the greengrocer, which meant she missed a bruise spot. At the sight of this, her grandmother stood wielding the cane like a sword. Before things got hairy, Rosie flew out the door all the way down the lane, and she didn't stop running until she hit Ravenscroft Forest, where she mindlessly kicked around dirt until she happened across a tree with a giant hollow in its side. That seemed as good a place as any to hide and cry, so she crawled inside the hole. Immediately the ground gave way and she landed flat on her chest. She spat out leaves and glanced around. Nearby, an elderly lady sat picnicking. "Hungry?" the lady asked as she offered Rosie chocolate fingers. Although Rosie knew not to accept things from strangers, this one had a warm, inviting demeanor. Plus, she really loved chocolate, which she hardly ever got. While they ate, the lady explained Rosie had tumbled into the future and proved this by showing off a high-tech gadget that, from the description, sounded like a mobile phone. After they ate, Rosie announced she wasn't going home, ever. Any time beat the past. Unfortunately, the mysterious lady explained staying would be far too dangerous. As a compromise, the lady promised she'd leave more treats. "Next time you're hungry, scared, or sick of your grandma, come back here. I'll hide more chocolate for you. But Rosie, don't wander too far. If you wind up trapped in the future, that would be very bad." And so, Rosie routinely visited that same spot. Sometimes there were snacks, sometimes there weren't. And once on Christmas Day, a red-haired dolly greeted her. And whatever the case, she never saw that old lady again. "And I never got to thank her," Rosie said, her story ending on a down note. "Wait a minute," I replied, excited. "My grandma left treats when we went for picnics. Did the lady say her name?" "Mary, I think." "That's her," I said, a little too enthusiastically. In the next room, the snores ceased. Briefly, I whispered, "The lady who left treats was my grandma. I could take you to meet her." This made Rosie's face light up. "Really?" That sense of elation didn't last long, because now my mind traveled back to 2015. "What's wrong?" Rosie asked. I explained Grandma's illness meant she couldn't take care of me. "But we can still visit, right?" "I guess so." "And when she gets better, we can have picnics, all three of us." "Okay, deal." I held up my little finger. "Pinky swear." She made a face. Apparently, people didn't pinky swear in 1955. "Here, give me your finger." Our pinkies interlocked. "There, now it's a special promise." A pinky swear." With that, the two of us said goodnight. After an uneasy night's sleep on the brutal floor, Rosie gave me a tight blouse, a wool cardigan so that I'd blend in. Only my trainers didn't match, but there weren't any spare shoes I could wear. After quietly worming my way out the window, I waited while Rosie's grandmother barked orders. She eventually shuffled around the house and blew a raspberry over her shoulder. "Grandma needs me to pick up sausages from the butcher. I'll take you back right after." Along the way, Rosie asked me questions about the future, mostly about how people lived and worked. She couldn't understand the concept of the internet and refused to believe two men could walk on the moon in less than 20 years. Halfway into town, from across the trail, a group of girls playing hopscotch called Rosie a gobdaw, which didn't sound especially friendly. She ignored them at first, their insults growing louder and meaner until she finally snapped and said, "What do you want?" They challenged her to a game of hopscotch. Stepping forward, I said, "I've got this. Grandma and I played all the time." Rosie told the girls I was her cousin. They were marked on my strange shoes, and whenever I used words or phrases not common in 1955, shot each other funny looks. But in the end, none of that mattered once I beat them 3 times over, blowing 1 raspberry apiece. In order to reach town faster, Rosie taught me scuttling, which was when you hitch a ride on the back of a carriage. One milkman carried us half a mile before he heard our stifled laughter and ground to a halt.
The two of us took off giggling, him shaking his fist. It was the first fun I'd had since Grandma took ill. We played olden-style games with other kids, got more treats from the friendly baker, and waved at workmen passing on bikes, quickly losing track of time. At mid-afternoon, back at the cottage, the tongue lashing Rosie's grandmother dished out reached all the way to the end of the lane, where I waited, and I waited, and I waited some more.
Sorry, Grandma grounded me,
Rosie said, finally reappearing.
I had to wait until she took a nap. We better beat feet,
she said with a glance at the sun, now cut in half by the horizon. Dusk had already crept along by the time we reached Ravenscroft.
Okay,
I said, jogging up the dirt trail.
Here's what we'll do. I'll go home and smooth things out with my aunt. Then tomorrow, at midday, I'll bring you in disguise and we'll go see Grandma.
Rosie stopped and held up her little finger.
Pinky swear? Pinky swear.
As we stood there, fingers interlocked, a branch snapped, somewhere close. Then a sour stench drifted toward us. Our heads whipped in the direction of the sound, where 30 feet had appeared draped in shadows, a towering figure regarding us from the murk.
Evening, girls,
it said, one hand wrapped around an oil lantern. It hoisted the lantern higher, illuminating an ugly mouth stuffed with jagged molars. The man staring us down wore one of those flat caps, the kind you'd see in black and white photos. While the two of us stood, rooted on the spot, he said,
Are you lost? Not to worry, I'll make sure you get home safe and sound.
A hand wrapped in a fingerless glove uncurled, the forefinger beckoning us closer. Rosie and I slowly backstepped away. For a few seconds, branches shivered and shook as the wind whistled through the lacings of branches. Then suddenly, the hat charged forward. Rosie's hand clasped tight around mine. She dragged me towards a dense wall of trees where we turned sideways so that we could slip through a narrow gap between trunks. Pat charged after us but got stuck halfway through, clawing at the air.
Get back here!
He snarled, some real venom in his voice. Rosie and I's arms soon became cut from pushing through the labyrinth of sharp branches and thorn bushes. Each time we shook off our pursuer, he somehow picked up the trail. Sweaty and exhausted and unable to run any longer, we hunched behind a bush and listened helplessly, those footsteps drawing ever louder, closer. With one hand against her knee, still breathing heavily, Rosie pointed up ahead.
The tree's that way. I'm gonna distract him so you can make a break for it. Rosie, no!
Too late. Without warning, she gave me a quick hug and then took off. About 20 yards out, she scooped up a twig and snapped it in half. After that, the gloom swallowed my new friend up. I couldn't even go after her. Dead leaves shuffled as our pursuer changed direction. When there was only groaning wind, I charged in the direction Rosie indicated, quickly finding myself staring down our hiding place again. I went in circles, hopelessly lost, exposed. Soon, Pat would find me. Then I'd never see Grandma or Rosie again. Nobody would ever know what happened to the girl who ran away from the hospital. But then, there came a flutter of wings, close to my ear. My head whipped around. Up ahead, beside a fern, I thought I glimpsed insect-like wings. Glistening in the pale moonlight, they disappeared with a shake of my head. Seeing no other choice, I raced in the direction I'd seen them, barely aware of the thorns slicing my neck and wrist, ducked between interlocked branches, and then found it standing dead ahead. The fairy tree. I'd made it. Those thick, winding limbs heaved up and down like great exhalations as I bolted along. With one foot inside the hollow, I hesitated. I couldn't abandon Rosie. If Pat caught her, the children in my time would tell stories about a girl's spirit that haunted Ravenscroft. After a long, deep breath, I shouted,
Hey, I'm over here, you who?
Until a bush at the edge of the clearing rustled around. Then I dove inside the hollow, my left foot raised like I was taking the stairs 3 steps at a time. Like before, the world gave way. Rather than topple forward, this time I crouched low, nimbly slipping through the bow. A trampled mushroom lay dead ahead. I'd landed back in 2015. Now I simply needed to... Behind me, Pat tumbled out of the hole into the dirt. Jaw clenched, he looked up and snarled,
Why, you little...
The scream that escaped my mouth was so loud, Rosie must have heard it back in 1955. My legs carried me past the ivy wall, furiously working at top speed. Despite my efforts to shake Pat, he stayed hot on my tail, his hand swiping at the back of my neck every few seconds. Past a grove of trees, rippling moonlight appeared before me. and right as my pursuer clenched a fistful of hair, they both tumbled down an embankment, crashing against jagged rocks along the way. As my foot bent at an odd angle, a sharp bolt of pain raced along my right thigh. The black water hit like an ice bath. Bubbles spewed from my mouth while I twisted in every direction, blindly searching for the surface. Suddenly, arms clamped around my waist. They hoisted me out of the water and lay me on a level patch of grass, still gagging on a brackish liquid and soggy leaves. Before I even managed that first breath, 2 hands covered with wet, fingerless gloves wrapped tight around my throat. My skull felt like a balloon with too much air. Above me, Pat screamed that he would kill me, that he was going to kill me. It seemed like I was gazing up at him from the bottom of a well, and that well kept sinking deeper and deeper. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Rosie. But then, voices. Over here, this way. Beams of lights pierced through the trees while dogs barked wildly. Several figures burst from the forest, men and women carrying flashlights, police officers holding sniffer dogs on short leashes. It was a search party. My search party. The closest officers aimed their pistols at Pat, who threw both arms into the air. As the tremendous pressure around my throat eased, a brutal coughing fit set in. Someone threw a blanket around my shoulders and then carried me toward the entrance. A crowd gathering behind us as word spread the missing girl had been recovered. Aunt Christine was standing by a police car, her eyes puffy and red. At her emergence from the forest, a flurry of kisses was unleashed upon my forehead. That late-night swim earned me a broken ankle, not to mention all the cuts. Paramedics rushed me to a hospital where doctors reset the bone. Even doped up on painkillers, I refused to sleep until the nurses let me see Grandma. I had to tell her all about my adventure, that I'd met the girl she left chocolate fingers for. But since my disappearance, her condition had taken a turn. Now, even with the respirator, every breath was a battle. When they wheeled me to her side, I leaned forward and asked if she could hear me. A pair of glazed eyes rotated in my direction, and feebly Grandma lifted her right hand, the baby finger curling. A pinky promise. Just then, my eye happened across the medical chart above her bed, which read, Rosemary O'Sullivan. Rosie. Mary. Rose. Mary. Rosie? I said, to which she gave the faintest of nods. Together, we sobbed, our pinkies interlocked until her head slumped against her shoulder. In the corner, a heart monitor emitted a steady. Nurses rushed in. One wheeled me away while another pressed down on Grandma's chest. But there was nothing to be done. Her time had come. A week later, doctors discharged me, dismissing my story as a coping mechanism or a hallucination induced by swallowing lake water. The first thing I did was catch the train to Houston Station, meaning to warn Rosie about the future, about what lay in store. But as the train pulled up, my heart dropped. The forest had vanished. In its place, JCBs and steamrollers plowed through huge mounds of dirt, pyramids of horizontal logs piled up here and there. The tree was gone, and with it, my doorway back to 1955. Afterward. What spurred me to write this was the rediscovery of an old letter Grandma wrote before passing. After the funeral, I spent weeks under a storm cloud, worrying about poor Rosie trapped in the past, alone. But then, one afternoon, my aunt brought me to my grandma's house so we could decide what to toss and what to keep. Toward the bottom of some newspaper clippings, there was a letter addressed to me. I thought you might like to see it. Evelyn, by now you'll have figured out that the fairy tree was a doorway into the past, and I know you're clever enough to have worked out I was Rosie. The day after we separated, I went back to 2015 to wait for you like we agreed. I waited from midday until sundown, but you never came, so I went back the next day, and the day after that. Once I realized Pat had disappeared, I grew concerned and decided to search for you myself. In 2015, I stumbled across a man wearing a bright orange jacket and a helmet and asked if he knew a girl named Evelyn. He said she went missing, but they found her by the lake getting attacked. He told me they took you to the hospital and the man to jail. Then he asked what I was doing there. He said the whole forest was now private property and I was trespassing. When I refused to go home with him, he got angry and tried to drag me away, but
but I shook him off and escaped back to 1955. I was too afraid to look for you again for another 6 weeks, and by then, the doorway had closed. Now it was just a regular tree. Anytime I felt sad or lonely, I tried to find you, but the tree didn't work again until 1977, now taking me into 1917. I had some dark years alone with my grandmother, but shortly after my 12th birthday, a terrible sickness took her, and I got sent to live with the most wonderful foster parents. I grew up healthy and happy, spent several years in dance halls flirting with fellas, and then eventually met your grandfather, who was the most handsome man I'd ever seen. Soon, your mother came along, and that was that. I only worked out who you were many years later when I asked your pregnant mother if she'd thought about names for the baby, and she said she liked Evelyn if it was a girl. I fell head over heels the moment I first laid eyes on you. I knew there'd be tragedy ahead since you told me we lived together in the future, and there were certainly moments when I didn't think we'd make it through, but we always did. I stayed away from the tree until August 23rd, 2014, my birthday. I knew younger me was about to find her way into the future, so I set up a little picnic and waited. Then I explained to her all about time travel. When the council announced their plans to level Ravencroft shortly after, I understood why the doorway closed all those years ago. You told me I was sick in your time and unlikely to get better, so it's possible you won't read this until after I'm gone. I want you to know I had a marvelous life, and you were a huge part of that, so thank you. I'm sorry we couldn't have more time together. I'm sorry there won't be any more trips to Ravenscroft, and I'm sorry we never got to have that picnic. You, me, and little Rosie. But if you're ever feeling down, or if you need a shoulder to cry on, remember, I'll always be with you. Like you were for me. Pinky promise. Your friend, Rosie.
That story was absolutely beautiful. Hey, I'm your narrator, by the way, and composing myself after those tears, which was definitely voice acting. The author here, who is an absolutely incredible author, not just this story, but the author, Lighting Nations, makes some absolutely incredible pieces, and they are always at the top of the board for the week on No Sleep every single week. And they write a bunch of other stuff, short, scary stories, and etc. So if you want to see more of their work, which you absolutely should, this was beautiful, and I do hope that they will allow me to work with them in the future. Please visit r/thought industry. It's been on the placeholder card the entire time, unless you've been listening to the podcast version, in which case it is in the title and in the description. It's also linked if you just want to click that. So please go and hit that. Massive thank you to Lighting Nations, and again, thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much to Lighting Nations for allowing me to narrate this beautiful piece. Ego Volt Anima Vestra. Peace.